Chapter 1. The loudest thing in the field, the lotus root grabbed him. Not physically. Nothing closed around Wei Muchen's wrist or tangled his ankle in the mud. But when his bare fingers sank into the cold silt at the edge of the harvest row, something clamped down on the inside of his chest and would not let him stand. He had been picking for 6 hours. The verdant hollow sex east field needed another 3 baskets before sundown, and Elder Pang would count every stem. Wei Muchen knew this. He knew what happened when the count came up short. He had the bruises from last week, yellow-green now along his ribs, and he did not need more. But his hand was pressed flat against the root of a lotus plant, and the thing beneath his palm was screaming. Not in sound. He had never heard a plant make sound. It was more like standing next to a bonfire and suddenly realizing the fire was behind you, not in front. A whole body understanding arriving without warning. The lotus root transmitted urgency the way a drowning man transmits urgency, completely, without qualification, without any interest in being polite about it. Wei Muchen stayed crouched in the mud. The impression was not complicated. Drought, though it made no sense. He was standing in a flooded field, his boots soaked through. Wrong soil. Something below that was dry and wrong. And underneath it all, a smaller signal threading through the desperation. Help. Not a request. A fact. The way a person bleeding states that they are bleeding. He pressed his palm deeper into the cold water and tried to understand the geometry of the problem. The aquifer. There had to be an aquifer somewhere below this field, and it was dry. The flooded surface was a lie. The roots were drowning in the top 2 feet and starving 15 feet down where the real feeding happened. Wei Muchen. He looked up. Overseer Fan stood 3 rows away, hands tucked into his sleeves, watching with the particular expression of a man who has already decided on punishment and is only waiting for the transgression to finish so he can deliver it cleanly. How many in your basket? Wei Muchen did not look at his basket. He knew exactly how many. 7. He needed 45. Working on it, he said. Working on pressing your face in the mud is what you're doing. He could have stood. He could have picked up his basket and spent the remaining daylight catching up, which would have left him 7 or 8 short, which would have earned him a moderate punishment and nothing worse. He understood this calculation fully. He stayed crouched. The field has a problem, he said. The field has a boy who isn't working. The aquifer under the east quadrant is dry. He was reasoning it out as he spoke, which was not ideal but also could not be helped. The plants are feeding from standing water, not root water. They're developing wrong. In a week the stems will start yellowing from the base. By the next harvest the yield from this quadrant will be less than half. Overseer Fan stared at him. Pick your quota, Fan said, or I will report to Elder Pang that you spent the harvest shift sitting in the mud predicting the future. Wei Muchen stood. He picked 7 more stems in the next 30 minutes, which left him significantly short, and spent the following hour having someone explain to him with a wooden rod why quota existed. He listened to this explanation without great attention because the majority of his mind was still in the field, still pressed against that root, still running the lines of the problem. The aquifer was dry. The field was hungry underneath its flood. The plants were asking for something specific, and he understood exactly what it was. That night, while the sect buildings were dark and the night watchman was asleep at his post with his chin on his chest, Wei Muchen walked to the irrigation channel that fed the east field and found the junction where a secondary channel ran east toward the sect's waste pond. It took him 2 hours with a borrowed spade to redirect enough flow to begin pressurizing the aquifer below the field. He was not certain this would work. He was not certain of much. What he was certain of was that the plant had asked for something specific and he had understood it, and he wanted to find out if his understanding was correct. He went to bed smelling of mud and slept better than he had in months. 3 days later, the east field stems were taller than any of the other quadrants, and Elder Pang was calling it a mystery of good cultivation and claiming full credit. Wei Muchen said nothing. He was busy pressing his palms against every plant he could reach, cataloging what they wanted. Chapter 2. The register he kept. The first thing Wei Muchen understood about his ability was that it had no name he recognized. The cultivation scrolls in the verdant hollow sex library were not numerous, but he had read all of them over 3 years of early mornings and borrowed lamp oil. Not one of them described what happened when he touched a plant. Most of them did not describe plants at all, except as resources with spiritual density ratings. Common lotus, grade 2, harvest at 60-day maturity. Ironwood bark, grade 4, suitable for pill forging catalysts. That kind of thing. Numbers and uses. Nothing about what the plant might have to say about the situation. He kept his own register. It fit on 8 folded pages tucked inside the lining of his jacket, and it read like a list of complaints. North corner ash tree. Drainage poor, too much standing water after rain, would prefer gravel substrate beneath roots. Row 7 lotus, see above re, aquifer. recovering, sends what he had decided to interpret as something like satisfaction, though he was not sure satisfaction was the right word. More like, correct direction, keep going. Yellow flower herb bed near east wall, something wrong with the soil, receives the impression as metallic, wrong flavored. Later discovers the gardener has been burying waste ash nearby. Reports this to no one. Reroutes the ash pile himself in the night. He did not tell anyone about the register. He did not tell anyone about anything he was doing, because he had already tested the waters once with Overseer Fan and learned what happened when a herb picker offered observations about agriculture. The wooden rod had been educational. What he learned instead was patience. He learned that the plants transmitted more clearly when he was still, when his mind was not jumping between tasks, when he approached with what he could only describe as expectation of receiving rather than expectation of performing. This was not a skill the sect valued. Sect cultivation was about projection, force, assertion. It was about pushing your will into the world and having the world comply. This was the opposite of that. He pressed his palms against roots and waited. He listened. Sometimes the impression was simple, thirsty, wrong light, too much neighbor pressure from a plant growing too close. Sometimes it was complex in ways he could only understand partially, like receiving a letter written in a language he had studied but not mastered. The East Field's yield that season was 40% above the sect's projection. Elder Pang received a commendation from the Regional Commerce Board and threw a celebration dinner that Wei Muchen was not invited to. The overseer increased Wei Muchen's harvest quota by a third. This was, Wei Muchen had noticed, how things worked. He was finishing his nightly register entry when the call came down for General Assembly. Grand Herb Master Zhong Wui was visiting the sect. Wei Muchen had heard of Zhong Wui the way you hear of weather systems developing over distant mountains, as a general awareness that something large and potentially destructive existed in the world. Zhong ran the Apothecary Sovereign sect, which controlled roughly two-thirds of the region's medicinal herb trade through a combination of exclusive cultivation rights, monopoly pricing, and what the public charitably called strongly worded negotiations with competing suppliers. He was tall, older than Wei Muchen expected, with the kind of stillness that came not from patience but from certainty. He walked through the verdant hollow sect's fields like a man checking an inventory. The assembly was for assessment. Zhong's people went down the line of disciples and laborers, testing cultivation aptitude with a standard attunement crystal. Wei Muchen watched the crystal flash bright colors for the disciples, blue for water affinity, orange for fire, a brief spectacular gold for the sect elder's nephew, who would be talked about for months. When they reached Wei Muchen, the crystal pulsed once, faintly green, then went still. Zhong Wui looked at this result for a long moment. Botanical resonance, he said, which was the first Wei Muchen had heard the words used as a name for something real. Put your hand here. Wei Muchen placed his hand in the device they indicated. It felt like every other assessment device he had encountered. Nothing happened. Zhong's face did not change. No combat application. No elemental affinity. The resonance is passive only. He was speaking to his assistant, not to Wei Muchen. Flag it for suppression. Research division can study the mechanism. Might be useful for quality assessment of raw materials. He glanced at Wei Muchen the way you glance at a piece of furniture you've decided to move. Book him into the indentured research roster. Standard 5-year terms. Wei Muchen stood very still. 5 years. At the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's research division, which meant 5 years of being studied rather than studying. 5 years of having something he did not yet understand picked apart by people who had already decided it was not significant. He's already indentured to us, Elder Pang said, with the regret of a man who realizes he had something valuable that he has been failing to properly exploit. I'll buy out the contract, Zhong said. Wei Muchen stopped listening to the negotiation. He was thinking about the aquifer, about the register, about the 8 pages in his jacket lining that contained 3 years of observations that nobody else in the world had made. He made a decision. After the assembly, he went to dinner. He ate his full portion. He helped with the evening clearing. He returned to his sleeping quarters and lay on his pallet for 2 hours in the dark until the sounds of the sect settled into their nighttime pattern. Then he stood, collected his jacket with the register, and walked to the building where an old visiting herbalist lay dying. He had heard this from the kitchen staff and had apparently been asking for him specifically, which made no sense and which Wei Muchen had not had time to investigate during the assembly. He was not going to the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's research division. He was going somewhere, though. He just did not know where yet. Chapter 3. The vine and the word. The herbalist's name was Shen Xiaolan, and he was dying in a way that had clearly been in progress for some time. He was in the sect's guest quarters, a small room with a narrow window looking onto the abandoned eastern courtyard, which had gone to weed 3 years ago when the last cultivation-minded elder retired. Nobody had bothered to clear it, which meant it was overgrown and technically useless, which also meant that it was, in Wei Muchen's private experience, the loudest place in the entire sect. The plants in that courtyard transmitted constantly. He usually avoided walking past it. The old man was lying with his eyes half open, and Wei Muchen had the immediate impression that he had been waiting. "You're the one with the hands," xianxia said. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. They appeared normal to him, though he had recently noticed that the joints were stiffer than they should be for a 20-year-old, and there was a quality to the skin on his palms that the sect's medical disciple had looked at twice without comment. "I have hands," Wei Muchen agreed. "Sit." He sat. The old man pulled something from beneath his blanket with the deliberate care of a person who had been deciding for weeks whether to give it away. It was a piece of ceramic, roughly triangular, about the size of Wei Muchen's palm, glazed in a pale blue that had gone cloudy with age. "This belongs to a garden that remembers everything," xianxia said. "You'll understand that later. Don't lose it." "Who are you?" Wei Muchen asked. "Someone who was supposed to find the next one and ran out of time." He pressed the shard into Wei Muchen's hand. "Go. Tonight. Don't go where they want to put you." He did not say anything after that. His breathing changed and eventually stopped, and Wei Muchen sat with him for a moment because it seemed wrong to leave immediately. Then he took the shard, tucked it next to the register in his jacket lining, and left. He should have gone straight for the outer gate. Instead, he found himself taking the longer path that ran along the eastern courtyard. This was the flaw. He would not understand it as a flaw for some time. Would think of it as curiosity, as professional attention, as a reasonable instinct. But it was already there, fully formed. The inability to leave a plant in distress without at least trying to understand the distress. Even now, with a death behind him and a hostile sect's assessment in front of him and the nighttime hour already advancing, he found himself slowing as he passed the courtyard gate. The vine on the south wall was transmitting, not with the diffuse, ambient quality of most plant signals. This was targeted. It was aimed at him with a precision that made the aquifer's distress seem like idle noise. He had his hand against the vine's main stem before he made a conscious decision to stop. The impression arrived in pieces, too fast and too dense. He could not sort it properly. His control was not good enough yet, could not narrow the channel enough to receive clearly at this intensity. Most of it came through as emotion without context. Vast age, vast urgency, something like grief, something like hope, and underneath it all, sharp and clear as a struck bell, heartroot. The word arrived as a concept, not a sound. A name for something. He did not know what it named. He tried to hold the channel open, to receive more, and his control slipped, and the signal dissolved into static. He stood with his hand on the vine for another minute, but the transmission had collapsed. The vine returned to its ambient state, still growing, still sending its baseline signals, but the specific urgency was gone, like a person who has said the most important thing they needed to say and gone quiet. Heartroot. He filed it away, in his register, not his jacket, in the part of his mind where impressions he did not understand went to wait. Then he continued to the outer gate. The night watchman was still asleep. He left the verdant hollow sect between one watch and the next, carrying 8 pages of observations and a fragment of ceramic that belonged to a garden he had never heard of, and he did not look back. Looking back at things you had decided to leave was a waste of attention. He needed to find somewhere to think. He had heard of the graywood. Everyone had. Useless to cultivators because nothing in it had any spiritual density. No one had tried to harvest it in a generation, which meant, Wei Muchen reasoned, that no one had been listening to it in a generation either. He turned north. Chapter 4. The forest that was already waiting. He heard the graywood before he reached it. This was not unusual. He had learned to pick up ambient signals from significant plant concentrations at a distance, a low-level hum beneath conscious perception. What was unusual was that the signal was not ambient. It was directional. It was facing him. He stopped on the road outside the tree line and considered what this meant. The nearest tree was a common oak, nothing special, grade 1 at best. He had passed hundreds of them. This one was transmitting a signal that was, as nearly as he could translate it, recognition. He had never received recognition from a plant before. Urgency, yes. Distress. Hunger. Irritation at root encroachment from neighboring species. Recognition implied that the plant was aware of him as a specific entity rather than a category of entity, and that implication sat oddly in his chest. He walked forward. The graywood was not a mythological forest. It was not ancient or mystical in any way that would have interested the verdant hollow sect's catalogers. It was simply very large, very dense, and very full of plants that had been growing without interference for longer than any cultivator in the region had bothered to track. The moment he crossed the tree line, every plant in his vicinity opened up at once. He had been managing his resonance sensitivity on a narrow channel for months, receiving from one plant at a time, keeping the input manageable. He had not known this was a skill until he lost it. Every root, every fungal strand, every stem and leaf and seed casing within 50 meters flooded him simultaneously, and he went down. Not unconscious. Worse than unconscious. He was completely aware of himself lying face down on the forest floor with his cheek against the cold earth, and he was aware of approximately 47 different plants expressing approximately 47 different sets of needs, and he could not close it. He did not know how to close it. The ironwood tree was 15 meters away. He knew it was an ironwood tree because his cheek was pressed against a root extension that reached that far from the trunk, and the impression coming through that root was different from everything else. Where everything else was rushing, this was slow. Where everything else was urgent, this was patient. It transmitted at a frequency that he could only describe as ground level, not higher than the noise, not competing with it, just underneath, steady. He synchronized with it out of desperation, matched his breathing to the rhythm of the signal, spent what felt like an hour gradually narrowing everything else down, using the ironwood's patience as a reference frequency, until the 47 simultaneous transmissions reduced to a bearable hum. Then he lay still for a while longer, because he was not entirely certain his legs would hold him. When he finally sat up, his hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the earth and waited for the shaking to stop, and he looked at the ironwood tree in the low afternoon light filtering through the canopy. It was not remarkable to look at. Tall, straight-trunked, dark bark. But it had, in the last hour, transmitted something he had not previously thought plants could transmit. A steady, unconditional signal that said, essentially, "You are here, this is real, remain." He pressed his palms against the nearest root. Thank you, he thought. He did not know if that transferred in any meaningful direction. He hoped it did. He made camp by the ironwood tree that night, because it seemed like the least he could do. While he was unrolling his pack, he found himself taking out the ceramic shard the dying herbalist had pressed into his hand. He held it for a moment, feeling nothing. No transmission, no urgency, nothing but cool glazed ceramic. Then he pressed it between both palms, closed his eyes, and waited. The signal that came back was not a plant. He was certain of this immediately. It had none of the biological urgency, none of the specific chemistry that he had come to associate with living things. It was older, slower, vastly larger in some quality he did not have words for. Like pressing your ear against the ground and hearing, for just a moment, the ocean moving somewhere miles below. Then it cut off. He sat with the shard in his hands for a long time after that, listening to the graywood settle into its nighttime rhythms. The garden that remembers everything. He tucked the shard away. He had no plan beyond survival for the next week. That would have to be enough to start. Chapter 5. What he found in the ruins. He found the workshop on his 4th day in the graywood. He had not been looking for it. He had been following his signal. Not urgent, not distressed, more like a series of quiet pointers, the botanical equivalent of trail markings. A particular root network denser in one direction than another. A cluster of fungi growing in a line that was too intentional to be accidental. A patch of soil that transmitted, distinctly and repeatedly, the impression, structure, remains, visit. The structure in question was a collapsed stone building at the forest's eastern edge, so thoroughly overgrown that it looked from 20 paces like a particularly aggressive hill. Vines had worked through the mortar and replaced it. The roof was long gone, replaced by a canopy of ash trees that had grown up through the interior. The floor was moss and packed earth. Wei Muchen stepped inside and felt the whole space open up to him. This was new. Not a single transmission or a network, something more like a resonance embedded in the place itself. Years of human activity. He understood somehow. Years of someone who had been doing what he was doing, touching and listening and recording. The plants here had been in ongoing conversation with a person for a very long time, and that conversation had left its mark in the soil chemistry and the root configurations and the particular way the vines had grown to leave a clear path between what had been a work table and what had been a window. He found the notes in a sealed ceramic jar under the former work table's foundation stone. He almost did not think to look there. It was the ash tree directly above the spot that made him check. It was rooted in a way that very precisely avoided a square meter area of the floor, the way roots grow around an obstacle rather than through it. Deliberate avoidance. The tree was protecting something. He dug with his hands. The jar was intact, sealed with a fired clay cap that had held for what the wear pattern suggested was at least 2 generations, possibly more. He opened it and found 4 dozen pages of tightly written notes, some in a standard herbal script he recognized, some in a personal shorthand he would spend weeks decoding. The name at the top of the first page, Elder Wei Muchen. He had never heard this name. He sat in the moss-floored ruins and read until the light went. And then he stopped because he had no lamp and was being careful about resources. And he sat in the dark with the jar in his hands and thought about what he had read. 47 extinct species. Documented with the precision of someone who had received their information through touch. The exact soil compositions they required, the specific fungal partners they depended on, the water chemistry, the light gradients, the root pressures from specific companion plants. Not the observations of someone who had studied botanical literature. The observations of someone who had listened. The final entry cut off mid-sentence. He had written, "The dawnthread fern requires a partner fungus that has not been seen in this region since the eastern watershed was." That was where it ended. Wei Muchen read that incomplete sentence 3 times. He did not know what had happened to Elder Zhao Wuqing. He did not know when these notes had been written or why they had stopped. He knew only that this person had possessed something very similar to what he possessed, had spent significant years developing it, and had, at some point, stopped writing mid-sentence. He thought about the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's research division. He thought about Zhong Wui's expression during the assessment. Not dismissal exactly, more like the focus of a man who had identified a resource he intended to extract. He thought about Overseer Fan's wooden rod and Elder Pang's commendations for yields he had produced, and the dead herbalist pressing a ceramic shard into his hand with the specific urgency of someone completing the last item on a very long list. His hands ached. They often ached now, a deep bone-level discomfort that he had begun attributing to his extended resonance sessions, though he had no evidence for this beyond the correlation. He pressed them flat against the moss floor of the ruined workshop and felt the old, settled signal of a place that had been worked in for a long time. He made 2 decisions before he slept. The first, he would stay in the Greywood until he had reconstructed at least one of the 47 extinct ecosystems in Zhao Wuqing's notes. Not to prove anything, because the work was real and needed doing, and he was, apparently, someone who could do it. The second, he would decode Zhao Wuqing's shorthand, all of it, before he tried anything else. He fell asleep on the moss with the notes pressed to his chest, and the ironwood tree's root network ran under him the whole night, transmitting its slow and patient signal, and he slept more deeply than he had since the night he had rerouted the irrigation channel and gone to bed smelling of mud. Above him, the Greywood was quiet in the way large living things are quiet when they are paying attention. Chapter 6. The map and the roots. Zhao Wuqing's shorthand took Wei Muchen 11 days to decode. It was not arbitrary code. It was compression, a practiced researcher abbreviating concepts he used constantly, the same way a physician shortens the names of medicines they prescribe daily. Once Wei Muchen understood the underlying logic, the shorthand opened like a folded map. He spent those 11 days doing 2 things simultaneously: decoding pages in the early morning and evening when the light in the forest was adequate, and spending the midday hours learning the Greywood's root network. The root network was not a metaphor. He had understood this intellectually from the first days in the forest, but understanding it intellectually and feeling it directly were different experiences. At branch reader rank, which he would reach, though not yet, he would perceive root connections as pathways, as a kind of topography. At his current level, what he received was cruder, a sense that certain signals were being relayed through intermediaries, passed from plant to plant the way news passes through a village, arriving changed, but recognizably from the same source. The Greywood was navigating him. He noticed it first on the 6th day, when he was following what seemed like his own meandering curiosity through the forest's eastern section and found himself at a location that the root network had been describing to him in bits and pieces for 3 days, a confluence of several different drainage channels, long overgrown, where a specific type of decomposed granite substrate accumulated naturally. He stood in this location and felt, rising from the soil, the same quality of signal he associated with a plant that wanted something done here. He wrote in his register, "The forest is pointing at locations. Not urgently. The way you point when you have time, when you're not panicked. Deliberate directions." The workshop had been a pointer. The drainage confluence was a pointer. He spent 2 days making a map. It covered roughly 3 square kilometers, marked with the 12 locations the Greywood's root network had directed him toward. And when he looked at the completed map, he understood something. These locations corresponded to the habitat requirements he had been decoding in Zhao Wuqing's notes. Not every species. Only the ones that could theoretically be re-established in this specific forest, given what this forest still had. Zhao Wuqing had been here before him. Not just in the workshop, in the forest. This forest knew his predecessor's work. It was showing Wei Muchen where to continue. He sat with this understanding for most of one afternoon, and then added a line to his register. "The ability is not mine. It's a conversation. I am the latest one having it." He was not certain whether this was reassuring or alarming. He decided reassuring, because reassuring was more useful. Chapter 7. Stem Whisperer. He found the location where the dawn-thread fern had last grown on day 17. It was a north-facing bank beside a narrow stream, sheltered under 3 large stones that created a specific temperature gradient, cool and stable, with high humidity from the stream and enough indirect light filtering through the canopy above. He identified the location not because he recognized it, but because the network of plants around it remembered it. The mosses on the stones transmitted impressions of a neighbor that had occupied that bank for generations and had stopped occupying it within living memory, botanical time, which was longer than human memory, but still a form of remembering. The soil chemistry was wrong. He could feel this through his palms within minutes of pressing them to the bank. The specific fungal partners the dawn-thread fern required, which Zhao Wuqing's notes described in careful detail, were not present. The drainage pattern had shifted, possibly because of the same upstream runoff changes that were affecting the broader region. The temperature gradient was close, but not exact. He sat on his heels in the cold mud and mapped the problem. This was the thing he had not understood when he read Zhao Wuqing's notes the first time. The problem was not just finding the right location. The ecosystem that had supported the dawn-thread fern had itself been part of a larger ecosystem, and that larger ecosystem had changed. You could not simply plant the species back. You had to rebuild the conditions the species needed, which meant first understanding what had changed and then determining whether you could change it back. He spent the next 9 days doing exactly this. He redirected 2 small drainage channels to restore the stream's original flow pattern. He transplanted 3 specific mosses from locations the root network indicated, a 20-minute walk east, a slope above the workshop, because these mosses would begin generating the soil chemistry the dawn-thread fern's fungal partners required. He adjusted 2 stones by hand, which was harder work than it sounds, and left him with a wrenched shoulder for a week to restore the temperature gradient. On the 9th day, sitting with both palms against the ground at the dawn-thread fern's former bank, he felt something change. It was not dramatic. He had expected something dramatic, had been half expecting a bolt of insight, a visible shift in the forest's behavior. Instead, it was more like a door that had been slightly ajar swinging open by another few degrees. He could feel the root network at multiple simultaneous points, not collapsing into noise, but organized, distinct, readable as separate threads that he could follow individually without losing the others. He understood this was a breakthrough. He understood it the way you understand a new skill has clicked, not a feeling of power but a feeling of clarity, a sense of the world becoming slightly more legible. He pressed his hands against the reconstructed bank and received, for the first time, a clear transmission from dormant spores in the soil. They were still alive. Zhao Wuqing's notes said the dawn-thread fern spores could remain viable for 80 years under the right conditions. These had been dormant for somewhere in that range. They transmitted faint signals, the botanical equivalent of a person who has been asleep for a very long time beginning to stir. Not yet ready to germinate. The conditions were close, but not right. He needed the fungal partners established first. He came out of the resonance session with the shoulder aching worse, his hands numb at the fingertips, and a very clear sense of what he needed to do next. Stem Whisperer. He could receive from multiple plants simultaneously now, hold the threads separate, follow each one to its source. He had moved from hearing one voice in a room to hearing a conversation. The room was larger than he had realized. He spent the rest of that day lying on the bank in the cold, listening to the graywood talk to itself. Chapter 8. How a willow saves a life. He knew they were coming before they reached the tree line. The willows at the graywood's western boundary had roots that spread under the road, and the road was the obvious approach route, and the willows had been transmitting a specific kind of signal for the past hour. The same signal he had started to associate with unusual vibration, with the ground pressure of many feet moving in coordinated rhythm. He was knee-deep in the stream, working on the drainage reconstruction, when the transmission arrived clearly enough to interrupt what he was doing. He stood up, water sheeting off his boots, and counted. He could not count precisely through root network vibration, but the signal was specific enough to suggest groups, multiple, positioned at intervals. Not a caravan. Coordinated spacing. Search party. He climbed the bank and moved to a vantage point between 2 large ash trees, and within 20 minutes he could see them. Apothecary sovereigns sect gray and white, a dozen cultivators working the tree line systematically, and at the road's center, Zhong Wui himself in traveling clothes, speaking to a local village headman who was gesturing and nodding with the enthusiasm of a man who had just been offered more money than he earned in 6 months. Wei Muchen watched for a moment and then looked down at the willow roots running under the road. He pressed one hand against the nearest root extension and thought, clearly and specifically, about what he wanted. The willows transmitted what he interpreted as mild interest, not eagerness. Willows, he had observed, were rarely eager. More like, this is within our capacity, yes. We were growing in this direction already. He could not make them do anything. He had understood this from early in his practice. The transmissions ran both ways, but the plants were not tools. What he could do was identify what they needed and provide it, and in providing it, sometimes align their natural growth direction with his immediate interests. The willows needed nothing particular from him right now, but they were aware of him, and when he conveyed, not a command, but something closer to an image, an impression of what he was concerned about, they held that impression. He went back to his work. 2 hours after dark, he was eating dried lotus root from his pack when the Greywood's Western Route Network transmitted the sound of horses falling. Not a single horse. Several, in rapid sequence, and then the sound of confusion, cultivators shouting, the clatter of equipment, what he recognized as the controlled frustration voice of someone who was injured but not critically. He felt the willows settle back into their baseline after the root ridges they had extended subsided. He had not asked them to do this. He had shown them what he was worried about. They had done what seemed, to them, like the obvious response. He sat with this for a while. It changed his understanding of what the resonance was. He had been thinking of himself as a receiver and occasionally a transmitter. This suggested something more bilateral, a relationship in which the plants also had preferences about outcomes, and those preferences could, under the right conditions, align. He could not use this as a weapon. He had no illusions about that. You could not make an army out of plant preferences. But you could, it turned out, make a forest deeply inconvenient for people you wanted to discourage. In the morning, the road outside the Greywood was intact. The willows were where willows had always been, and the search party had moved on. He went back to the drainage channels and the dawnthread fern spores and the work that actually mattered. Chapter 9. The researcher in the caravan. The merchant caravan arrived on a day when Wei Muchen was too deep in the forest to notice until they were already well inside the Greywood's boundary. He had been working the eastern slope, a particularly stubborn section of soil reconstruction that required moving decomposed material from 3 different locations and layering them in a specific sequence that the root network had been describing to him for a week. He was so absorbed in this that the new signals only registered when they were close enough to be unavoidable. Human movement, human camp smell, and mixed through both, a woman's voice speaking quickly and with the particular precision of someone dictating notes. He did not want to be found. He had been careful about not being found. He considered moving deeper into the forest. Then he heard her say, distinctly, the specimen loss in the southern cultivation zones is already documented at 68 species in 20 years. That's not a trend. That's a collapse. He stayed where he was. She was sitting on a fallen log at the edge of the caravan's rest area, writing in a notebook with a brush that she kept uncapping and recapping with one hand while gesturing with the other. She wore the blue and white of the Apothecary Guild's independent research branch. She was perhaps 23 or 24. Her hair was kept back in the efficient style of someone who did not spend time on it, and there was soil under her fingernails, which meant she was the kind of researcher who actually went to the sites rather than the kind who synthesized reports. He recognized her anyway. Xianxia had grown up 2 streets away from the family that had employed Wei Muchen's mother before she died. They had passed each other in the street for 3 years before he was taken on by the Verdant Hollow sect, and she had occasionally helped him read the cultivation scrolls at the public archive because he read slowly, and she was faster and found it boring to wait. She had never talked to plants. She had been, as far as he could tell, a standard prodigy. Quick mind, good memory, absolutely no interest in anyone else's ideas unless they were interesting, at which point her interest was total and somewhat alarming. She looked up from her notebook and saw him. He had been standing at the tree line for approximately 10 seconds. He had not moved. This was a problem with his operational security. He was good at listening and not particularly good at the other parts. Wei Muchen, she said. Xianxia. She looked at his hands. He looked at his hands. The joints were visibly enlarged. The skin over his knuckles had a texture that was. He had looked at it in a stream reflection last week, advancing faster than it should for someone his age. His palms felt fine from the inside. From the outside, he had been told once by the sect's medical disciple, they looked like an old man's hands. When did that start? She asked. Gradually, he said. Are you looking for someone? We were looking for a road. It turns out there are willow roots across it. He made a note to address the willow root situation. She put down her brush and faced him properly. You disappeared from the Verdant Hollow sect 3 weeks ago. Zhong Wui is not pleased. What happened to your hands? He told her. Not everything. Not the register, not the full scope of what he had been doing in the Greywood. But he told her about the aquifer and the yield increase, about what the lotus root had transmitted, about the quality of the impressions he received, and the way the forest had navigated him to the workshop and the notes. She listened the way she had always listened, completely, without interrupting, with a stillness that meant she was reorganizing everything he said the moment it arrived. When he finished, she opened her notebook to a specific page and turned it to face him. He read it. Then he read it again. "You've been looking for these," he said. "For 2 years. She tapped the page. "The Moonvale moss is the compound we need for the joint wasting plague that's been moving through the northern districts. The starlace root has properties that nothing else we've tested comes close to matching for meridian damage. We have the documentation. We have the chemistry analysis. We have everything except the actual plant. I know where the Moonvale moss grew," he said. She looked at him for a moment. "Show me." He showed her. They walked through the graywood in the low afternoon light, and he explained what he was doing with the drainage channels, and she listened and occasionally asked technical questions that he answered by pressing his hand against the nearest plant and waiting. She did not find this strange, which he noticed. Or rather, she found it strange, but the interesting kind of strange, the kind you lean toward rather than away from. They reached the moss location, and he explained the conditions it required, and she went very still and started writing. "The guild will provide protection," she said, still writing. "Legal standing. If you grow this, you're not a runaway herb picker anymore. You're a research associate. I'm already growing it." "I know." She looked up. "I also know Zhong Wui's people came through the graywood and left in a hurry. The willows again. Broadly speaking." She capped her brush. "If you can actually do this, the ecosystem reconstruction, not just theoretically, the guild has a list of 17 species that are functionally extinct, and at least 3 of which are critical for treatments we cannot currently provide." He looked at the moss location, at the soil layering he had been refining for 12 days, at the root network running under everything, transmitting its patient, ongoing signal. "The Dawnthread fern spores are viable," he said. "I need 2 more weeks on the fungal preparation. The Moonvale moss will be slower, probably 8 weeks from establishing the correct lichen partnership. 8 weeks. Give or take." She wrote this down. Then, without particular ceremony, they walked back to her caravan, and she told her escorts they would be camping in the graywood for at least 1 night, possibly more, and the escorts looked at the forest and then at each other and said nothing, because she had a way of saying things that made objections feel premature. Wei Muchen went back to his drainage channels. For the first time in 3 weeks, someone else was in the forest, and the forest, through its root network, transmitted something he had not received from it before, something like welcome. Whether it was directed at Xianxia or at the idea of their collaboration or at something he could not perceive, he did not know. He filed it and kept working. If you want to hear what happens when Wei Muchen grows the impossible, when a plant that hasn't existed for centuries comes back because someone actually listened, hit subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss a single chapter. And if this story is already speaking to you, leave a like. It helps more than you know. Chapter 10. The old man who knew where he would go. The elder herbalist found him because the ironwood tree told him where to look. This was Wei Muchen's best reconstruction of events afterward. The old man arrived at the graywood's eastern boundary in a small cart driven by no one. The donkey was old and seemed to know the way, and proceeded directly to the workshop ruins with the confidence of someone following a map. The only map Wei Muchen could identify, after considering the options, was the root network. The ironwood tree's roots ran under most of the forest. They had been in contact with him for weeks. If a person arrived at the graywood's edge with the right kind of sensitivity, the kind that had been developed over many years, the roots might have been able to convey a direction. He found the old man sitting in the workshop ruins when he came back from the drainage channels. Xianxia had departed the day before with samples and coordinates and a written guarantee to deliver a guild protection contract within 6 days. The forest felt larger after she left, but not emptier. He was getting used to its scale. The old man's name he did not know. The man did not offer it. He was sitting with his back against the workshop's remaining east wall, and his breathing had the careful quality of a person who was working to keep it steady, and his color was not good. "You're Wei Muchen," the old man said. "The one who listened to the lotus." Wei Muchen crouched in front of him. "How are you here?" "Same way you are?" "Someone needed me here." He paused, steadied his breathing. "I've been carrying something that isn't mine to keep." He reached into his coat. He moved slowly, with the deliberate care of someone whose hands hurt, and Wei Muchen recognized the gait of that pain. The joint-level ache, the particular stiffness in the knuckles, because he saw it in his own hands every morning. The man withdrew the ceramic shard. Not the same shard. Different fragment, different edge profile. This piece was larger and had part of what appeared to be an inscription along one edge. Wei Muchen looked at his own shard, still in his jacket lining, and held it beside the one the old man offered. They were from the same original piece. I found mine 40 years ago, the old man said. Followed the signals, like you. Got as far as the Graymere Heights before my hands stopped working. He paused again. It goes faster when you don't know what you're doing. I didn't know what I was doing. Wei Muchen said nothing. Yours will go slower if you're careful. The graywood helps. He pressed his shard into Wei Muchen's hand. Hold on to this one too. You'll understand why later. He closed his eyes. He did not reopen them. Wei Muchen sat with him for a while. The old man's breathing steadied and then slowed and then stopped, and the workshop's plants, the ones growing through the walls, the roots that had replaced the floor, transmitted a signal Wei Muchen had not received before and hoped not to receive too often, a quiet, complete absence. The kind of absence a plant feels when a long-standing neighbor is gone. He buried him beneath the ironwood tree. It seemed right. The ironwood would remember. Then he sat with both shards in his hands, his first piece and the larger fragment the old man had carried for 40 years, and held them together in his palms and waited. The signal came back stronger than before. The same vast, ancient quality he had felt the first night, but with more direction to it now, like a sound becoming clearer as you move toward its source. Whatever the shards were pointing toward, he was closer to it than he had been. He pressed his hands against the ironwood's root, because he had gotten into the habit of doing this when he was unsettled, and the tree transmitted its patient, slow signal. Remain, it said, in the way it always said things, not in words, not urgently, just as a steady fact. He remained. The graywood breathed around him in the dark. Chapter 11. What the shard said. He kept both pieces of ceramic in the same inner pocket from that night forward. It was not superstition. He had felt the signal from the combined fragments, stronger, more directional, an impression of something with depth and scale that neither piece had conveyed alone. He was building a map he could not yet read fully, and these were landmarks. He kept them close. The Moonvale Moss reconstruction took 6 weeks, not 8. He did not announce this to himself as an achievement. He was focused on the problem and the problem resolved, and he wrote in his register, Moonvale Moss established at Eastern Bank, 3rd location. Fungal partnership via dormant spores activated with soil stratification method. We'll need 3 more weeks before viable cuttings can be taken safely. Then he wrote, the spores, once activated, transmitted something that I am filing under gratitude. I do not know if this is the correct word. It may be more accurate to describe it as recognition of correct conditions. But the signal is different from the usual satisfied needs transmission. There is something additional in it that I cannot currently name. He thought about Zhao Wuqing, who had spent years documenting exactly these kinds of distinctions and had stopped mid-sentence. He was careful. The guild protection contract arrived on day 8 after Shun Yuli's departure, faster than she had promised, delivered by a young guild courier who looked at the graywood with visible unease and handed Wei Muchen the sealed document without setting foot past the tree line. Associate Research Fellow, Grade C, provisional status, pending successful cultivation of at least 1 guild priority extinct species. He read this twice. Grade C was the lowest rung of formal guild standing, but it came with the legal implication that any action taken against Wei Muchen by a third party was an action against guild interests, which was not nothing. Zhong Wui would be displeased. Wei Muchen sealed the contract into the ceramic jar that had held Zhao Wuqing's notes, now the Graywood's most important document repository, he had decided, and went back to work. He sent a cutting of the Moonvale Moss out with the courier's return trip, packaged in damp soil in a sealed jar, with instructions for how to maintain it, and a note for Shun Yuli indicating 3 specific soil conditions to watch for. He spent the next 2 weeks rebuilding the Starlace root's ecosystem. This one was harder. The Starlace root required a cave environment, specifically, a cave with very high mineral content in the water, certain mineral-depositing bacteria on the walls, and a consistent cool dark environment. The Graywood did not have caves. What it had was a river, and rivers occasionally undermined their own banks. And under one specific bank on the forest's southern edge, the root network had been transmitting for 6 days what he interpreted as hollow, below, go down. He excavated carefully, because he did not want to collapse anything. He found a natural void under the bank, perhaps 2 meters across and 1 meter high, fed by a seepage of mineral-rich spring water from higher ground. Not perfect. Good enough to start. He spent 8 days adjusting the water flow and introducing specific bacterial cultures from samples the root network pointed him toward. 2 hours east, a limestone outcropping that had exactly what he needed growing in its seeps. He carried the samples back in clay pots and introduced them to the cave environment, and then left it alone for a week to establish. He was midway through this week when Shun Yuli returned. She arrived with 2 guild escorts, a written confirmation that the Moonvale Moss cutting had survived transport, and was showing signs of viability. And news, the plague treatment worked. The first batch of Moonveil moss extract had been produced from his cutting and administered in a northern district clinic, and 6 patients who had not responded to existing treatments had stabilized within 48 hours. Wei Muchen received this information sitting at the edge of the stream, pressing his palms to a root network he had been consulting about drainage. He sat with it for a moment. He had fixed the aquifer and the yield increased, and Elder Pang had claimed credit. He had grown the moss and 6 patients had stabilized, and the guild was calling it a research breakthrough. You should be pleased, Xianxia said. I am. He was also aware that being pleased about a specific outcome was not the same as having done the thing for that outcome's sake, and that distinction seemed important to maintain. He pressed his palms down. The Starlace route will need another 3 weeks. The cave environment is establishing. She sat on a nearby root with her notebook. Zhong Wui filed a formal complaint with the guild council, she said. He claims your protection status was obtained under false pretenses because you were Verdant Hollow sect indentured labor at the time of the application. Was I? He says yes. The Verdant Hollow sect says they aren't sure they had the paperwork filed correctly. She tapped her brush against her notebook. My branch head is handling it. But Zhong has friends on the upper council. What does he actually want? You. Your method. Specifically, the ability to grow herbs on demand that he can't grow and nobody else can grow, which gives him something he cannot buy or extract. She paused. He's shifting from wanting to study you to wanting to hire you to wanting to eliminate you. These phases tend to happen faster than people expect. Wei Muchen noted this. Can the guild protection actually stop him? Grade C? Probably not. He'll work around it. She wrote something. Which is why I need you to produce something so publicly successful that eliminating you becomes a political problem for him. The Moonveil moss wasn't enough. The Moonveil moss proved you could do it once. The Starlace root will prove you can do it twice. After 3, it stops being a coincidence and starts being a capability, and people don't eliminate capabilities, they try to acquire them. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. What if he decides to acquire me by force? Xianxia closed her notebook with the particular snap of someone who has already considered this. Then we need to be faster than his next move. Which is why I also brought Tin Bolin. He looked up. Elder Tin Bolin was sitting on a log 20 meters away with the expression of a man who had been placed here against his better judgment by someone he owed a significant favor. He was heavy-set and somewhere in his 50s, with a cultivator's posture and a merchant's wariness about resources. He had the look of someone who had been in the minor sect world long enough to distrust everyone reflexively. He looked at Wei Muchen. You're the one who moved the willows, Tin Bolin said. The willows moved, Wei Muchen said. I was nearby. Tin Bolin turned to Xianxia. Is he going to be like this the whole time? He talks to plants mid-conversation, she said. You get used to it. No, Tin Bolin said. I will not be getting used to it. Wei Muchen pressed his palms back against the root network and continued working. The Starlace root's cave environment was establishing nicely. He filed this away with Tin Bolin's presence and the 6 patients who had stabilized and the ceramic shards in his pocket pointing towards something he could not yet name, and he went on with the problem in front of him. The Greywood's root network ran under all of it, transmitting its steady, patient signal. Things were moving. He could feel it the way you feel a weather system before the sky shows it. A pressure change, a shift in the quality of the air. He stayed crouched in the mud and listened. Chapter 12. What dormancy sounds like. Tin Bolin stayed for 6 days against his apparent wishes and left expressing grudging respect, which Wei Muchen observed as a significant upgrade from active dismissal. What changed him was the medicinal garden. The Thornwall sect's main cultivation garden was apparently dying. Had been dying for 3 years, with the sect pouring resources into tonic water treatments and specialized planting schedules and a rotation of frustrated herb masters who all identified different symptoms without agreeing on a cause. Wei Muchen heard about this on day 2 of Tin Bolin's visit, when the elder made a series of increasingly specific complaints about his sect's finances that, taken together, described a situation Wei Muchen recognized. Mining runoff, he said, mid-complaint. Tin Bolin stopped. What? Mining runoff. Something upstream of your water source. The soil acidity is wrong. The plants are describing it as metallic, overconcentrated. It's not a growth problem. It's a contamination problem. He had been pressing his palm against a tree at the Greywood's southern boundary for the past minute while Tin Bolin talked, following the signal north through a root network that had contacts spread much wider than the forest itself. There's an iron mine or a copper operation somewhere northeast of your sect's water intake, and the waste channels are discharging into the watershed. Tin Bolin stared at him. I just pressed a plant, Wei Muchen said. Hold on. He closed his eyes and followed the signal for another 30 seconds. The signature was distinctive once you knew what metallic contamination felt like, a sharp, wrong-taste impression that traveled through soil contact in a consistent direction. Northeast, 2 or 3 li. He opened his eyes. The Thornwall Sex cultivation garden doesn't need more resources. It needs the contamination source removed, or a diversion that isolates your intake from the contaminated channels. Either works. The second is faster. Tin Bolin sat down on a log. He looked at Wei Muchen for a long moment. You can tell all of that from touching a tree. That tree's root network extends about 4 li northeast. The contamination signal is consistent along the whole route. The experts I hired charged 30,000 spirit stones to tell me my soil was bad. Your soil is bad. The cause is upstream contamination. The treatment protocols they recommended will be temporarily effective and then fail each time the water cycle brings more contaminated runoff in. Tin Bolin was quiet. Wei Muchen went back to the Moonvale Moss. He had a grafting to attempt. 2 days later, Tin Bolin sent a disciple to investigate the northeast watershed. The disciple returned with a confirmed report, a newly opened iron mine with unmanaged waste discharge, owned by a merchant company with connections to 3 other sects, operating without proper permits. Tin Bolin spent the following day on a messenger bird sending strongly worded communications to regional authorities and the merchant company in question. This was, Wei Muchen gathered from the one-sided conversations he could not help overhearing, the kind of political communication in which Tin Bolin was considerably more skilled than he was in anything to do with plants. On day 6, as he was preparing to leave, Tin Bolin came to stand beside Wei Muchen at the Moonvale Moss location. "What you're doing here," he said. "Establishing the fungal partnership for, I know what you're doing." I mean, he paused in the manner of someone choosing words carefully because the ones that come naturally are too much of a concession. The contamination identification. The diagnostic precision. That's not coincidence. No, Wei Muchen agreed. My garden's soil analysis. Can you do that remotely? Or do you need to be there? Wei Muchen considered this. I would need to be there, or someone with a root connection between here and there. There isn't one. The root networks don't extend that far continuously. If I invited you to the Thornwall sect, Tin Bolin said, as a research guest, to assess the garden, would that help your situation with the experts you already hired? Tin Bolin's expression did not change. The experts have been paid, and their conclusions delivered. What I need now is someone whose conclusions I can trust. He said this with the tone of someone who would prefer not to be grateful. I'm not saying anything beyond that. I understand, Wei Muchen said. He could feel the Moonvale Moss behind him. The spores he had activated now actively growing in the soil layer he had prepared, the fungal network establishing itself around the root environment. 3 weeks to cuttings. 2 more weeks after that to a stable colony large enough to harvest without destroying viability. He did not have time to spend in the Thornwall sect right now. I can assess the garden by correspondence, he said. If you send me soil samples and a description of where on your grounds the worst affected areas are, and where your water intake is relative to the garden. Tin Bolin looked at him. That will work, he asked. The contamination pattern will show in soil samples if I know what to look for. He was less certain of this than he sounded. But he could feel the outline of the analysis in his understanding, the way the acidity should distribute across the garden's different zones relative to drainage flow. He was probably right. The diversion design I can sketch from a map. Tin Bolin nodded once, with the precision of a man who nodded exactly once when he agreed to something and not at all when he did not. He left the next morning. Wei Muchen stood in the gray wood with Shin Yuli and watched the cart disappear through the trees. He's going to tell people about you, Shin Yuli said. I know. That will help and also create problems. I know that too. The Moonvale Moss, behind them, transmitted what he had started, somewhat reluctantly, filing his satisfaction. The fungal network had taken hold overnight. He could feel the changed character of the soil signal, denser and more complex where the partnership was establishing. He turned back to work. He did not advance his cultivation rank that day, but he could feel something changing in the way he perceived the graywood signals, a depth that was developing, a sense of the root network as a continuous thing rather than individual threads he followed one at a time. Like learning to read. At some point the individual letters stop being letters and become words, and the reading becomes something different. He was approaching a threshold. He could feel it the way you feel a hill's crest before you see it. Not yet, but close. Chapter 13. The moss that changed everything. He took the first viable cutting 6 weeks after establishing the Moonvale Moss colony. He was careful. Zhao Wuqing's notes were specific about harvesting pressure. The moss could sustain removal of up to 15% of established colony biomass without disrupting the fungal partnership, and any more than that risked partnership collapse, which would mean starting over. Wei Muchen measured by feel. pressing his palm flat against the colony and waiting for the impression. Stable, established, can sustain. He took 12%. The cutting went into a transport medium he had developed over 3 days of experimentation, a layered clay and mineral substrate that mimicked the cave environment closely enough to keep the fungal partnership viable for up to 2 weeks of travel. He sealed it in 2 ceramic jars, one inside the other, packed with moss litter for temperature stability. He wrote a single page of instructions covering exactly 10 conditions to monitor and exactly what to do if each changed. Then he gave it to a verdant hollow sect merchant he had identified through the route network, which could not actually identify merchants, but could identify foot traffic patterns and relative trustworthiness of route. And he had done his own assessment of the merchant based on 2 conversations and 1 observation of how the man handled produce he was responsible for transporting. He was trusting a significant amount to a stranger. He knew this. He filed it under insufficient alternative options. Proceed with best available. The merchant left. Wei Muchen went back to the Starlace Roots cave environment, which was ready to receive seeds. He was sitting cross-legged in the damp dark of the excavated void, his palms flat against the mineral water seeps. When Xin Yuli's voice came from above, it worked. He came out from under the bank. She was holding a guild messenger bird's note, and her face had an expression he had not seen on her before. Not surprise, which he had occasionally seen, but something wider. 6 patients in the northern district, she said. The moss extract worked in 48 hours. 3 of them had been unresponsive to treatment for 6 months. She looked at the note again. The treating physician wants to know if we can supply a continuous batch. He thought about the colony. In 3 months, if the growth rate holds, I can sustain a 15% harvest every 6 weeks without destabilizing the partnership. That's a small yield. For 6 people who were dying, it's enough to start. She put the note away. The guild is upgrading your status to grade B. And Guildmaster Heron Dast is writing to Zhong Wui directly. Wei Muchen considered what this meant. Grade B gave him something Grade C did not. Access to guild mediation in disputes with other registered cultivation organizations. Zhong Wui could not simply override that. But it also meant he had demonstrated a repeatable capability, which Xin Yuli had been right about. A capability attracted people who wanted to control it. The signal changed in the graywood around him. He felt it before he understood it. A shift in the quality of the root network's ambient transmission, a moving alarm passing through the interconnected plants from the western boundary inward. Not the low-pressure warning of approaching foot traffic. Something faster, more directed. 3 cultivators, he said. Western boundary. Moving fast. Xin Yuli reached for her guild badge. He did not wait. He moved toward the western section and pressed his palm to the nearest large root at the forest center, and thought clearly about the most important thing he had learned in the past weeks. He did not have combat cultivation. He had never trained for combat. What he had was a forest that had been paying attention for weeks, a forest that had preferences about its own continued existence, and the ability to communicate those preferences in terms the forest understood. The briars along the western boundary were in a state of mild water stress, slightly too much competition for minerals from the leaf mulch above them. He identified this, addressed it in the signal he sent back, and suggested, not commanded, suggested, a specific direction of growth. Briars, when they grew in the direction of least resistance. He had spent 2 weeks understanding their specific resistance map. He made the path into the Greywoods center the direction of maximum resistance. And then he went back to the Starlace Root Cave, because there was seed placement to attend to, and because the Greywood would handle the rest. He heard the cultivators withdraw an hour later, not injured, by the sound of it, which he had not aimed for. Just very, very committed to leaving. He pressed his palms against the cave seep and returned to the seeds. The Starlace root was going to work. He could feel the mineral environment accepting the seed's dormancy chemistry, could feel the adjustment happening in the cave ecosystem as each element recognized what it was working with. This was the thing nobody else was doing, he thought. This was why Zhao Wuqing had been alone. It was not the ability. Plenty of cultivators had interesting abilities. It was the patience to listen long enough to understand what you were hearing. Chapter 14. Assassins in the canopy. They sent 3, not 2, which Wei Muchen noted as an escalation. He had known they were coming since the previous night. The Greywood's Eastern Route Network had picked up the transmission of 3 people camping just outside the tree line. The vibration pattern of breathing and weight at rest, distinct from animal sleep by its regularity and the presence of cultivator suppression fields that created a very specific blank spot in the network's usual ambient signal. A blank spot where there should be no blank. He spent the night continuing his work. This was not bravado. He simply had limited hours before a critical humidity window opened in the Starlace Root Cave, and the assassins were not going to help with that regardless of when he addressed them. By morning, the cave's first humidity cycle was established. Then he went and talked to the forest. Not literally. He had no voice transmission ability, could not speak to the plants in sound. But he had gotten better at conveying impressions with specificity, at sending a picture of a situation and a picture of what he needed, and letting the network respond based on its own understanding of what was possible. The Greywood's response was, he had come to understand, never exactly what he asked for. It was more like a translation, his concern rendered into something the plant's own preferences could act on naturally. He was genuinely not certain whether the plants were capable of altruistic action on his behalf. What he knew was that the forest had preferences. He had relationships with significant parts of it, and those relationships changed how the forest's preferences expressed themselves. This was enough. He positioned himself at the Moonvale Moss Colony, because the colony was the most important thing in the forest, and he was not going to be anywhere else when people who wanted to eliminate him were walking through his home territory. They found him in approximately 40 minutes. They were good. He could acknowledge this while also noting that they were good at fighting other cultivators, which required suppressing detection abilities and moving fast, and they were significantly less good at moving through a forest that had an interest in slowing them down. The first arrived with a thorn scratch across his cheek that had not been there when he entered. He stopped 10 meters from Wei Muchen and assessed the situation. "We're not here to talk," the man said. "I know," Wei Muchen said. He pressed his palm against the Moonvale Moss Colony's substrate, carefully, not disrupting the fungal partnership, maintaining his own calm, and tracked the other two through the root network. One had stopped 30 meters to his left, using a tree for cover. The third was circling. The apothecary sovereign sex assassins, he had learned from the guild's intelligence notes that Xun Yuli had provided, were combat cultivators specializing in fast, targeted elimination of non-combat targets. They did not anticipate extended terrain engagement. They expected to complete their task quickly. He needed to make the terrain sufficiently unpleasant that they chose withdrawal over pursuit. The second assassin stepped out from the tree on his left. "Come with us, and the forest doesn't get burned," the second man said. Wei Muchen felt something that was not quite anger, more like the specific irritation of a person who has heard a poor-quality threat from someone who does not understand the leverage they think they have. These cultivators were not here to burn a forest. They were here to retrieve or eliminate a single target. A fire would draw guild attention, regional authority attention, and every sect within 10 kilometers. "No," he said. The first man moved. He was fast. He crossed 10 meters in less than 2 seconds, and Wei Muchen had time to register the speed and the blade extending from the man's sleeve. And then the root ridge Wei Muchen had felt shifting beneath the forest floor for the past 3 minutes erupted through the topsoil directly in the man's path. Not a wall, not a weapon. Simply, a root that had been growing anyway, directed toward the light, which happened now to be above the spot where an assassin was moving. The man went down, not injured. The root was not sharp, and it caught his ankle rather than his body, but down, and surprised, in a way that cost him 4 seconds. The third assassin appeared from the canopy above. He had climbed. Wei Muchen moved backward and felt the canopy as a signal, which he could now do, standing beneath it. The canopy speaker rank still weeks away, but its early edges beginning to develop, and identified a bough overhead, weight-bearing, stressed at its junction, that had been waiting for a reason to shed. He transmitted a resonance pulse upward. Distress. Urgency. Release. The bough came down. Not on the assassin. The timing was wrong, or the bow's own decision about when to release was different from what he'd suggested, or he simply was not precise enough yet. It landed 3 meters to the left of where he'd intended. But it was large, and it crashed through the canopy in a way that involved extensive secondary impact with everything in its path, and the 3 assassins suddenly had a great deal more to think about than one non-combat cultivator. He did not watch them retreat. He was already pressing his palm back against the Moonvale moss. Undamaged. The colony had not been disturbed. He let out a breath he had been holding since the first man crossed the tree line, and then he checked the cave environment through the root network, and the starlace root seeds were still in position, and the humidity was still correct, and the forest was already settling back into its nighttime pattern. He added a note to his register. The canopy bough was not precisely targeted. Improve aim. Then he went to sleep, because the humidity window had been successfully established, and he had not slept in 30 hours. The Greywood was quiet. The assassins did not return. Chapter 15. The Elder and the Bog Xun Yuli returned to the Greywood 8 days after the assassin incident with a written contract, an apology, and Tanbolin. The contract was from the Apothecary Guild, confirming Grade B status and formally registering Wei Muchen as a protected research associate operating under guild authority. The apology was from Xun Yuli herself, for the delay. She had spent a week navigating the Guild Council's political complications around the assassination attempt, which had been formally documented and submitted as evidence against Zhong Wui's sect. Tin Bolin had not been invited this time. He had simply come. I told my sect's board that I was attending a research consultation, he said, settling onto his preferred log with the efficiency of a man who had already identified the best seating in the forest. They don't need to know it's this. You're worried about being seen here, Wei Muchen observed. I'm worried about every decision I've made in the past 3 weeks, yes. Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the tree at his left and waited for the root network's update on the Starlace root cave environment. The seeds had germinated. He received this information and wrote it in his register without comment. The soil analysis I sent you, Tin Bolin said. I got it. Wei Muchen had received the samples 4 days ago via Thornwall sect courier. He had spent one afternoon with his palms pressed against the soil jars, reading the contamination pattern through the limited signal he could get from contained, non-networked soil. It was harder than reading from the ground, like reading a letter versus listening to the original voice, but enough for a directional analysis. The diversion, Tin Bolin said. Can it work? Yes. The contaminated intake channel can be rerouted around the garden's north side. You'll need a secondary filter bed. I'll give you the plant species to use. They do the chemistry correction naturally. For species, one of which you probably have in your garden already. What's the one I have? Irongrass. It's growing along your wall as a weed. Everyone pulls it. Don't pull it. Tin Bolin stared at him. It concentrates dissolved metals, Wei Muchen said. Plant it in a line along the diversion channel. It will extract the contamination load before the water reaches your crops. Replace the iron grass every 2 seasons. The old plants will be saturated. Burn them, not compost them, or you'll cycle the contamination back into your soil. Tin Bolin opened his notebook. Wei Muchen had not known he kept a notebook, and wrote this down with the focused efficiency of a man who retained information only if it was also recorded. The cost, Tin Bolin said. The iron grass is free. The diversion construction is labor. I can give you detailed specifications. I meant your cost. Wei Muchen looked at him. You're not doing this for nothing, Tin Bolin said. You are either naive, which I doubt, or you're building something, which means you want things. What things? This was, Wei Muchen had to acknowledge, a more sophisticated analysis than he had expected. He sat with it for a moment. Access, he said. Not to your sect. To your sect's connections. The Thornwall sect controls territory that includes 3 of the habitat sites I need for species reconstruction. I cannot work those sites without either territorial permission or facing your sect's resource wardens. Tin Bolin's expression did not change. That's all. That's enough for now. Xin Yuli, who had been writing in her own notebook during this exchange, looked up. He also needs your political support when Zhong Wui makes another move, which will happen. I know, Tin Bolin said. He snapped his notebook shut. The iron grass. Will it work in sandy soil? Better in sandy soil, Wei Muchen said. Tin Bolin stood. I'll have the diversion designed and the construction approved within 40 days, he said. Send me the other 3 species and your planting specifications. He paused. The boy who talks to weeds. Wei Muchen waited. You're not a boy, Tin Bolin said. He looked at Wei Muchen's hands. Those aren't a boy's hands. He left for his cart. Xin Yuli watched him go. He's not wrong. They're getting more noticeable. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. The joints were significantly enlarged now, the knuckles prominent, the skin over the palm showing fine line cracking that had not been there 2 months ago. They looked like the hands of a man 4 decades older. They ached at a steady low level that he had mostly learned to work around. He could still feel through them, still receive, still transmit. The function was intact. The form was changing. He pressed them against the ironwood tree's root. The tree transmitted its slow, patient signal. He had stopped trying to understand whether this was reassurance or simply information. It was both, probably. It was what the tree transmitted and it was useful to receive, and those 2 facts coexisted without requiring resolution. The cave germination, he said. Xin Yuli raised an eyebrow. The starlace root germinated. I wanted to tell you. She was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled. Not the professional focus smile he usually saw, but something with more latitude to it. Show me, she said. He showed her. Chapter 16. What a sect elder can and cannot admit. Tin Bolin's medicinal garden was worse in person than the soil samples had suggested. Wei Muchen walked the Thornwall sect's grounds on a clear morning 3 weeks after the cave germination, with Tin Bolin 2 steps behind him and a disciple escort 3 steps behind Tin Bolin, and he pressed his palms against the soil at 8 different locations without being asked, and said nothing until he had read all 8. The contamination pattern was what he had diagnosed from the samples. The upstream mining runoff had been saturating the western intake channel for roughly 2 years, and the Thornwall Sex expert herb masters had been treating symptoms rather than causes, applying tonic water treatments that temporarily buffered the soil chemistry and then watching the garden deteriorate again as the next water cycle brought fresh contamination. The garden had not given up. This was what struck him, walking between rows of plants that were clearly struggling. They were still trying. The ones nearest the contamination gradient were sending distress signals of a particular quality, not panicked, not despairing, just persistent. The botanical equivalent of a person continuing to work while running a fever because there was no one to do it if they stopped. The iron grass, he said. We found it, Tin Bolin said. Along the east and north walls. 3 of my herbalists wanted to pull it. I told them not to until I had your assessment. Good. Don't pull it. He pressed his palm against the east wall base. The iron grass was dense here, several years' worth of growth, untended and unpruned, which meant it had been concentrating contamination from ambient drift for those years as well. These plants have been doing exactly what I described. They've been filtering naturally. Your garden would be worse without them. My herbalists did not know this. Nobody publishes on iron grass. It's classified as a waste species. He stood up. His hands ached in the cold morning air, which was not new but was more pronounced in temperature changes. He pressed them together briefly to warm the joints. The diversion channel needs to go here, he described the line, and the Thornwall sect disciple wrote it down. And the secondary filter bed here, planted with iron grass transplanted from the wall. In 6 months, your garden's soil chemistry will begin recovering. In 18 months, it should be equivalent to its pre-contamination baseline. 18 months, Tin Bolin said. Without intervention, you have 6 months before the contamination reaches critical levels in your core medicinal beds, and you start losing root system plants that can't recover. 6 months of delay costs you 12 months of recovery time. Tin Bolin was quiet for a moment. The board will ask why I'm spending construction resources on a drainage diversion instead of the tonic water treatments that have been showing quarterly results. Because the quarterly results are a symptom response, not a recovery. Wei Muchen turned to look at him directly. You know this. You knew it before I told you. Tin Bolin's expression did something complicated. I suspected it. You suspected it for 3 years and hired experts to tell you something different. A longer silence. Yes, Tin Bolin said. The disciple behind him had stopped writing and was looking at the ground with the studied attention of someone who wished to convey that they had heard nothing. Wei Muchen looked back at the garden. Between the rows, a root network transmitted its distress and its persistence in equal parts. He received it, filed it, and felt the usual specific discomfort of understanding a problem he could address only partially and over time. The construction approval, he said. I'll get it. And the territorial access to the 3 habitat sites. You'll have it by the end of the week. Tin Bolin turned toward the garden's exit. Then he stopped. When the garden recovers. The plants you're concerned about in the core beds, the age-spotted root, and the healer's clover. What about them? Will they remember the contamination period? Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the nearest age-spotted root plant without thinking about it. The transmission was stressed, but beneath the stress was a signal of considerable age. This plant had been in this garden for decades. It had weathered things before. They remember everything, he said. They'll grow differently for a while. The root mass will have adapted its structure around the contamination gradient, but they'll correct over time. He paused. They don't need to be replaced, just given the right conditions. Tin Bolin nodded once. He left Wei Muchen to his survey. The garden transmitted around him, distressed, persistent, waiting. He walked its length slowly, learning each plant's specific complaint, and when he was done he wrote 4 pages of specifications for the Thornwall sex herbalists, what to watch, what to do, what to leave alone. Publicly, he was told later that week. Tin Bolin told the Thornwall Sec Board that a promising young research associate had provided an innovative drainage assessment. He did not mention that the assessment involved pressing both hands into the garden's soil for 20 minutes while talking, occasionally, to himself. Wei Muchen found this appropriate. He was not interested in being explained. Chapter 17. The boy in the valley Su Dao was 17 and had been living alone in the Thornwall Sec's southeast river valley for 11 weeks when Wei Muchen found him. Wei Muchen had not been looking for a person. He had been following the signal from the second habitat site on his reconstruction list, a river bend with a specific gravel substrate composition that the starlace root's upstream relative, the streamwood fern, had once colonized extensively. He was reading the bank, palms pressed into wet gravel, trying to determine whether the substrate was still viable, when the root network informed him that something was wrong 20 meters upstream. Not plant distress. Human distress, filtered through a plant that was in contact with a person who had been sitting in the same location for a very long time. He found Su Dao sitting in the bend of the river with his back against a boulder and his knees drawn up and a look on his face that Wei Muchen recognized from the 6 days after his mother had died, when he had been 15 and had not been able to find any adequate response to the size of what had happened. The valley floor around the river bend showed the aftermath of strip mining. Exposed subsoil and ragged terraces where topsoil had been removed, bare rock where roots had been torn out, the specific quiet of a place where nothing was growing that had any intention of growing, because the conditions that growing requires were no longer present. The agricultural terraces that had been here, he could see the remnant step-cut stone walls, had been destroyed, either deliberately or through negligence. "You're from the Verdant Hollow sect," Su Dao said. Wei Muchen looked at himself. He had stopped wearing sect clothing 2 months ago. "No. Your hands," Su Dao said. "The joint pattern. There's an old cultivation scroll that describes it, botanical resonance. My father showed it to me once. He said it was a ghost ability, didn't exist anymore." Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the boulder the boy was leaning on. The stone transmitted nothing. Stone was outside his range, but the soil beneath it transmitted the specific quiet of land that had lost its topsoil recently and was still in the early adjustment phase. "What sect did this?" he said. "A harvest company. Not a sect. They hire cultivation workers from 3 sects and operate without registering the harvests. They were here for 2 months." Su Dao's voice was even in the way a person's voice goes even when they have been talking about something long enough to exhaust the obvious emotional responses. "My family's Harvest Valley. 12 families. We grew the red stem ginger and the liver-healing clover for export to the southern markets. They paid my father for access rights for 1 season. Said they were surveying mineral deposits. They harvested the topsoil." Wei Muchen looked at the valley. The topsoil harvest technique was not new. You removed the surface layer of accumulated mineral wealth, centuries of decomposed organic material, and sold it to cultivation sects who needed high-grade growing medium for their specialized herb beds. The people who owned the land after were left with subsoil that would take a generation to rebuild under the best conditions. He pressed his palms into the exposed subsoil at the valley's edge. The signal was not quiet. He had expected quiet, the kind of absence he had felt in the ironwood tree's dead roots the day after the gray wood was sold. Instead, he received something that he spent a moment identifying. Dormancy, not death. The valley's root network was still there, compressed and starved into a minimal survival state, but not gone. Below the exposed subsoil, the deep fungal networks were intact. They had retracted upward input to conserve resources. They were waiting. "The valley can come back," he said. Su Dao looked at him. "Not quickly. Years. But the deep networks are intact. The harvest only took the surface layer. If you rebuild the topsoil chemistry and protect the exposed surface from wind erosion, the existing networks will begin extending again." He was reasoning it out as he spoke, which he recognized as his own habit. "I can give you a reconstruction protocol. There's no one to follow a protocol. All 12 families left. My father sent me to stay with his brother in the Thornwall sect's territory, and then he stopped. He didn't come after." Wei Muchen sat down on the gravel bar beside the boy. "I'm sorry," he said. He meant it without elaboration. The valley was a specific kind of loss, not just personal grief but the destruction of something that had been built over generations and could only be rebuilt by the same. He understood this from the plant's perspective in a way he could not have articulated, the way an old-growth stand understood itself as something that could not be recreated quickly no matter what you did to the soil. They sat for a while. "I can't actually give you a reconstruction protocol," Wei Muchen said eventually. "Not because I don't know what the valley needs. Because there's no one to implement it, and the rebuild takes years. But I can tell you that the valley itself is waiting." Su Dao looked at the exposed subsoil and the bare rock walls. "I thought everything was dead. Almost nothing is dead that looks dead to human eyes." Wei Muchen pressed his palm to the gravel bar. "The dormant ones are harder to hear. But they're there." Su Dao was quiet for a moment. Then, "Can you teach someone to hear them?" Wei Muchen considered this seriously. He had not been asked this before. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I think you need a specific orientation. Not an ability, an orientation. A willingness to receive information that isn't about your own goals." He paused. "Most cultivation training works against that. Most cultivation training wasn't what I was doing." Su Dao gestured at the valley. "This was my training." Wei Muchen looked at the boy's hands, which were calloused in the specific places that farm work calluses, not cultivation work. "Come with me for a month," he said. "If you can learn to hear anything, you'll know in a month." He did not know why he offered this. He had no room in his schedule for an apprentice. The habitat reconstructions alone would occupy him for months. But the valley was waiting, and the boy was sitting in it alone, And there was the obvious fact that if the orientation Wei Muchen had was teachable, then it needed to be taught before his hands stopped working. Su Dao stood up from the river bend. Okay, he said. They walked back toward the gray wood. Behind them, in the ruined terraces of the valley, the deep fungal networks continued their patient dormancy. The surface looked like a graveyard. Below the surface, everything that mattered was still intact. This, Wei Muchen thought, was always the thing people missed. Chapter 18. Public statement. Zhong Wui arrived at the Greywood's boundary in person on a morning when Wei Muchen was training Su Dao to receive. Training was not the right word. Wei Muchen had quickly established that he could not transmit the technique. The ability was not a technique. It was an orientation, and orientations had to be grown rather than transmitted. What he could do was create conditions under which the orientation might develop. He had Su Dao sitting with his palms flat on the graywood floor for 2 hours each morning, instructed to notice any impression that was not his own. Not to analyze it, not to interpret it, just to notice, and then to report. Day 1, Su Dao reported nothing. Wei Muchen said this was expected. Day 2, Su Dao reported a sensation of temperature differential that he couldn't explain. The soil felt warmer under his right palm than his left despite identical conditions. Wei Muchen checked. The root network ran slightly denser under the right palm, which produced measurably more biological heat. Su Dao had detected a real gradient. Day 7, Su Dao reported something that Wei Muchen initially dismissed and then reconsidered, a directional quality, like a faint pressure from the northeast. Wei Muchen pressed his own palms down and checked. The Starlace root cave was northeast. It was producing its most active growth phase, which would generate elevated biological signals. He did not say anything to Su Dao about this. He added it to his register under hypothesis. Orientation teachable if latent sensitivity exists and is not suppressed. This was the 7th day, which was also the morning Zhong Wui appeared. He came with a formation master. Wei Muchen had felt the formation master's equipment vibrating in the root network 2 hours before they arrived, and 6 cultivators who were clearly not decoration. He positioned himself at the Greywood's western boundary and waited, which meant he wanted to be found rather than approaching himself. Wei Muchen left Su Dao with specific instructions not to move from his training position and walk to the western boundary. The guild protection is contingent on your research status, Zhong Wui said without preamble. Your research status is contingent on actually producing research of guild value. A formation boundary around an overgrown forest is not guild research. The formation boundary does not currently exist, Wei Muchen said. Is that what you're planning to build? Zhong's expression did not shift. He was better controlled than Wei Muchen had expected. No arrogance, no heat, just the flat attention of a person who had already decided what they wanted and was assessing the most efficient path to obtaining it. The botanical resonance ability has practical applications in quality assessment of raw cultivation materials, Zhong said. I'm offering you a formal position. Research lead at the Apothecary Sovereign Sex Assessment Division. Salary, resources, legal standing. What would I be assessing? Raw herb batches from our cultivation operations. Quality grading, contaminant identification, growth cycle optimization. Wei Muchen looked at the formation master, who was quietly preparing boundary anchors in the soil. He pressed his boot heel lightly against the ground and felt the anchor points. They were positioned to form a circle roughly encompassing the Greywoods area. You're going to establish a containment boundary regardless of what I say, Wei Muchen said. The botanical resonance ability poses potential ecological disruption risk, Zhong said. Unregulated plant manipulation in a non-cultivated forest is a public safety concern. Wei Muchen looked at him for a moment. The Greywood currently supplies the Moonvale moss that is treating plague patients in the northern district, he said. If a containment boundary prevents the cultivation work I'm doing here, those patients will lose their treatment source. A containment boundary does not prevent cultivation work. It regulates it. It prevents me from maintaining the drainage networks that the Moonvale moss colony requires, because those networks extend beyond the boundary you're preparing. He did not raise his voice. There was no point in raising his voice. The guild's medical division is receiving fortnightly shipments from this site. You are proposing to interfere with those shipments. I'm proposing to regulate. I'm going to issue a public statement, Wei Muchen said, through the guild's communication network. Today, the statement will describe the work being done here, the medical value of its outputs, and the containment boundary that is being established. I'll let the guild and the public form their own conclusions about what Zhong Wui's containment boundary is protecting. The formation master had stopped working. Zhong Wui was still. The guild's upper council will support a statement documenting interference with active medical research. Shin Yuli stepped out from behind an ash tree 12 meters away with her guild badge visible and her notebook open. She had been there for approximately 10 minutes, which was longer than Wei Muchen had known. I've already drafted it. We were waiting to see if you'd withdraw. Zhong Wui looked between them. He was not a man who made loud decisions. Wei Muchen could see the calculation, the political cost of the statement against the political cost of withdrawal, the formation master's work half completed, the guild badge visible and the notebook open and the evidence already assembled. This conversation will be revisited, Zhong said. It will, Wei Muchen agreed. Zhong Wui left. The formation master packed his anchors. Wei Muchen went back to Su Dao, who had not moved from his training position and was now, from the look of it, deeply absorbed in whatever impressions the forest floor was producing. Northeast, Wei Muchen said. Su Dao opened his eyes. There was something else. South. Small. Wei Muchen pressed his palm down. South, small, the streamwood fern seedlings he had planted at the river bend habitat 2 weeks ago. They were establishing. That's the streamwood fern, he said. Su Dao was quiet for a moment. How far south, he said. 4 li. He watched the boy try to process the distance and the signal and what it implied about the scale of what he had just felt. Keep going, Wei Muchen said. You have an hour before I need you at the cave. Chapter 19. What the forest remember. He advanced to canopy speaker on a Tuesday, in the middle of a drainage channel inspection, which was not the dramatic setting he might have imagined for a cultivation breakthrough, but was appropriate in its own way. He had been receiving signals from the connected forest networks for weeks, the way you hear a distant conversation becoming more distinct as you move toward it. The Greywood's canopy was old, and old canopies had atmospheric networks that operated differently from root systems, slower in some frequencies, faster in others, with a sensitivity to air pressure and humidity change that root networks did not share. He had been trying to access the canopy network for 6 weeks. The barrier was not power, it was frequency, a different quality of signal that his existing reception could almost, but not quite resolve. He kept getting what he thought of as echoes, impressions that arrived slightly delayed, slightly smeared, like a voice heard through a wall. Then, in the middle of the drainage channel inspection, the wall became a door. He was waist-deep in the stream, checking the flow rate through the filter bed he had established, one hand against the gravel and one hand raised to steady himself against the bank's root exposure, when the canopy signal arrived clean. Not louder, clearer. The difference between distorted sound and actual sound. He stood very still. The graywood from above was a different thing than the graywood from below. Root networks were dense and specific, full of chemical detail, oriented toward immediate needs. Canopy networks were wide, distributed, carrying patterns over large areas, and the pattern that arrived was not the forest around him. It was a pattern of absences, a memory of what was no longer here. He received, all at once, glacier rivers that had existed 6 centuries ago, feeding a wetland network now drained. A mountain that the canopy's oldest trees remembered as a landmark, now quarried to a stump. Specific wind patterns altered by construction of a cultivation sex formation erased 30 years ago, changing the humidity gradient across 100 square kilometers. The extinct ecosystems he had been reconstructing piece by piece were not isolated. They had been parts of a single, interconnected pattern, and that pattern was still encoded in the memories of every forest that had touched its edges. He stood in the stream until the cold water made his lower half numb, receiving. When he climbed out, Su Dao was waiting on the bank with 2 dried biscuits and the particular expression of someone who had learned not to interrupt resonance sessions. How long? Wei Muchen said. 2 hours. His hands had taken a full year's worth of visible aging in a single session. The joints were pronounced, the palms mapped with fine white lines across the calluses. He pressed them together, and the ache was significant. He had known advancement cost. The first advancement had surprised him. Each subsequent one surprised him slightly less. The forest remembers a landscape that doesn't exist anymore, he said to Su Dao. The species I'm trying to reconstruct, they weren't isolated. They were parts of something continental. Connected watersheds, specific mountain shapes, old weather patterns. Su Dao handed him a biscuit. Can you rebuild that? Not alone. Not in my lifetime. He received the biscuit and thought. But if I understand the pattern, I can place each reconstruction in the right location relative to the others. Each site I establish isn't just a species, it's a node, part of the larger structure. He looked at the graywood around him. Old trees, patient root networks, canopy transmitting its wide-angle memory. The forest has been waiting for someone to see the whole picture, he said. Su Dao was quiet for a moment. Can I feel that? Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the bank's exposed root. He transmitted what he could, not the full reception, which required the canopy speaker frequency he had just accessed, but the outline of it, the shape of the absence. Su Dao's eyes went wide. Not the trained subtlety reaction Wei Muchen had expected. Wide, like someone who has not expected to look out a window and found instead of a wall, a horizon. He said nothing. He let the boy sit with it. The Greywood's canopy moved overhead in the afternoon wind, transmitting. Chapter 20. The morning the forest went silent, the eviction notice arrived in the form of a legal document delivered by a sect enforcement officer who handed it to Shun Yuli at the Greywood's boundary and left without meeting anyone's eyes. The document was clean, brief, and technically correct. The Greywood forest land had been purchased by a registered company called Greenstone Agricultural Holdings, which was, per their public filing, a subsidiary of 3 other companies, the last of which was the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's asset management division. The purchase had been completed through proper channels. The previous owners, a village commune that had nominally held the land for generational timber rights, had accepted a settlement. Wei Muchen read it twice. He did this the right way, he said. Yes, Shin Yuli said. She was right to sound troubled by this. An illegal move could be countered legally. A legal move required a different response, which was either a counter-purchase, they did not have resources for this, or an extended legal challenge, which would take years, or something else. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the ground and stayed with that for a moment. He had been working in the Greywood for 4 months. He had the Moonvale moss colony, the starlace root in the cave, the streamwood fern seedlings at the river bend, 6 other habitat preparation sites in various stages, and the beginning of an understanding of the continental pattern that was the most important thing he had learned since the first day he pressed his palms into the lotus field. The ironwood tree's signal was the same it had always been. Slow, patient, unchanging. Su Dao appeared from the interior. He had been at his morning practice. He saw the document in Shun Yuli's hands and read their faces. Where do we go? He said. Not a bad question. Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat and extended his reception as wide as the canopy speaker range would allow, which was wide now, considerably wider than it had been before the advancement. He received the pattern of the landscape beyond the Greywood, the Thornwall Sect's territory to the north, with its mineral springs and its cave systems and its fossil-patterned rock walls that transmitted the old, deep signals he had been noticing for weeks. The signals that canopy speaker had let him hear clearly now. The Ashbel Peaks. He had been hearing them for a week as signal at distance. Old signals, deep signals, the kind that implied long continuity without interruption. Botanical memory measured in centuries, not decades. North, he said. The Ashbel Peaks. Shin Yuli was already writing. He spent the rest of that day doing something he had been putting off, walking the Greywood with his palms against every significant tree, explaining, in the way he could explain things, what was going to happen. He did not know if the plants understood in any way that would help them. He knew that they transmitted, back to him, what he was now confident enough to call acknowledgement. Something that said, received, understood, adapt. The ironwood tree, when he reached it at dusk, was the last. He pressed both palms against its root extension, the far-reaching root that had first transmitted calm to him on the day he had collapsed in overload, and stayed for a long time. The tree transmitted its slow, rhythmic signal. Direction, at the end. He had not expected this. Not toward the Ashbel Peaks. He had already decided that. Toward something in the Ashbel Peaks, specific, narrow. A signal of the same quality he had received from the canopy's oldest memories. The Ashbel Peaks cave systems, he understood suddenly, would have fossil walls. And fossils, he had been beginning to suspect, were not dead. He came out of the session and found the Greywood silent. Not ambient quiet. Silent. Every plant had withdrawn to its baseline minimum. The entire forest transmission had dropped to the faintest possible signal. The equivalent, he understood, of breath held. He stood in the center of it and looked at the ironwood tree. The enforcement officers arrived at dawn the next day and found only trampled grass where Wei Muchen's camp had been. The forest was silent. One officer later reported that he found every plant in a state he described as like pressed flowers, intact, but somehow absent. He walked through the Greywood for an hour and found nothing growing, nothing transmitting, nothing alive in any way that his instruments could measure. He left. The Greywood had not died. Wei Muchen knew this because he was carrying its signal in his own reception, the ironwood's rhythm, still transmitting in his chest like a borrowed heartbeat. Some things, the canopy speaker frequency had taught him, went dormant rather than destroyed. He walked north with Su Dao on one side and Shin Yuli on the other, and the Ashbel Peaks ahead, and the forest fell silent behind him, waiting for conditions to be right again. They always were, eventually. Chapter 21. The weight of a debt Tin Bolin had not wanted to come. This was evident from the way he had organized the journey. 3 days of advance notices to his board about a northern research consultation. Specific wording that technically described what he was doing without revealing that he was traveling toward a forest Wei Muchen had just been evicted from, on the word of a 20-year-old herb picker who claimed the Ashbel Peaks were botanically significant. He rode behind Wei Muchen's cart and said nothing for the first hour of travel. Then, my medicinal garden. Wei Muchen was watching the terrain through the canopy speaker range, the signal landscape shifting as they moved north, the Greywood's memory fading behind them, and something older, deeper, beginning to develop at the edges of his reception. What about it, he said. 3 years I spent on that problem. 3 teams of specialists. The construction approval went through in 11 days after your assessment. The filter bed is planted. Tan Bolin paused. I want to be clear about what I owe you. The territorial access was sufficient. The territorial access was a transaction. That's different. Another pause. I'm not comfortable with debts I can't quantify. Wei Muchen had, over the past months, developed a partial understanding of Tan Bolin's communication style. The elder did not offer things directly. He established the conditions under which a thing could be offered, and then waited for the other person to name the offer, at which point he could either accept or decline without being seen as having initiated. He was, Wei Muchen had concluded, not a bad person. He was a person who had spent 30 years in minor sect politics and had learned to protect himself through indirection, which had become a habit so deep it applied to situations that did not require protection. The Ashbel Peaks are Thornwall sect territory, Wei Muchen said. I need to work there without interference from your inner disciples, and I need access to the cave systems on the northern face. The northern face caves are unstable, Tan Bolin said immediately. They're stable. They're just old. Your sect's survey records designated them unstable 80 years ago to discourage exploration, because there was a disputed boundary claim with the neighboring sect at the time. The claim was settled 60 years ago, and nobody updated the designation. A silence. How do you know the cave survey was a false designation? The route network running through the Ashbel Peaks north face transmits no stress signals consistent with structural instability. A cave system under active geological stress would produce very specific soil chemistry changes that would be reflected in the plants above it. The plants above the northern face caves have been transmitting the same signal for at least a century, without variation. You read all of that from here. I started reading it a week ago when the canopy speaker range became wide enough to reach the peaks. Tan Bolin was quiet for several minutes. The inner disciples, he said at last, will not be your problem. I'll position this as a guild research project that the Thornwall sect is hosting. That's accurate. It is. The cave access I'll authorize as a geological survey reclassification. Also accurate. Also accurate. Su Dao, sitting beside Wei Muchen, had been listening to this exchange with the focused attention he brought to everything Wei Muchen did. He had also, over the past week, been demonstrating that whatever sensitivity he was developing could pick up not just stationary plant signals, but signals in motion, the passing impressions of plants viewed from a moving cart. There's something ahead, Su Dao said quietly. Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the cart's wooden footboard, which was insufficient for clear reception but enough for direction sense. He felt it too. The Ashbel Peaks signal, which had been a distant pattern in his canopy range reception for days, was sharper now. Not urgency. Nothing like the lotus field's distress that had started all of this. Something older. The quality of a place that had been transmitting for a very long time, and was now transmitting toward him specifically. He looked north. The Ashbel Peaks were visible on the horizon, gray-white rock above the tree-line, old and patient. Yes, he said. They reached the Thornwall sect's outer gate by late afternoon, and Tan Bolin's name produced the gate guard's full attention and no delay. And by evening they were in the sect's guest compound, with Xin Yuli writing in her notebook by lamplight, and Su Dao asleep without apparent difficulty, and Wei Muchen sitting in the dark with his palms against the compound's garden soil, listening to the Ashbel Peaks signal closer and clearer. The caves on the northern face were waiting. He was going to find something in them. He could feel this with the same certainty he had felt standing at the aquifer's edge, for months ago, before everything had changed. Chapter 22. Fossils that weren't dead. He reached the Ashbel Peaks northern cave system on his second day there. The signal had been pulling him toward the north face since they arrived, a directional quality that the canopy speaker range rendered with a precision he was still learning to trust. He followed it through terrain that the Thornwall sect's disciples were clearly suspicious of, but could not obstruct without directly contradicting Tan Bolin's guest authorization. The cave entrance was small. Su Dao had to duck. Wei Muchen, taller, entered sideways. Inside, the cave opened into something larger, a vaulted space 40 meters deep, the walls covered in the layered geological strata of centuries, and embedded in those strata, pressed into the stone in negative relief, the unmistakable forms of ancient plants. He stopped, not because the sight was overwhelming, though it was. Because the moment he crossed the cave threshold, his reception changed. He had known, intellectually, that fossils were not alive. He had never received a signal from a fossil. They were dead matter, like the dried herbs at the verdant hollow sect stores, silent under his palms. This was one of his ability's acknowledged limitations. But these fossils were transmitting. Not clearly. Not with the biological urgency of a living plant. Something fainter and older. The quality of an old letter whose ink had faded, but whose content was still legible to someone who knew what they were looking for. Not life, exactly. Memory encoded in chemistry, in the mineral replacement of cell walls, in the specific crystalline patterns that fossilization created in biological tissue. He pressed both palms flat against the cave wall. The signal that came back was enormous. Not a single plant, but an ecosystem, preserved here in compressed form. The canopy speaker range showing him, for the first time, the complete community structure of a botanical world that had existed before human cultivation began. Interconnected species, their specific spatial relationships, the chemical signatures of their seasonal cycles, the texture of the atmosphere they had created and inhabited. He came out of the session 2 hours later with his hands numb from the cold stone and his eyes watering from the darkness. Su Dao was sitting at the cave entrance with his back against the rock, waiting. "You were in there a long time," Su Dao said. "I know." Wei Muchen pressed his hands together. The cold and the extended session had made the joint pain sharp and specific, each knuckle a clear point of ache. He would need to be more careful about session length in stone environments. The cold amplified the aging cost. The fossils here contain complete ecosystem records. I need Xinyuli. She sent food. Su Dao held up 2 wrapped parcels. Wei Muchen ate without noticing the content and thought about what he had received. The extinct ecosystems he had been working to reconstruct were not random species. They were components of a specific community that had been the dominant botanical pattern in this region before human cultivation began altering it. Each species he rebuilt was a piece of a structure, and the structure had requirements, internal relationships, specific spatial arrangements, interdependencies that couldn't function unless the right combination of species was present. He had been working correctly without knowing why. The root networks and canopy memories that had been guiding him had been pointing him toward the pieces of this structure, one at a time, in an order that made sense only when you saw the whole. The Ashbel Peaks fossil record was a blueprint. "I need to make a map," he said. Su Dao produced, from inside his jacket, a folded sheet of blank paper and a charcoal stick. Wei Muchen looked at him. "Xinyuli said you'd want to map something," Su Dao said. "She said to give you this when you came out." He unfolded the paper, pressed it against his knee, and began drawing. Chapter 23. The 7-day trial. The challenge came on day 3, announced at morning assembly by a young cultivator named Shou Lianping, who had the particular confidence of someone who had spent 23 years being the most capable person in most rooms he entered. He was the Thornwall sect's inner disciple representative, which meant, Tin Bolin explained quietly and without visible emotion, that he was entitled to formally contest any resource claim made by a guest researcher on sect territory. The northern caves were sect territory. Wei Muchen's presence, there was a resource claim. The 7-day trial was traditional. Wei Muchen could decline and lose access to the caves, or accept and compete in 7 challenges over 7 days, with the winner having formal claim to the contested resource. Shou Lianping had the look of someone who expected him to decline. Wei Muchen agreed to the trial. Xinyuli's expression when he told her was carefully neutral, which meant she was choosing not to say what she thought. Su Dao had no such restraint. "You cannot fight him," Su Dao said. "I know. He's a 5th-rank fire cultivator. He melted a practice dummy into a puddle this morning. I watched. I know. You cannot fight anyone. I know that too." Wei Muchen was pressing his palm against the wall of the guest compound's garden. The garden was small and not particularly healthy. The Thornwall sect's resources went into their medicinal garden, not their decorative grounds, but the root network ran under it, and through it, to the caves. "I don't need to win the challenges. I need to not lose them." Su Dao looked at him. "Those are the same thing. They're actually quite different." The first challenge was announced the following morning, an endurance run through the Ashbel Peaks training briar maze. Wei Muchen arrived at the maze entrance and spent 2 minutes looking at the briars before placing his palms against the nearest root cluster. The briars transmitted, consistently, a nitrogen imbalance, too much available nitrogen from the leaf litter accumulation, which was pushing them toward dense foliar growth rather than horizontal expansion. Their natural growth direction was being cramped. He transmitted back something very specific, the direction in which expanded root space was available. He did not ask them to move. He identified what they needed and pointed toward where they could get it. The Briars made their own decision about how to respond, which was to extend in the direction he indicated, which happened to clear a path approximately wide enough for one person moving carefully. He walked through the maze in 18 minutes. Shou Lianping, cutting through with fire cultivation, completed it in 12. The challenge judges debated for 20 minutes about whether Wei Muchen had finished within a valid margin. They ruled yes. Shou Lianping did not make the objection Wei Muchen had expected, that Wei Muchen had manipulated the terrain. He made a different objection, that Wei Muchen had finished it all. He took the path that opened, Shou Lianping said to the judges, and then turned to Wei Muchen directly. You somehow made the briars clear a path. The briars grew in a specific direction. I happened to follow that direction. You made them. Can anyone present confirm that I instructed a plant to do anything? Wei Muchen looked at the assembled disciples. Nobody could confirm this, because nothing he had done was visible. The briars grew. I followed. The direction they grew happened to be useful. Shou Lianping looked at the briar maze. He was not stupid. Wei Muchen could see that he understood, at least partially, what had happened. What he could not do was prove it. The next challenge, Wei Muchen said. He was beginning to understand Shou Lianping in a way that made the confrontation more interesting. The young man was genuinely capable. His fire cultivation was real. His physical ability was real. His sect pride was real. He had never encountered a situation where his advantages were irrelevant. That experience was not comfortable, and discomfort was producing in him something that looked like arrogance, but was actually something more interesting. Genuine confusion. He had expected a runaway herb picker. He was getting something he did not have a category for. Tin Bolin watched from the side with his arms folded and said nothing. His expression, which Wei Muchen had learned to read with some accuracy over the past months, indicated a man who was revising an assessment he had made an error. He was not the only one. Chapter 24. The poison test. The second challenge was identification. 23 herb specimens, mixed basket, separate the poisonous from the safe. Wei Muchen was given 15 minutes. He finished in 1. He did not run through the basket. He pressed both palms against the basket's rim, which was wood, not great for transmission, but connected to the floor's root network via the leg joints, and waited for the plants to identify themselves. The poisonous ones were the easiest. They transmitted what he had always received from toxic plants, a warning quality signal, not designed to repel him specifically, but functioning that way because his reception was broad enough to catch it. The same way certain colors in nature communicated danger to species that could perceive them. He separated them in 6 minutes. The remaining 9 minutes he spent on something he had not planned. 2 of the herbs in the safe category were not in his experience safe in the way they were being used. Not poisonous, genuinely non-toxic, but mislabeled in the sect's catalog in a way that had practical consequences. He received this from the plants themselves, a quality of what he could only describe as mild offense, the plant signal equivalent of a person whose name has been consistently mispronounced. He separated those 2 as well and wrote on a separate piece of paper what they actually were and what they were being mislabeled as, along with 3 conditions under which the mislabeling would cause clinical problems if the herbs were administered based on the wrong identification. He set this paper beside the separated samples when his time was called. The judge, an elderly herbalist from the sect's medical branch, looked at his selection, verified it, and then looked at the supplementary paper. She read it twice. Then she looked at Wei Muchen. He said nothing. She looked at Shou Lianping. Correct on all 23, she said. Also correct on the 2 supplemental identifications. A pause. We have been administering red thread clover under the autumn stem protocol for 40 years. If this assessment is accurate, we have been underdosing by 30%. The red thread clover's active compound concentration is density dependent, Wei Muchen said. Your cultivation protocol has been growing it in dilute soil, which reduces the concentration. The standard dosage chart assumes high-density, growing conditions. The judge turned to the disciple record keeper and said something that Wei Muchen did not hear, because Shou Lianping had stepped forward. You read all of that from touching the basket, he said. The basket's rim, Wei Muchen said. In 1 minute. The basket's rim had contact with the table, which had contact with the floor. Shou Lianping was quiet for a moment. He was not the type to handle this by dismissal. Wei Muchen was reading him better now. He was the type to handle it by doubling down on what he understood: strength, competition, direct confrontation. Ambiguous victories did not satisfy him. 5 more challenges, he said. Yes, Wei Muchen agreed. I'm going to win one of them clearly. I hope you do, Wei Muchen said, and meant it. because a trial that ended with Shou Lianping feeling only humiliated would produce a longer-term problem than one that ended with some genuine demonstration of what the young man was capable of. What he needed was not Shou Lianping's defeat. What he needed was Shou Lianping's eventual acceptance that two different kinds of capability could occupy the same territory without competing. He was not confident this was achievable, but he had rebuilt an extinct ecosystem from scratch using nothing but patience and correct listening. He was willing to try difficult things. Behind him, the sect's medical herbalists were gathered around the judge and the supplementary paper, and 3 of them had already gone to fetch their own notation materials. He recognized, made allies he had not planned for. Chapter 25. What Rohua wanted. The Petal Empress arrived on day 5, which was 2 days earlier than Shou Lianping's trial was complete, and 4 days before anyone had expected her. She sent advance notice, 2 hours. This was courtesy, not warning. She did not need to give warning. The Thornwall sect's outer boundary cultivators scrambled in the time between notice and arrival to appear organized, and Tan Bolin appeared at Wei Muchen's cave entrance with an expression that was approximately 6 separate concerns managed simultaneously into a single flat look. Rohua, he said. I know, Wei Muchen said. He had felt her approach for longer than the 2-hour notice. The canopy speaker range picked up the particular atmospheric disturbance that a high-level cultivator moving through a forest created, the way the plants compressed slightly in response to concentrated cultivation pressure. It was a distinctive signal. He had been tracking it for half a day. He came out of the cave. She was, in person, more than her reputation accounted for. She was tall and moved with the precise economy of someone who had spent decades ensuring that no motion was wasted. She wore traveling clothes in rust and gray that managed to look deliberate rather than functional, and her face had the quality of someone who was older than their appearance suggested, not because she looked old, but because the certainty in her expression required more than youth could produce. She looked at Wei Muchen's hands first. You're younger than I expected, she said. You're earlier, he said. A brief pause. He had the impression this was not a common response. She had come with 6 cultivators who spread out at discrete distances in the way of people who were simultaneously protection and demonstration. The Thornwall sect's disciples watched from a careful radius that Tan Bolin was maintaining through what appeared to be force of will alone. The guild has been making noise about your work here, Rohua said. I wanted to see it. The cave system is 40 meters back, Wei Muchen said. The fossil records are extensive. I don't want to see the caves. She looked at the Ashbel Peak's north face. I want to see what you're going to do with them. He considered how to answer this. The fossil records contain complete ecosystem maps of the pre-cultivation botanical community. I'm going to use them to understand what the species I've been reconstructing are supposed to connect to. The reconstruction work isn't random. It's structural. Each site is a node in a pattern that only makes sense at continental scale. Continental scale, she said, without audible skepticism, which was more interesting than skepticism. The moonveil moss, the starlace root, the streamwood fern, they were never isolated species. They were components of an interconnected biome. The fossil record here shows the structure of that biome. Each reconstruction I complete makes the next reconstruction easier, because the ecosystem builds support for itself. She was watching him with the focused attention of someone assessing an investment rather than a curiosity. The sustainable alternative you mentioned, she said, when you were in the Greywood. High-density life force plants cultivated for consumption. Yes. You weren't able to produce enough in 60 days. No. But the principle is sound. Yes. The high-energy cultivar I produced demonstrated the concept. With proper ecosystem support, the right soil community, the right companion plants, the density could be increased significantly. The Greywood was the wrong location for the scale you'd need. She looked at the Ashbel Peaks. And this location, she said, is relevant to a different part of the reconstruction, not to what you're asking about. He was honest about this because the alternative was a misunderstanding that would be more expensive later. What you need would require a dedicated cultivation site designed around your specific intake requirements. I would need to understand those requirements in detail to design the site. She looked at him for a moment. You're telling me you don't have what I need yet. I'm telling you I can produce it, but not in a timeline that would affect your current situation. The mineral springs in the Ashbel Peaks. He watched her carefully. Your scouts have been assessing them. For a month, she said. Yes. The springs feed the cold mineral cave ecosystem that the frostlung blossom requires. The frostlung blossom is part of the continental pattern I'm reconstructing. If the springs are diverted, I lose that reconstruction site. And if I need the springs, then I need to find an alternative source for what the springs provide, which means more time. She looked at him. He looked back. She was, he thought, the most genuinely reasonable antagonist he had encountered, which made her significantly more difficult than Zhong Wui. Zhong was driven by control and scarcity. Rohua was driven by a logic that was internally consistent, that viewed the world as a system of stronger and weaker entities and arranged herself accordingly. She was not cruel. She was simply operating from a premise he could not accept. 60 more days, she said. Produce a viable high-energy cultivar at scale sufficient for my requirements, and I'll leave the springs. And if I can't in 60 days, then I'll take the springs, and you'll find your alternative. She turned and walked back toward the Thornwall Sect's outer boundary with her 6 cultivators forming up around her, and the Ashbel Peak's canopy transmitted the compressed signal of her departure as she moved through it. He pressed his palms against the nearest root cluster and received the spring ecosystem's signal. Cold, mineral-rich, dense with the specific chemistry the frost-lung blossom required, and beneath it, the dormant seeds in the cave seep pools that he had identified 3 days ago. He had 57 days. He went back into the caves. Chapter 26. The Guild's Price. Shen Yuli arrived at the Ashbel Peaks on day 6 of the trial, 2 days after Rohua's departure, with guild authorization and a specific offer that Wei Muchen did not like. She laid it out over the evening meal in the guest compound's common room with the directness she used when she already knew the recipient was not going to be pleased. The guild will fund your reconstruction work, site preparation, material sourcing, labor if you need it, in exchange for exclusive first purchase rights on every extinct species you cultivate. No, Wei Muchen said. Let me finish. The exclusive first purchase clause makes me a monopoly. I spent the last 4 months refusing to become Zhong Wui's alternative. Agreeing to this makes me Zhong Wui. Shen Yuli set down her chopsticks. This was a tell. She set things down when she was choosing her next words carefully. The Petal Empress is eating through the southern cultivation forests at a rate the guild calculates will reach critical threshold in 8 years, she said. In 8 years, 11 species that provide key treatments for conditions currently managed by guild-licensed physicians will no longer exist in harvestable quantities. The guild needs a guaranteed alternative supply. I know. You cannot provide a guaranteed alternative supply if you are managing the politics and funding and legal protection of every site yourself. I know that too. He pressed his palms against the table's surface. Wood, poor reception, but the floor below ran a root extension from the compound garden that gave him a thin signal. Habit. He was always finding the root connections. I will not restrict access to extinct species to a single purchaser. I will sell at fair price to anyone with a legitimate medical need, with the guild having advance notice of availability for planning purposes. That's the maximum exclusivity I'll agree to. The council wants guarantee of supply. What the council wants is control of scarcity. I am not interested in recreating scarcity. She looked at him for a long moment. You understand, she said, that refusing this means the guild's funding goes toward developing its own cultivation solutions, which will be less effective and take longer, and in the meantime people will lack treatment. Yes. And you're refusing anyway. I'm offering an alternative. The guild gets advance notice, which means it can plan supply chains. It gets fair pricing, which is more stable than exclusive pricing. It gets my ongoing cooperation, which has demonstrably produced results that the guild's internal programs have not. He pressed his palms flat. What I will not give is exclusivity, because exclusivity is the mechanism by which Zhong Wui constructed his monopoly, and I am not interested in doing that with a guild stamp on it. Shen Yuli picked up her chopsticks again. I'll take the counteroffer back to the council, she said. They won't like it. I know. Tell them I'm aware of what they could withhold, and I'm making the offer anyway. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to say something she had been choosing not to say. You know, the guild council has 3 members who are affiliated with the Salted Council. Whatever counteroffer I bring back will be influenced by interests that are not guild interests. He filed this. The Salted Council's name had appeared in a few contexts over the past months, always in relation to land rights or cultivation access disputes, never in a way that made its actual structure clear. Tell me what you know about the Salted Council. Land rights body. 7 ruling families, regional control over about 60% of the cultivation-suitable land on the continent. Old money, old authority, extremely not interested in anything that makes barren land fertile. Because fertile land is worth less if everyone can make their land fertile. Their entire asset base is predicated on controlling which land is productive. She paused. You make exhausted soil recover. You make extinct plants grow. If either of those things scales, the Salted Council's economic model collapses. Wei Muchen looked at his hands. They're not going to be the last problem I face, he said. No, Shen Yuli agreed. They're going to be a consistent, institutional, extremely patient problem. She was right, and he knew it. and he went to bed with this knowledge settling into the ongoing list of things he was working on and had not yet solved. In the morning, the trial continued. Chapter 27. The challenge. Shou won. The third challenge was combat, and Shou Lianping won it cleanly. Wei Muchen had not tried to arrange this outcome. He had tried to survive it, which was a different problem, and had managed approximately 60 seconds of active evasion before a fire strike clipped his left shoulder, and the challenge judge called it in Shou Lianping's favor. He landed on the arena's edge and sat for a moment, checking the shoulder. Not burned. The strike had been controlled, calibrated to demonstrate rather than injure. He would be bruised badly, and the joint would ache for a week. Shou Lianping crossed the arena without the swaggering approach Wei Muchen had expected. He stopped 3 meters away and extended a hand. That was a real combat challenge, he said. You didn't manipulate the terrain. You didn't ask the arena moss to do anything. The arena moss is decorative. It doesn't have much to say. Shou Lianping was still holding out his hand. Wei Muchen took it. They completed the formal acknowledgement grip, and he let Shou Lianping pull him to his feet. You could have avoided the challenge, Shou Lianping said. Found a reason to withdraw. You didn't. I needed to know whether there was a version of this where I fought and lost, and we were still able to work in the same territory. Shou Lianping looked at him. Is there? Wei Muchen said. A pause. Then, yes. I think there is. They stood in the arena for a moment with the smell of fire cultivation smoke in the air and the Ashbel Peak's canopy transmitting above them, old and patient. The briar maze, Shou Lianping said. The way they moved. They grew in the direction they had available space. That's what you said. That's what happened. But you showed them where the available space was. Wei Muchen looked at him. Shou Lianping was, as he had estimated, not stupid. Yes, Wei Muchen said. That's not manipulation. That's information. Shou Lianping's expression was doing the thing it had been doing since the maze, the recalibration of a framework encountering something it had not accounted for. You give them information, they respond according to what they already wanted. The technique isn't mysterious. It's just paying attention to what they need and communicating it. Any cultivator with sufficient sensitivity and patience could learn the communication part. He paused. The patience is the harder part. Shou Lianping looked at his own hands, fire cultivator's hands, the skin over the index fingers slightly rough from sustained projection. I don't have patience, he said. No, Wei Muchen agreed. You have speed and precision. Those are useful too. 4 more challenges remained in the 7-day trial. Shou Lianping won that one. Wei Muchen won the rest. Or, more precisely, the rest produced results that the judges could not clearly assign to either of them, which by default went to Wei Muchen as the territory challenger. The final challenge, a botanical identification test similar to the herb basket. Shou Lianping completed correctly on 21 of 23 specimens, and Wei Muchen on all 23, and the difference was the 2 that Shou Lianping's training had not covered, but the plants themselves informed Wei Muchen of directly. At the trial's close, the formal verdict gave Wei Muchen cave access and research rights in the Ashbel Peak's northern face. Shou Lianping, at the announcement, crossed the floor to where Wei Muchen was standing and said, the high-energy cultivar you're trying to grow for the Petal Empress. What does it need? Wei Muchen told him. Shou Lianping took notes. Tan Bolin watched this from the back of the room with an expression Wei Muchen had not previously seen on him, which he eventually identified as surprised relief. Chapter 28. The refusal that mattered. The refusal that changed things was Tan Bolin's. It did not feel significant at the time. A minor sect elder declining access to a cold spring for a cultivation empress. It was not a military act or a legal challenge. Tan Bolin simply told Rohua's representative, who arrived on day 12 of Wei Muchen's presence in the Ashbel Peaks, that the mineral springs in the Northern Territory were currently subject to a guild research agreement, and he was not in a position to grant access during the agreement's duration. This was technically true. Shen Yuli had drawn up a research agreement covering the Northern Spring ecosystem 2 days prior, specifically because Wei Muchen had asked her to. Tan Bolin's representative reported back that Rohua's representative had thanked him with perfect courtesy and departed. She'll be back, Wei Muchen said. I know, Tan Bolin said. He was looking at the northern mountains. I know she will. The Thornwall sect's position is untenable if she decides to enforce, Tan Bolin said. We don't have the resources to resist her directly. The formal refusal will hold for a few weeks. The guild agreement provides political cover, but it's not a permanent solution. It doesn't need to be permanent. It needs to hold until the frost-lung blossom germinates, and I have viable specimens established far enough that moving the springs becomes less catastrophic. He pressed his palm against the compound wall. 30 more days, possibly 40. Tan Bolin turned to look at him. You cannot guarantee that timeline, he said. No, but you think you can hit it. I think the spore activation is progressing correctly, and the mineral chemistry is closer to threshold than I expected. The frostlung blossom's dormancy break responds to a specific calcium-magnesium ratio in the water rather than temperature. The spring's current chemistry is within range. When does the ratio hit threshold? Based on what I've received from the seep pools, probably 12 to 20 days. He paused. The problem is that if Rohwa's forces interfere with the spring's flow before that, the ratio destabilizes and we start over. Tan Bolan nodded once, the single nod of a decision made. I'll maintain the refusal, he said. 30 days. After that, the guild agreement expires and I can't extend it without council authorization I don't have access to. 30 days is enough. Tan Bolan looked at the mountains again. If it isn't, he said, and the Empress decides the formal refusal is no longer a sufficient reason to wait, I want you to understand the position my sect is in. Wei Muchen understood exactly the position the sect was in. A minor sect that publicly defied a continental-level power had approximately 1 chance to be vindicated by the political consequences of that defiance, and approximately 3 chances to be quietly destroyed before anyone could act on those political consequences. I know, he said. I'm telling you because I want you to know I'm aware of the risk. I know that too, and I'm still refusing her. He said this with the same compressed certainty that he used when he was doing something he had decided was correct without being comfortable about it, which was, Wei Muchen had observed, how Tan Bolan did most things he actually believed in. He went back to the caves. The frostlung blossom's dormant seeds were transmitting more clearly than yesterday. The threshold chemistry was approaching. 12 days, possibly less. The spring's calcium-magnesium ratio was within 2 degrees of the activation point, and he could feel the seed's signal shifting from the lockdown quality of deep dormancy to something slightly less certain of its own stillness. Su Dao, sitting at the cave entrance, reported a directional impression from southeast, the Starlace Root Cave in the Grey Wood, which was now uninhabited and without anyone maintaining its drainage channels. Is it in distress? Wei Muchen asked. Su Dao pressed his palms flat against the earth and was quiet for a moment. Not distress, he said carefully. More like asking, where are you? Wei Muchen felt this through his own reception, a faint, background signal from the Greywood's root network, which still reached this far at canopy speaker range. The Starlace root colony was intact. The cave environment was maintaining on its own, the biology running the system he had designed for it. It was asking in the way something alive asks when the person it is accustomed to is absent. Tell it I know, he said. Su Dao looked at him. I can't send. The frostlung blossom's dormant seeds were connected to this network. Through the network, they were connected to populations of their species that had existed in other locations centuries ago, encoded in the chemical memory of the fungal threads. The mycorrhizal network contained a history that went deeper than anything he had reached before. The frostlung blossom's germination is beginning, he told Su Dao. It will take another week to produce visible seedlings, but the biochemical activation has started. He paused. We're going to need to keep the spring water chemistry stable through that week. Rohwa's forces cannot touch the springs during that period. Su Dao was quiet for a moment. Tan Bolan's 30 days, he said. We have 15 left. It's enough. And if it isn't? Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the earth and felt the mycorrhizal network running under his hand. Vast, slow, connected, older than the current cultivation era by millennia. Then we work faster, he said. Chapter 30. The map under the battlefield on day 17. Rohwa's forces arrived at the Ashbel Peak's outer boundary. Not the advanced scouts Wei Muchen had been tracking through the canopy range for 3 days. The actual forces, 40 cultivators, minimum, moving in 2 columns toward the mineral springs from different approach directions. Standard encirclement for a resource seizure. Textbook positioning for denying a single point of access. Tan Bolan's disciples, who had been maintaining a watch rotation at the boundary, sent a runner to the guest compound within 20 minutes of the column's appearance. Wei Muchen was already at the spring when the runner arrived. He had felt the approach through the mycorrhizal network's atmospheric sensitivity. A large group of cultivators, the specific pressure they created, transmitted through the soil like a vibration. He had one palm against the spring's edge and was reading the water chemistry. The calcium-magnesium ratio was at 97% of the frostlung blossom's germination threshold. 3 days, he said. Maybe 2. Shin Yuli appeared beside him, notebook open, having come from the compound at a pace that she would have called a fast walk and most people would have called running. The guild agreement, she said, gives Tan Bolan cover for refusal, not enforcement power, he said. Can the guild deploy? Not fast enough. The nearest guild enforcement post is 6 days' travel. He pressed his palm harder against the spring. The mycorrhizal network under the Ashbel Peaks approach terrain ran in 3 dense threads directly beneath the 2 columns approach routes. He had mapped this, not planning to use it, just mapping because mapping was what he did. But he had spent the last week in daily contact with the network, and the network had begun responding to him with the same quality of familiarity that the Greywoods root system had developed after months of contact. He couldn't fight 40 cultivators. He could tell the mycorrhizal network what he was worried about, and the network could do whatever the mycorrhizal network, given its own preferences about its territory, wanted to do. The fungal networks did not create obstacles the way root ridges did. They were too diffuse for that, too slow for sudden physical intervention. What they did do, Wei Muchen had noticed in the cave readings, was respond to disruption by redistributing soil moisture. A mycorrhizal network stressed by foot traffic over its threads would draw moisture inward, away from the surface, which produced a very specific effect. Soil that appeared normal, but shifted under weight in ways that felt, to someone walking across it, profoundly wrong. Like walking on a surface that was reliably dry until you weren't sure whether it was dry at all. He pressed both palms flat and thought about what he needed. The network received this the way it received everything he sent, not as instruction but as information about a problem, which the network then addressed according to its own response patterns. The first column, moving through the north approach route, slowed on the 4th kilometer. Reports came back to Rohua's command group that the terrain was behaving oddly. No visible obstruction, nothing to fight, just a persistent wrong feeling in the ground that made the column's cultivators uncertain about footing in a way that generated instinctive caution. The second column hit the same phenomenon on the east approach. Neither column stopped. They slowed significantly. Wei Muchen turned back to the spring. 2 days, he said. I need 2 days. Xianxia had been writing. I'm formally submitting a preservation claim through guild authority. It won't stop her forces physically, but it creates a legal record of interference with guild research. Good. Tinbolin is going to formally object to military encroachment on Thornwall sect territory. Also good. Neither of those things stops 40 cultivators. I know. He pressed his palm to the spring's edge. The water was cold, mineral sharp, exactly what the frostlung blossom needed. The seeds in the seep pools below were at the activation edge, straining toward germination with the slow urgency of something that had been waiting 2 centuries for the right conditions. I'm going to ask Shou Lianping to take his disciples to the eastern approach. Xianxia looked up. Thornwall sect disciples blocking Rohua's forces. Formally maintaining the Thornwall sect's territorial boundary, which is their legal right, while I complete registered guild research within their territory. He paused. Shou Lianping won't like the politics. But he understands territory, and he understands what we're protecting. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. He might, she said. He went to find Shou Lianping. The mycorrhizal network under the approach routes continued its slow, patient redistribution. The columns continued their slow, cautious advance. 2 days. Maybe less. He needed to be at the spring for both of them. Chapter 31. What pale dusk did the frostlung blossom seedlings were visible on the morning of day 19. They were small. The seedlings were always smaller than he expected, even knowing the scale of what had been required to produce them. Pale green shoots emerging from the mineral-rich seep pool substrate, 6 of them, spaced by the mycorrhizal network in positions that optimized their access to the calcium-magnesium gradient. They transmitted with a clarity that was different from the seed's dormant signal, alive rather than waiting, specific rather than potential. He spent 20 minutes crouched over them, receiving. The mycorrhizal network transmitted satisfaction through the connection with the seedlings, not his interpretation of satisfaction, but the actual chemical change in the network's local parameters that he had come to recognize as its equivalent. The network had been working toward this germination for the full 2 weeks of his cave work, routing mineral concentrations, adjusting the seep flow to maintain chemistry, protecting the thermal buffer in the cave from the temperature variation of the outside air. He felt, for the first time since establishing the spring ecosystem, that the frostlung blossom's reconstruction was going to work. That night, Rohua's Lieutenant Pale Dusk walked through the cave entrance. Wei Muchen was not there. He had been at the cave entrance at dusk and left it full dark, expecting the columns to hold position overnight per the formal objection Tinbolin's sect had filed that afternoon. He did not feel the drain until the mycorrhizal network transmitted it 20 minutes later. A sudden depressurization in the seep pool's chemistry, a collapse in the biological density of the cave's immediate ecosystem, the specific quality of mass absorption that he had read about in the guild's intelligence reports about Rohua's absorbers, but had not yet experienced directly. It was like the moment in the Greywood when Rohua had drained the old-growth stand. The simultaneous signal of multiple life sources going from present to absent. He ran. He reached the cave in 12 minutes, and found nothing. No pale dusk. No evidence of forced entry. The passage had been unlocked. The Thornwall Sect's overnight watch had been drawn away by a reported perimeter breach on the south face that turned out to be 3 goats. The seep pools were silent. He pressed both palms against the cave floor and received, or tried to receive, and got nothing from the seedling locations. The mycorrhizal network was there, intact, the biological memory of the seedlings encoded in the fungal threads. But the seedlings themselves were gone, absorbed to the stem, not even fragments remaining. He sat in the cave for a while. He did not experience this as despair, exactly, but as something with despair's weight. The specific heaviness of understanding that something you invested significant effort in is gone, and you cannot pretend otherwise. The frostlung blossom seedlings had been alive this morning. They were not alive now. When he came out of the cave, Su Dao was waiting. He had clearly run here as well. His breath was uneven, and there was mud on his knees from a fall on the path. He started to say something. "I know," Wei Muchen said. "I should have been watching. It wasn't your job. It was mine." He pressed his palms against the earth outside the cave entrance and found the mycorrhizal network's assessment of what had happened. Pale dusk's absorption technique. At range, the absorber did not need to touch the specimens. The drain could reach through the cave wall from a position outside the entrance. The approach was from outside. There was nothing you could have seen. Su Dao was quiet. "The seeds," he said, "in the seep pools. Gone. Absorbed. Can you start again?" Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat and felt the mycorrhizal network's extensive chemical record of the seedlings, their exact chemistry, their precise network connections, the biological signature of the frost-lung blossom species. The seeds had been in the seep pools because they were viable. If there were other viable seeds elsewhere, in other seep pools in the cave system, in other cave systems in the Ashbel Peaks, he was on his feet before he finished the thought. "The fungal network recorded them," he said. "The exact chemistry is in the mycorrhizal threads. If I can find another viable seed source in the Peaks cave system, and the network can guide the germination using the recorded parameters, I can reconstruct faster than the first time." "How much faster?" "I don't know. But the network already knows what the correct conditions are. It doesn't have to find them from scratch." He was already moving toward the northern cave complex's secondary chambers. "I need to check the secondary seeps." He spent the rest of the night in the cave system's inner passages. He found 4 more viable seeds in a secondary seep 200 meters deeper into the mountain, connected to the same mycorrhizal network by a thread he had felt but not followed in his initial survey. The seeds were at an earlier stage of dormancy break, perhaps 4 days behind where the absorbed seedlings had been. He stayed with his palms against the seep wall until the cold made his hands ache badly enough to require stopping. He came out at dawn and wrote in his register, precisely, "Pale dusk's absorption capability extends approximately 15 meters from the absorber's position. Requires absorber to be stationary for 3 continuous seconds at peak draw. I observed the cave wall's stress pattern change 3 times in that period." He added, "Rohwa's strategy is to interfere with the reconstruction process, not destroy my ability. She believes delay will force concession. She is not wrong that delay is costly. She is wrong that it changes my answer." He filed the second guild report on illegal botanical destruction that week. Chapter 32. The collector with the jar's lian feather arrived at the Ashbel Peaks with no advance notice. 3 ceramic jars wrapped in silk travel cushions, and the air of a person who had calculated that appearing uninvited was worth whatever social adjustment it cost. She was 40-something, with the carefully maintained neutral expression of someone who had spent 2 decades in auction rooms and learned not to let their face show what they were thinking about valuations. She wore traveling clothes that were practical but had, Wei Muchen noticed, very specific pockets. She set the 3 silk-wrapped jars on Tan Bolan's guest compound table and looked at Wei Muchen. "You know what these are," she said. He did not know what they were. He pressed his palm against the nearest jar, ceramic with a fired clay seal, similar to the jar Zhao Wuqing's notes had been stored in, and received a signal that was faint but unmistakable. "Living plant material. Dormant." "How long have they been dormant?" he said. "The provenance on the oldest one says 400 years. The other 2 are anywhere from 100 to 200. Based on stylistic dating of the container." She pulled out a folded document. "I acquired them as rare botanical artifacts. For their visual interest, the stasis technique is old. I had no idea they were still viable." Wei Muchen was pressing his palms against all 3 jars simultaneously, which required an awkward posture, but the information coming through justified it. The oldest jar contained what the mycorrhizal network recognized immediately. The chemical signature was encoded in the ancient fungal records, as Ember Lily, extinct for 300 years, last recorded in a high-altitude volcanic soil ecosystem that no longer existed. The second jar contained something the mycorrhizal network took longer to match. He stayed with it for 4 minutes before the network found the record, Dawnthread fern's deep alpine variant. Separate from the lower altitude species he had been trying to reconstruct from Wei Muchen's notes. The third jar was something he had no record for, not in his notes, not in the mycorrhizal network's archives at the connection depth he could currently reach. Something that existed before the current record period. I've been acquiring botanical stasis artifacts for 15 years, Lianfeather said. There are more, in my storage, in other collections. Most collectors have no idea what they have. They buy them for the container style or the stasis technique. The plants inside are incidental. She paused. I heard about the moonveil moss and the starlace root. Through the guild. Through everyone. You've become a topic of professional interest. She gestured at the jars. I want to know if there are more viable specimens in the collections I have access to. I can get you catalog access. Every major collector in 3 provinces. If you can tell me which ones are alive, I'd need physical contact, he said. The reception doesn't work at distance from contained specimens. I can arrange that. She looked at his hands. Everyone looked at his hands eventually. There's a Salted Council-aligned collector in the eastern capital who has the largest private botanical stasis collection in the region. 40 jars, possibly more. He acquired most of them from the same source as mine, an estate auction 30 years ago. If even a quarter of those jars contain viable material, I'd need to go there. Yes. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the 3 jars again. The Ember Lily's signal was clear and distinct. Whatever volcanic soil ecosystem it required, the mycorrhizal network's records went back far enough to contain the blueprint. The collector, he said. He's Salted Council affiliated. His family holds land titles through the Salted Council's registry. He's not actively hostile. He's just economically invested in the existing system. She pulled out a notebook. I know what you're thinking. But a collector isn't a land rights organization. He wants these jars to be significant artifacts. If they turn out to contain living plants that you can grow, they become the most significant artifacts in the region's history. That's valuable to him for different reasons. Wei Muchen thought about this. The Ember Lily, he said. What about it? It's volcanic soil ecosystem. You have no idea where it's from. She shook her head. The provenance just says Northern Acquisition. 200 years ago, Northern Acquisition could mean anything from the Ashbel Peaks to the coast. He pressed his palm against the oldest jar and reached into the mycorrhizal network. The record was deep. He had to follow the fungal threads downward through 3 centuries of encoded information to find it. But it was there, a dormant caldera ecosystem, a specific mineral composition from volcanic activity, a microclimate pattern that the canopy-level records of the nearest surviving forest to that site preserved even now. The site existed. The ecosystem remnant was there, degraded but not gone. I know where it grew, he said. Lianfeather looked at him. Her expression did the thing Shun Yuli's expression did sometimes, the controlled widening of someone who had been expecting less. Then we have more to discuss, she said. She had not. Wei Muchen noticed, asked a price. He filed this as either trustworthy or very patient. He would find out which over time. Chapter 33. The auction house problem. The Eastern Capital's artifact district was not a place Wei Muchen fit naturally. He was aware of this immediately. Walking the gallery corridors with Lianfeather and Shun Yuli's guild badge providing theoretical authority, and the stares of dealers and collectors bouncing off his aged hands, and his posture, which was the posture of a person who was checking the floor for root networks rather than examining the artifacts at display height. Lianfeather navigated this environment with the ease of someone who had made it her professional home for 2 decades. She knew 3 people in every room, greeted them with calibrated warmth, and deflected questions about Wei Muchen with the specific vagueness of someone who knew that vagueness in this context communicated significance. He pressed his palms against the display cases as they passed them. Most contained dead botanical material, dried specimens, pressed fragments, mineralogy curiosities that plants had once been associated with. Completely silent. He moved quickly past these. The 5th case he touched, in the gallery's eastern wing, was not silent. He stopped. The jar in the case was similar to Lianfeather's collection, fired ceramic, stasis-sealed, with the stylistic markers of 2 centuries ago. The signal coming through the case's glass was faint, 2 layers of material, neither good for transmission, but clear enough to identify. Something small and high altitude, similar chemistry to the Ember Lily but different specifics. That one, he said. Lianfeather looked at the case. The Jiang collection. That whole wing is Jiang family holdings. Who is the Jiang family? Salted Council, 3rd-tier landholders. They've been acquiring botanical stasis pieces for 30 years. That case alone is probably 35 to 40 pieces. She paused. The family patriarch, Old Jiang, is the one I mentioned. Not hostile, economically invested. He's in the city this week. I can arrange an introduction. How? I've sold him 7 pieces. He trusts my authentication opinion. She looked at the case. Is everything in there alive? I need to touch them individually to be certain. Glass reduces the reception significantly. Then we need to get into the case. The introduction to Old Jiang took 3 hours to arrange. Lien Feather spent the time finding mutual contacts, sending notes through 3 intermediaries, and negotiating the framing of the meeting. Wei Muchen spent those 3 hours pressing his palms against the exterior of the Jiang family gallery's walls, reading what he could through the building materials. He could feel, through the stone, approximately 40 distinct signals from the collection's sealed jars. 18 were clearly dormant alive. The others were uncertain, either dead or dormant dead, the biological activity too minimal to distinguish. 18 extinct plant species. He was thinking about this when Old Jiang arrived, and he was still thinking about it when Lien Feather made introductions, and he was thinking about it when the gallery's lock cases were opened for his examination. He moved through the cases systematically, pressing his palms against each jar for exactly the time it took to receive a clear signal, and he wrote results in his register with Su Dao behind him writing the matching catalog numbers. 20 minutes in, he was at 32 jars with 22 confirmed alive. Old Jiang, who had been watching with the particular attention of a collector observing someone handle pieces he had spent 30 years acquiring, said, "You can tell which ones are alive." "Yes," Wei Muchen said. "How?" "The living ones transmit a signal I can receive through the ceramic." He pressed his palm against the next jar. "This one is alive." Old Jiang was quiet. The Jiang family has been acquiring these because the stasis technique was described in a 200-year-old record as being used to preserve specimens of unusual significance, Old Jiang said. "We assumed the specimens were significant for their rarity value, botanical curiosities. They are significant for their rarity." Wei Muchen moved to the next jar. "They are also potentially viable. I can grow what's in these jars." He paused. "Some of them. Grow extinct species." "Yes. From 200-year-old preserved material. If the preservation is intact." Old Jiang looked at his collection. He was not a stupid man. Wei Muchen had read this within the first minutes of the introduction, the way he filed information before responding, the specific interest and implication rather than surface appearance. "What would they be worth?" he said. "Living specimens of extinct species." "More than the jars," Wei Muchen said. "But I'm not going to give you an exclusive claim on them." Old Jiang looked at him. "I'm telling you this now, so we don't waste time," Wei Muchen said. "What I will give you, provenance documentation on every specimen I successfully cultivate from your collection, your family's name on the recovery record, first viewing of each new species establishment before the guild publication." He paused. "And my accurate assessment of which jars in your collection are viable and which are not, so you can correctly value your holdings." Old Jiang was quiet for a long time. "Continue your assessment," he said. Wei Muchen continued. Chapter 34, The Empress in Person. Rohua arrived at the Ashbel Peaks for the 4th time on day 22 with no advance scouts, no formation of cultivators, and no formal announcement. She arrived in the morning, alone, and found Wei Muchen at the secondary seep pool in the cave system, crouched over the 4 replacement frost-lung blossom seeds that the mycorrhizal network was nursing toward germination. He heard her at the cave entrance, not through the root network, but through the simple ambient signals of a person moving with conscious suppression that the plants still picked up in the air pressure changes around her movement. He did not look up immediately. He was in the middle of a careful transmission to the seep pool, adjusting the mineral gradient by a fraction that the seed's signal indicated was needed, and interrupting it would cost the seed's development continuity. She waited. This was, he noted, different from her previous arrivals. When the transmission was complete, 6 minutes, which he was aware she spent standing in the cave entrance, he sat back on his heels and turned. She was looking at the seep pool, not at him, at the pool and the barely visible seed casings in the mineral substrate, and the mycorrhizal threads visible in the cave wall as faint white lines tracing through the rock. "My lieutenant's action was not authorized," she said. This surprised him enough that he said nothing for a moment. "Pale Dusk operates within my standing orders," she continued. "Those orders have a standard protocol for contested resource sites." He followed the protocol. She paused. "I did not explicitly authorize the use of absorption on your seedlings, but the protocol permitted it." "Yes." He looked at the seep pool. The seed's signal was stable. The transmission he had completed was holding. "Then the authorization distinction doesn't matter practically," he said. "I know. I'm not here to argue that it does." She looked at the cave wall's mycorrhizal traces. "What is that?" "The mycorrhizal network. the fungal threads that connect the plants through the soil. He pressed his palm against the wall. They carry chemical information, species history, ecosystem records going back further than the botanical literature covers. She looked at his hand against the wall. You're receiving through stone. The fungi grow through stone. The reception is faint but present. She was quiet for a moment. She had the quality of someone who was taking genuine information in, not performing interest. The sustainable alternative, she said, that you proposed in the Greywood. High-density life force cultivars. Yes. Your 60-day sample. She paused. I had it analyzed. Not destroyed, analyzed. The density was 16 times standard cultivation herb output. Another pause. What would be required to scale that to my intake requirements? He had been running this calculation intermittently since the Greywood. A dedicated growing site, 2 to 3 hectares, with soil community prepared using the mycorrhizal seeding method I've been developing. The right companion plant array to create the chemical environment the cultivar needs. Approximately 14 months to first viable harvest. 14 months. From site preparation. If you have a suitable site already in agricultural condition, possibly 12. She looked at his hands. Your hands, she said. They age with extended resonance. It's the cost of the ability. How old are they now? In appearance. I don't look at them. She looked at them for him. He let her, because there was no useful alternative. They were, he was aware, significantly older looking than they had been in the Greywood. The joints more pronounced, the skin more mapped with the fine lines that came earlier than they should. You're accelerating it by using the ability constantly, she said. Yes. And you're going to keep doing that. Yes. She looked at him with an expression he had not received from her before, not the assessing interest of the Greywood, not the reasonable opponent quality of her formal offers. Something else that he found difficult to categorize. The 14-month timeline, she said. Show me what site preparation requires. He showed her. He pressed his palms against the cave floor and transmitted the mycorrhizal seeding method at the level of detail he would use to explain it to Su Dao. The specific sequences, the chemical prerequisites, the monitoring markers for each stage. He did not do this because he trusted her. He did it because the information was accurate and she had asked, and because withholding accurate information from someone asking genuine questions had never seemed like a good long-term strategy. She listened. She asked 2 questions, both technical, both intelligent. When he finished, she looked at the seed pool. The frostlung blossom seeds, she said. 4 of them, replacing the 6 pale dusk absorbed. When will they germinate? At this rate, for days. She stood up. The spring water chemistry will not be disrupted again, she said. I'll communicate this to pale dusk directly. She left. He stayed crouched at the seed pool for a long time, thinking about what had just happened. He had no framework for an antagonist who arrived alone, listened genuinely, and communicated honestly about what she was and was not doing. He pressed his palms against the mycorrhizal network and received its slow, patient signal. The seeds were advancing. 4 days to germination. He stayed until the cave's temperature dropped enough to require moving. Chapter 35. The old growth stand died on a Tuesday. He was outside the cave system's secondary entrance when the mycorrhizal network transmitted it. Not from the Ashbel Peaks, but from the Western Territory, the range of forest that bordered Rohua's cultivation domain, which the canopy speaker reception could reach on clear days when the atmospheric conditions were right. The signal arrived as a void. Not distress he could work with. A void, which was what happened when a living system that had been transmitting constant low-level signal was simply removed from the network. Multiple voids, arriving in sequence. He sat down. He did not collapse. He had learned enough control for that. But he pressed both palms against the earth and stayed with what he was receiving, because there was the professional necessity of understanding what had happened even when what had happened was something he did not want to understand. Rohua had absorbed the old growth stand. Not pale dusk's absorption technique, but hers, which was different in scale, which the mycorrhizal network recorded as a pressure wave rather than a localized drain, the way a tide pool differs from a bucket being emptied. The stand had been there for a long time. He had been receiving its signal for weeks, a stable background in the canopy range, old trees with the specific quality of ecosystems that had achieved genuine equilibrium. The mycorrhizal network under them had been recording centuries of species interactions. He pressed harder. The mycorrhizal threads under the stand were intact. They had survived the absorption because Rohua's technique targeted above-ground biomass, not soil systems. But the trees were gone, and without the trees, the threads would begin retracting within 2 years. The ecosystem memory was present, but the ecosystem it was recording was not. He came out of the reception session 30 minutes later with his hands aged another year and his shoulder tight from the sustained press of both palms against cold soil. Su Dao was standing 3 meters away. He had been there for some time. His face had the expression of someone who had felt something through his own developing sensitivity and was waiting for Wei Muchen to confirm what it was. The Western Forest, Su Dao said. Yes. Is it? Are they gone? Wei Muchen pressed his hands together. The cold made the joint ache specific and clean. She absorbed the old-growth stand. Su Dao took a breath that was not quite steady. He had been in the gray wood when it went silent. He had watched the frost-lung blossom seedlings get drained. He was 17 and had already experienced, in the valley where his family had lived, what it looked like when living systems were destroyed by someone who had the power to do so and reasons that satisfied themselves. He picked up a stone from the path and held it for a moment. Then he set it down. What do we do? He said. Wei Muchen was already thinking about what they did. He pulled out his register and wrote, Western Old Growth Stand absorbed by Rohua, 22nd day. Mycorrhizal record intact below. Species recovery possible in 200-year time frame with correct intervention. Then, she gave me explicit assurance about the Ashbel Peak Springs. She did not give assurance about the Western Forest. This was a demonstration, not a violation. He closed the register. We document it, he said. We report it to the Guild with the mycorrhizal record as evidence. We file the preservation claim for the Western Territory, and we make the filing public. He looked at Su Dao. And then we go back to the seeds, because the seeds are what we can actually affect right now. He stood and walked back to the cave. He sat for 1 full hour resonating with the dead trunks through the mycorrhizal network, feeling their absence as the network felt it. As a recalibration of resource flow, a set of channels now empty. The trees had been old enough that the network would take a generation to adjust. Then he went back to work. He would not pretend that this did not affect his assessment of Rohua. It did. But he had no better alternative strategy than the one he was pursuing, and distraction was expensive when the seeds needed 4 more days of careful chemistry management. He pressed his palms against the seep pool and focused. Chapter 36. The practical argument. He went to Rohua with numbers. This was, he had decided, the only approach that had a reasonable chance of producing movement. The old-growth stand's destruction had demonstrated that her patience was not indefinite, that the 6-month extension she had given him was running against her own resource requirements rather than simply being a courtesy. She needed what she consumed. That was not going to change through argument. He found her in the eastern cultivation compound she maintained at the Ashbel Peak's base, a temporary structure, efficiently organized, where her absorbers were recovering between training rotations. She received him without surprise, which meant she had felt him coming through the same atmospheric sensitivity he used to track her. She had tea already poured. He sat down and did not take the tea. The old-growth stand you absorbed last week, he said. Yes. The mycorrhizal network under it contains chemical records of ecosystem interactions going back approximately 800 years. Those records include the nutritional density profile of the stand's life force production over that period. He pressed his hands flat on the table between them. Wood, poor reception, but it helped him stay focused. The stand produced, at peak, roughly 40 units of usable life force per seasonal cycle, by my estimate. That's consistent with what I absorbed. The stand took 300 years to reach that peak. The mycorrhizal network under it invested 3 centuries of chemical infrastructure to support that density. He looked at her. When you absorbed it, you consumed 300 years of investment for 1 season's return. She looked at him. At the rate you're consuming forests, he said, you have approximately. He had done this calculation 3 times to check it. 12 years before the accessible old-growth resources in your territory are depleted to below your maintenance requirements. Not extinct. Below your threshold. I know this. The 2 words stopped him. You've done the calculation, he said. I've had my researchers do it. The estimate varies between 9 and 15 years, depending on assumptions. She lifted her teacup, which is why the sustainable alternative you described is relevant. The 14-month timeline. Yes. He sat back. You need me to produce the alternative before your 12-year window narrows further, he said. I need it before the political situation deteriorates, she said. The Guild is building a case around the Western Forest absorption. I absorbed legally. The land was mine. The stand was on my territory, but the Guild's preservation doctrine is expanding, and in 3 years it may not be legal. I would prefer to have an alternative before I need it legally rather than after. This was, Wei Muchen thought, perhaps the most honest conversation he had had with anyone who was not Xinyuli. The spring ecosystem, he said. I'll leave it. I gave you that assurance, and it stands. The frostlung blossom seedlings will germinate within 2 days. The reconstruction will be complete in approximately 3 months. Viable colony established, stable ecosystem. He pressed his palms together. After that, I can begin the high-density cultivar work. I'll need a dedicated site on your territory or access to suitable land. I can provide the site. I'll need to design the soil community from scratch. That's the slow part. 12 months. Minimum. Possibly 18, depending on the site's starting conditions. He looked at her. You have 12 years. 18 months is not catastrophic. No, she agreed. And you stopped the absorptions. She looked at him. The western forest, he said. Whatever remains of the eastern stands. You stop while I'm building the alternative. You're asking me to accelerate my own resource depletion as a condition of your cooperation. I'm asking you to not make the problem worse while we work on the solution. He paused. The 12-year window includes the stands you've already depleted. Every additional absorption narrows it. The mathematics favor stopping now. She was quiet for a long time. The absorbers in my core require regular cultivation energy, she said. Not at my level. They can use cultivated herbs. But my own requirements. Use what you have. The stand's already absorbed. The reserve you've built up. He pressed his hands flat on the table. I'm not asking you to starve yourself. I'm asking you to use what you have while we build what you need. She set down her teacup. 6 months, she said. I'll hold the remaining stands for 6 months. If the alternative is viable at the end of 6 months, I'll extend. 12 months. 8. 12. The alternative needs 12 months minimum to be viable. 8 months gets you a preliminary product, not a sustainable system. She looked at him. 10 months, she said. 11. A pause. 11 months, she said. And the site preparation begins within 30 days. He took the tea. It was cold, which he noted only after he had already swallowed, because his attention had been elsewhere. Chapter 37. What the plant said about high-energy variance. The design problem was harder than he had expected. He had told Rohua he could produce a high-density life force cultivar. He had demonstrated the concept in the gray wood, a single specimen that produced 16 times standard output, which had interested her enough to analyze rather than destroy. What he had not told her was that the graywood specimen had been, to some extent, an accident. He had been experimenting with cross-resonance, asking existing plants whether specific soil adjustments could change their energy production profile. The response he had gotten was variable and inconsistent. Most plants transmitted something he interpreted as possible but complex, or the structure would need to change, and we don't know what we'd be after. One plant, a variant of the common life force thistle, had transmitted, yes, different, here, and then showed him a growth configuration that differed from its normal pattern in 3 specific ways. He had provided the conditions. The plant had grown as it indicated. The result was 16 times density in a single specimen. He had not been able to replicate it. The specific transmission from that thistle had included information about its optimal conditions that he had provided to the letter, and the specimen had worked. But when he tried to communicate with other thistles about the same configuration, the responses were inconsistent. Some said yes, some said nothing, some transmitted what he could only describe as uncertainty. The problem, he understood after a week of attempting replication in the Ashbel Peaks guest compound garden, was that the cross-resonance method was not a technique he could systematically apply. It was a conversation, and conversations required the other party to be interested in having them. He explained this to Su Dao, who was tending the compound garden soil while Wei Muchen worked, which was how Su Dao spent most of his time now. So you can't make them produce more, Su Dao said. I can't instruct them to produce more. I can ask whether they're capable of producing more, under what conditions, and what configuration they'd need. But only some of them know. And the ones that know can only tell me for themselves, not for their species in general. Su Dao pressed his palm against the soil. He did this reflexively now, which Wei Muchen had been watching develop over the weeks with cautious interest. There's a plant in the northeast corner, Su Dao said. It's been, I don't know how to describe it, louder than the others. Not urgent, just more present. Wei Muchen crossed to the northeast corner. He pressed his palms against the soil and received, immediately, clearly, a signal that was different from the compound garden's usual low-level ambient. A life force herb variant he had not specifically planted, a volunteer from the wind or an old seed in the soil, transmitting with the same quality as the graywood thistle had transmitted. That directness, that interest. He stayed with it for 40 minutes. What he received was not a configuration, exactly. It was a question back at him, something he interpreted as, what do you need it for? Not resistance, not refusal. Genuine inquiry. He transmitted. High density, sustainable, long-term. The response was detailed enough that he came out of the session and immediately wrote 3 pages. The plant was telling him what it needed to become what he was asking for, and the requirements were specific, including a soil mineral profile that matched a location Wei Muchen had been receiving signals from since his first week in the Ashbel Peaks. A northern exposure slope with a specific granite substrate underneath a thin topsoil. not currently growing anything of cultivation value. Technically within Tan Bolan's territory. He went to find Tan Bolan. The northeast slope, he said, below the third cave entrance. Tan Bolan put down his writing. What about it? I need to work there for the next 2 months. Soil preparation, companion planting, specific cultivation arrangement. It's empty land. It won't be. Tan Bolan looked at him with the particular expression he used when he had already decided yes, and was performing the calculation of what to attach to the yes. The guild research status, he said. Still active. My board is asking questions about the resources I've been extending to your work. Wei Muchen thought. The high-density cultivar project. If it produces what I expect, the first viable harvest could be marketed at roughly 40 times standard life force herb prices. A portion of that revenue could be structured as a research return to the Thornwall sect for site access. Tan Bolan's expression did not change, but the quality of his stillness indicated he was now calculating forward from a different starting point. 40 times, he said, based on one specimen at 16 times, with the full ecosystem support I'm planning. That's a significant return. It would be yes. Tan Bolan opened his notebook. The northeast slope, he said. I'll have it cleared of competing vegetation and the surface survey redone by the end of the week. Don't clear it, Wei Muchen said. Whatever's growing there, I need it intact. The existing plant community is part of the soil structure I'm building from. Tan Bolan looked at him. You want the weeds left in. I want the existing soil community left intact. The weeds, as you described them, are part of it. He added, please. Tan Bolan wrote something in his notebook. The weeds will be left in, he said. Chapter 38. What Shou Lianping asked on day 31, Shou Lianping came to him privately. Wei Muchen was at the northeast slope, midway through a 4-hour soil reading that was giving him more information per hour than anything he had attempted before. The Ashbel Peaks mycorrhizal network ran under this slope in particularly dense threads, and at grove-bonded rank his reception of the fungal channels was clear and detailed. He heard Shou Lianping's approach before the young man spoke. He waited. I've been watching you work, Shou Lianping said. I know. The soil reading. The cave sessions. The way you talk to the northeast corner plant when you think nobody is paying attention. I noticed you paying attention. Shou Lianping sat down on the slope beside him without being invited, which was characteristic. Teach me, he said. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the soil and received a continuation of the mineral mapping he had been doing. I've told you before. It's not a teachable technique. Su Dao is learning. Su Dao is developing sensitivity he already had. He grew up in a valley he farmed with his own hands for years. He was already oriented correctly. The cultivation suppression that prevents most people from receiving hadn't been applied to him. He paused. What cultivation track did you pursue? Fire affinity. Started at 6. Standard inner disciple curriculum? Yes. Projection, channeling, combat application as primary focus? Yes. Wei Muchen came out of the soil reading and turned to look at Shou Lianping. The cultivation system you've been trained in teaches you that your internal energy is primary. You project outward. The world responds to your projection. Everything flows from your will. He paused. What I do is the inverse. My attention is always moving outward before it comes back. I'm subordinate to the reception first. The transmission is secondary. Shou Lianping was quiet. 12 years of fire cultivation, he said. Yes. And that orientation is not irreversible, Wei Muchen said carefully. But it's significant. And it can't be changed by technique. It has to be changed by how you approach everything. How you approach everything, Shou Lianping repeated. Every conversation. Every decision. Do you ask first, or do you tell first? Do you assume you know what the situation requires, or do you wait to receive it? Shou Lianping looked at his hands. He was quiet for a while. I've been telling things since I was 6, he said. I know. And you don't think I can change that. Wei Muchen pressed his palms back against the slope and continued the mineral mapping. I think you can change it if you actually want to. I don't know whether you actually want to, and I don't think you know yet either. That's not a useful answer. No, but it's the honest one. He received a new information layer from the mycorrhizal network and wrote a notation without looking up. Come back when you've spent a week asking questions and not answering them. Any question. From anyone. For a week, only receive. Don't project. Shou Lianping stood. A week, he said. Minimum. He left. Wei Muchen went back to the mineral mapping. He was not certain he had given the right guidance. The honest answer was that he did not know what Shou Lianping's potential was. He had never tried to teach anyone who had been through full formal cultivation training. Su Dao's developing sensitivity was encouraging, but Su Dao was anomalous in ways that Shou Lianping was not. He filed the uncertainty and continued working. The northeast slope was giving him more each day. The high-density volunteer plant in the compound garden was still transmitting its interest, still sending the same quality of signal that said, "I know what you're trying to do, and I know how." He had never received anything like that from a plant before. He did not know what to do with it, yet except pay attention, which was, he supposed, what he had always done. Chapter 39. The hostile takeover. Zhong Wui's move on Lien Feather's company was announced in the Guild Commercial Registry on a morning when Wei Muchen was in the eastern capital attempting to complete his assessment of the Jiang family collection. Lien Feather received the notification via a guild courier who found her in the middle of authenticating a botanical stasis piece for the Jiang family's consideration. She read the notification twice with no visible change in expression, set it aside, and finished the authentication. Then she handed Wei Muchen a handwritten inventory of her entire private collection, catalog numbers, acquisition dates, provenance notes, and said, "You have 3 hours before his accountants will have legal access to my business records." Wei Muchen looked at the list. 23 artifacts in her personal possession, 18 in the company's storage, which would now be Zhong's. He had assessed the 3 she had brought to the Ashbel Peaks. The personal collection artifacts included several he had not yet examined. "The 7 marked with an asterisk," she said. "I haven't opened those. The seals are original, and I didn't want to damage them. But based on provenance, they're from the same source as the Ember Lily jar. I need to see them." "I know. That's why I'm giving you the list now." She was not, Wei Muchen noted, performing distress about the company acquisition. The company loss was clearly significant. She had built it over 15 years. But she was focusing on what could be done in the next 3 hours rather than what had already been decided. He realized, been underestimating her. "The starred ones," he said. "Where are they?" "My apartment, here in the capital." 12 minutes. They walked quickly. The apartment was small and organized with the precision of someone who had spent years developing systems for a mobile lifestyle. The 7-star jars were in a single wooden case, each wrapped in the same silk cushioning as the original 3 she had brought to the Ashbel Peaks. He pressed his palms against each one in sequence. 4 were dead. The biological signal had collapsed entirely. Either the stasis had failed at some point or the contents had never been viable. 3 were alive. He stayed with each of the 3 for as long as the time allowed, 3 to 5 minutes per jar, receiving what the mycorrhizal network could access through the ceramic. The first was in the network's records. He identified it within 2 minutes as a deep alpine fern species documented in the stone pillar records at the Ashbel Peaks. The second was unknown to him but transmitted with high clarity, strong dormant signal, relatively recent dormancy compared to the others. Something from within the last 100 years, which meant its ecosystem had survived until recently. The third jar transmitted something that stopped him. He pressed his palms against it and stayed for 7 minutes, which was more than the time available, because the signal he was receiving needed the full length. The mycorrhizal network recognized this one, not from its own archive, from a deeper record, a connection it made to the fossil record in the Ashbel Peaks cave walls. This specimen was old, much older than the provenance suggested, and the mycorrhizal network's association was to a section of the fossil record he had not yet fully decoded. The oldest layers, the ones that transmitted the quality of pre-cultivation era ecology. He came out of the session and wrote what he had received as quickly as he could. "The third jar," he said. "What about it? I need it. Whatever happens with your company, this one needs to stay with me." Lien Feather looked at the jar. "Zhong's accountants won't have access to my personal apartment," she said. "The company's storage is different. Legally, that's now under his authority. But what I own personally is mine." She paused. "The apartment lease is in my name. The jars in this case are personal property documented under my personal registry, not the company's. Can you make that documentation current dated and airtight within the next hour?" She had, apparently, already thought of this. She produced a pre-prepared personal property registry document from her desk, which suggested she had been anticipating this move for at least a week. "I'm not naive about how acquisitions work," she said. "I've been in this business for 15 years. He looked at her. "You knew this was coming," he said. "I suspected it for a month. Zhong Wui doesn't like sources of leverage he doesn't control. Once you started accessing my collection, my company became a threat to him." She sealed the document with her personal mark. "The company is a loss. The collection is not." She handed him the 3 viable jars. He noted, adding her to the mental category of people he needed to stop underestimating. "After this is resolved," he said, "the collection work. I'd like to continue." "Obviously," she said. Chapter 40. What the deadline cost. The 60-day deadline arrived without Wei Muchen having produced a sustainable high-density cultivar at the scale Rohua required. He had produced 1 specimen at 11 times density, established on the northeast slope under Tan Bolan's territory. using the soil community he had been building for 4 weeks. The specimen was stable. The mycorrhizal network was supporting it. 3 companion plants were in optimal configuration around it. 1 specimen. Rohua needed approximately 40 specimens at that density to replace her current old-growth absorption requirements. He met her at the spring, because that was where they had last spoken honestly, and told her directly. 1, she said. 1 stable specimen, 11 times density. The soil community is established for approximately 12 plants. The limiting factor now is the cultivation time. The companion plant configuration needs another 6 weeks to mature to the point where I can introduce more primary plants without destabilizing the system. She looked at the spring. You've done this in 60 days, she said. It's not sufficient. No, but I understand the trajectory. She paused. The extension I offered. I'm asking for it. What does sufficient look like? In 6 weeks, 12 specimens stable. In 12 weeks, 30. In 18 weeks, 42, which is above your maintenance requirement. She looked at him. 18 weeks, she said. From today. She was quiet for a long moment. The springs, she said. He knew what was coming. I'll take the springs as collateral for the extension, she said. Formal transfer of access rights to my territory's water allocation registry. If the alternative is viable in 18 weeks, the transfer is reversed. If it isn't, you keep the springs and the frost-lung blossom ecosystem collapses, he said. Yes. He looked at the spring. The frost-lung blossom colony, 6 seedlings now, the 4 from the secondary seep plus 2 from new germination in the adjacent pools, transmitted a clear, mineral-cool signal. It was young. It needed the spring chemistry for at least 2 more years to establish viability. If the springs were transferred, the water allocation could be redirected within weeks. The seedlings would die. Tinbolin, he said, will formally yield access or face direct territorial action, she said. I'm telling you this clearly because I think you should understand the choice you're being presented with. He pressed his palms against the spring's edge. The mycorrhizal network under the Ashbel Peaks spring was connected, by thread, to the fungal record of the frost-lung blossoms ecosystem. 3 centuries of patient biological infrastructure. The springs were not just water. They were the mechanism by which the spring's mineral profile reached the cave seeps. Without the spring's flow, the cave chemistry would stabilize at the wrong ratio within weeks. 18 weeks, he said. Yes. I'll produce what I said I'd produce. Then the transfer is reversed. Tinbolin signed the transfer document that evening, with the expression of a man who understood he had just bet his sect's ecological heritage on a timeline Wei Muchen had not yet achieved. Wei Muchen went back to the northeast slope. The single stable specimen at 11 times density transmitted clearly, alive, stable, connected to the soil community he had built. The mycorrhizal network was already beginning to extend toward the 12 companion plant positions he had prepared. 42 specimens in 18 weeks. He pressed his palms flat against the soil and felt the network's vast, slow patience. Somewhere in the canopy above the Ashbel Peaks, the frost-lung blossoms seep pool sent a signal that reached him through the extended canopy speaker range. Cool, mineral precise, alive. The mycorrhizal network, running under his hands, transmitted from far away, 200 miles northeast, from the direction he had been feeling signals from since his first week in the forest. The signal was urgent, coordinated, not from one plant, from many, all transmitting toward him simultaneously, with the same quality of direction he had felt from the Greywood's ironwood tree on the day he left. The Brackwell Delta. He pulled out his register and wrote the direction. He was going to be delayed. Chapter 41. The swamp that remembered the Brackwell Delta was nothing like what Wei Muchen had expected. He had spent 12 years in and around cultivation territories where land value was measured in what it could produce for human use, spiritual density, mineral yield, herb output per mu. The Brackwell Delta produced nothing measurable by any of those metrics. It was categorized in the Regional Land Survey as a commercially inviable wetland, which was the survey's way of acknowledging that it existed without finding a reason to matter. The plants in it were transmitting at a pitch that made him stop walking a full li before they reached the tree line. Su Dao, walking beside him, put a hand on his arm. You need to slow down. I'm not going fast. Your breathing changed. You're about to walk straight into the signal without managing the channel width. He stopped walking. He had been doing this for 4 months, walking towards strong signals without adequate preparation because the urgency of the signal made adequate preparation feel like delay. It had cost him twice in the early Greywood days, when he had collapsed under the simultaneous transmission load. He stood on the road outside the Brackwell Delta and methodically narrowed his reception, plant by plant, reducing his channel width the way you reduce the aperture on a lamp to keep the flame from overwhelming the room. It took 7 minutes. Xin Yuli stood beside him with her notebook already open. Lian Feather had chosen to stay in the capital for another week. She was managing the documentation fallout from Zhong Wui's acquisition, but had sent a written list of 3 collectors in the eastern Delta region who had acquired botanical stasis artifacts from similar estate sources as the Jiang family pieces. The guild authorization for Xin Yuli's presence covered 3 functions simultaneously: research access to the Delta's botanical resources, emergency preservation petition filing authority, and formal documentation of any competing land claims. She had spent the 3-day travel preparing all 3 filings in advance. They walked into the Brackwell Delta at mid-morning. The signal, even narrowed, was unlike anything in Wei Muchen's experience. Not the Greywood's patient depth, not the Ashbel Peak's ancient fossil archives. This was dense and living and current, hundreds of species simultaneously transmitting with the quality of things that had been waiting a very long time to be heard. The difference between a library and a conversation. The Greywood had been a library. This was a conversation. He moved slowly, pressing his palm against the nearest plant every 20 steps and receiving before moving further. The plants were organized in a way that natural wetlands were not. He noticed this first in the spacing, certain species appearing at intervals that were too regular for wind or water dispersion, certain species appearing in configurations that suggested designed relationship rather than opportunistic growth. Not garden neat, but intentional. The way an old orchard that has not been tended for 50 years still shows the logic of its original planting under the wildness that has grown over it. Someone had designed this. The soil chemistry, he said, pausing at a particularly dense section of root-accessible signal. The mineral ratios are specific, not natural, maintained. He pressed both palms flat against the wet ground. There's something below that's still running. Xin Yuli crouched beside him. A formation? I think so. An old one, but active. He pressed harder, following the signal downward. The mycorrhizal network in the delta was staggeringly dense, the deepest fungal threads he had encountered, running through layers of sediment that dated, by the quality of their encoded information, to before the current cultivation era. The plants are being sustained by an infrastructure below the surface. Water channels, mineral distributors, possibly atmospheric formation arrays. Built by whom? He received through the mycorrhizal network's deep archive and found the answer without having to search extensively. The network carried the memory directly. It had been encoding it for exactly this reason, encoding it for whoever came with the ability to receive. The garden hearth, he said. This was the first time he said the name aloud. He had found it in Zhao Wuqing's notes, referenced obliquely, and in the Ashbel Peak's fossil record, referenced more directly. He had not understood it as a unified thing until now. The sunken city below the Brackwell Delta and the garden hearth were the same project, one above ground, one below, connected by the mycorrhizal network that ran between them. The cultivation school that was destroyed 2,000 years ago, Xin Yuli said. It's here. Their infrastructure is still running. He stood up, pressing his hands together. The ground was cold, and the joints protested. The plants that are transmitting at me, they're not wild. They're the garden hearth's living collection, still maintained by the formation arrays below, still growing in the arrangement the garden hearth designed. Xin Yuli was writing quickly. Wei Muchen, she said without looking up. If that's accurate, the Salted Council's land surveyors arrived here when we did, he said. I felt them in the mycorrhizal network's vibration pattern 30 minutes ago. Northeast entry, 3 people. She looked up. They were monitoring the delta, she said. For longer than this week. The plant signal quality suggests the mycorrhizal network has been tracking human activity at the delta boundary for the past month. He pressed his palm against a nearby tree and received the network's record of that monitoring activity. Periodic surveys, flag markers at the boundary, signal similar to the kind of activity that preceded the Greywood's eviction. 8 months until drainage. He had 8 months, and the Salted Council surveyors were already here. And the most intact surviving example of pre-cultivation botanical civilization was below his feet. He needed to find the entrance. The plants pointed the way, as they always did. Chapter 42. The living library. The entrance to the sunken city was exactly where the mycorrhizal network indicated. A root-covered stone archway at the delta's center, visible only because the aerial growth pattern above it cleared a specific circle, not by design, but by the formation below it maintaining a different atmospheric humidity than the surrounding wetland, which produced a different canopy character overhead. He descended the archway's stone stairs alone, because Xin Yuli had stayed above to manage the guild filings, and Su Dao was not yet ready for this level of simultaneous reception. The city below generated a botanical signal that would overwhelm his developing sensitivity. The stairs descended 12 meters. The city below was not dark. The formation arrays that maintained it included luminescent plant species, a specific bioluminescent fungi that grew in managed patterns along the ceiling and structural columns, producing blue-white light that was steady and sourceless seeming. He pressed his palm against the nearest column and received the fungi's signal. Stable, well-maintained, nutritionally adequate. Whatever the formation arrays were providing, they were providing correctly. The city's layout was botanical in its organization, not buildings as he understood them, with functions separated by walls. The entire space was integrated. Living plants growing through the structural elements, root systems embedded in the floor rather than soil, atmospheric corridors maintained by specific plant combinations that controlled humidity and temperature in distinct zones. Each zone contained a specific ecosystem. He walked slowly. Zone 1. Coastal marsh species, the soil chemistry replicating a brackish gradient, the plants transmitting with the quality of things adapted to specific salinity levels. Species he did not recognize from any botanical text. Species that had been extinct, above ground, for centuries. Zone 2. High-altitude alpine. Somehow, the formation maintaining a temperature gradient that dropped 15 degrees from the ambient of the rest of the city, the humidity low, the light filtered to replicate the thin atmospheric quality of elevation. Alpine plants he had read about in the oldest sections of Wei Muchen's notes, documented as last seen before the glacial watershed shifts of 300 years ago. Zone 3. A species he recognized. The 1,000-year meridian leaf, growing in a configuration that matched the mycorrhizal network species record exactly. Growing, he understood, with a specific quality of shock, in the only conditions in which it could survive. The network the sunken city formed around it was its specific ecological requirement, the one that Wei Muchen had documented as cannot be recreated. It could not be recreated above ground. It had been maintained here for 2,000 years. He stood in Zone 3 and pressed his palms against the meridian leaf's root system and received what the plant transmitted: alive, stable, connected, old. It transmitted with the quality of something that had been alive for so long that the rhythm of its biological processes had become like a geological feature, slow, enormous, permanent. He was still receiving when Su Dao's voice reached him from the archway entrance above. Xianxia says the surveyors are making notes at the north boundary. She's filed the preservation claim, but they're not leaving. He came out of the reception session reluctantly. Tell her the preservation claim needs to include a structural formation survey argument, he called up. The below-ground infrastructure qualifies as an active formation artifact, which gives the guild additional jurisdiction grounds. He had read this in Shun Yuli's own briefing notes about the guild's artifact authority. Tell her to add that to the filing. A pause. She says she already did. Su Dao called back. He went back to the meridian leaf. 2,000 years. Maintained by formations that were still running because nobody had turned them off, because the city that housed them had sunk rather than been destroyed, because underground buildings do not deteriorate the way above-ground buildings do. The garden hearth had built this to last. He moved through all 12 zones of the city over 4 hours, cataloging, receiving, writing in his register with hands that went progressively colder as the zone temperatures varied and the joint ache became specific and insistent. By the time he reached the 12th zone, a deep aquatic environment housing species he had no names for, growing in underground water channels maintained by formation-fed flow, he had cataloged 43 species, of which 31 were not present in any botanical text he had read. 31 species that the world above ground believed were gone. He climbed back up the archway stairs in the late afternoon and found Xin Yuli, Su Dao, and Elder Mossgrasp. He had not known Elder Mossgrasp was here. He had not felt the Elder's approach through the root network, which meant the Elder's connection to the root network was different from, older than, what he was receiving. Elder Mossgrasp was not standing. He was sitting at the base of the archway entrance in a configuration that Wei Muchen needed a moment to parse. The Elder's legs had been replaced, at some point over many years, by root extensions that emerged from his lower body and grew directly into the soil. He was mobile, but slowly. He moved by extending and retracting the roots. His face was very old. "You found it," Elder Mossgrasp said. He said it without particular surprise. "You know about this place," Wei Muchen said. "I've been maintaining it for 800 years. The Elder looked at the archway. "Not well. My reach hasn't been adequate for the southern formations for the past century. But the core is intact." He looked at Wei Muchen's hands. "The botanical resonance. Developed correctly. You recognize it. I was the last garden hearth elder. I've been waiting for whoever came next." He pressed one hand against the archway stone. "I didn't expect to still be alive when they arrived." Chapter 43, The Garden Hearth's Truth. Elder Mossgrasp told him the history in the way of someone who had been waiting centuries to say it to the right person, which made it precise and complete and took 3 hours. The Garden Hearth had been a cultivation school, not a sect in the way the term was currently used, not a hierarchy of power levels competing for resources, but a school organized around a single cultivation principle, that the natural world was a system of relationships, and human cultivation was healthiest when it participated in those relationships rather than extracting from them. Botanical resonance was not the Garden Hearth's only ability. It was the foundational one, the one that made the others possible. If you could genuinely listen to what the natural world transmitted, you could understand what it needed, and from that understanding, every other Garden Hearth technique followed logically. The school was destroyed, Wei Muchen said. The school was destroyed when the extraction sects became dominant. Elder Mossgrasp looked at his root legs. It happened over 3 generations, not quickly. First we were marginalized. Our medicines were better, but our cultivation was slower and less militarily useful, so we were systematically excluded from sect alliances. Then we were accused of plant sympathy, which was not a legal charge but was effective as a social one. Then the largest extraction sects coordinated and destroyed us. Why did they coordinate? Because we were building this. He gestured at the archway. The Sunken City Project. A botanical reserve that would make extinct species available to anyone. Not controlled by any sect. Not sold at monopoly prices. Available. He paused. The extraction economy depended on scarcity. We were proposing to end scarcity in the medicinal herb market. They coordinated the same way any group coordinates when their economic model is threatened. Wei Muchen looked at the archway stone. The last of the school sealed the city and survived underground, he said. I sealed the city. I was the last. Elder Mossgrasp's roots pressed deeper into the soil as he shifted weight. I activated the mycorrhizal guidance network to call the next resonance cultivator. Then I waited. A pause. 800 years is a long time to wait. You didn't leave. The city's maintenance requires someone with botanical resonance to interface with the formation arrays. Without a resonance cultivator, the formations are self-sustaining but cannot be corrected when they drift, and they drift over centuries. The southern formation section has drifted significantly. I've been compensating from the north, but he gestured at his legs. My range is limited to what my root extension can reach. The Salted Council, Wei Muchen said. Name for the doctrine that destroyed the Garden Hearth. Yes. The elder looked at him. You've connected that. Recently, the doctrine that teaches cultivation is extraction. The same families, the same institutional memory, the same economic interest. Elder Mossgrasp looked at the delta above them. The Brackwell Delta is scheduled for drainage. They've been monitoring it for a year. 8 months, by their survey schedule. Yes. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the archway stone and received through it into the city below. All 12 zones. The meridian leaf's old slow pulse. The aquatic species in the channel systems. The bioluminescent fungi along the ceiling. 43 species. The last intact representation of what the continent's botanical ecology had been before extraction cultivation replaced it. He added, the formation arrays, running on 2,000-year-old automated cultivation systems, maintaining conditions that could not be recreated by any technique he currently possessed. If the Salted Council drained the delta, the formation arrays would fail within months. The city's internal ecosystem would collapse without the water pressure regulation that maintained the underground atmospheric stability. The 43 species would not die immediately. They would decline, and the city's conditions would deteriorate, and within 5 years there would be nothing left but a dry underground chamber and the mycorrhizal network's chemical memory of what had been there. I need to buy 8 months, he said. The guild preservation claim. Xin Yuli said from the top of the stairs. She had been listening. I can make a structural case for artifact-level protection that might hold for 3 to 4 months. The Guild Council has a review process that takes 60 days minimum, which buys us 60 days before any drainage authorization can proceed. That's 4 months, Wei Muchen said. 4 to 5, she said, depending on how long the review takes. I need 8. I know. She looked down at Elder Mossgrasp. Is there anything below that would qualify for emergency cultural preservation status rather than standard artifact review? The elder looked up at her. The Living Codex, he said. The Garden Hearth's complete cultivation record, encoded in the botanical structure of Zone 7. It is the only surviving record of the Garden Hearth's full technique library. He paused. It is also, technically, the oldest continuously maintained cultivation text in the region. Xin Yuli was already writing. Emergency cultural preservation status invokes a different review track, she said. 90 days, but requires a field expert to certify the artifact's authenticity and irreplaceability. She looked at Wei Muchen. Can you certify a botanical cultivation text's authenticity? My guild registration is as a senior fellow in botanical research, he said. That's sufficient authority. She was writing fast. I'll have the certification request drafted by morning. Elder Mossgrasp looked at Wei Muchen with an expression that had, embedded in it, something that Wei Muchen could only read as relief. Not of the immediate problem-solved variety. The deeper kind. The relief of something that has been held tightly for a very long time being permitted to relax its grip. 800 years, Wei Muchen said. Yes, the elder said. You maintained this place for 800 years alone. Not alone. He pressed his hand against the archway stone. They were here. He meant the plants. They maintained themselves. I maintained the formations. We have been waiting together. He looked at his root legs. I was not certain I would last long enough. But here you are. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the archway stone and received the city's full signal. All 12 zones. All 43 species. The formation array's steady hum. And underneath everything, the mycorrhizal network's ancient archive running deeper than anything he had reached before. He was going to have to stay. He wrote in his register, add Brackwell Delta to reconstruction priority list. Recalculate Ashbel Peak's high-density cultivar timeline. 18 weeks still viable if I return within 2 weeks. Note, there is a 1,000-year meridian leaf below my feet that the guild has been trying to locate for 20 years. He added, I should tell Xianxia about the meridian leaf. Then he went down the stairs to check on the southern formation arrays. Chapter 44. Wasteland in the registry. The Salted Council's representative arrived at the Brackwell Delta's northern boundary 2 days after Wei Muchen descended into the sunken city for the first time. His name was Elder Mast. He was a compact man in his 60s with the permanent authority expression of someone who was accustomed to having administrative power translate into real-world outcomes without negotiation. He presented Xianxia with a formal land use notification. The Brackwell Delta was registered as Council Category Wasteland, scheduled for authorized drainage and agricultural conversion beginning in 8 months. The notification was legally correct in every detail. Xianxia accepted it with professional courtesy and presented, in return, the Guild's emergency cultural preservation filing, the structural formation survey findings, and the Living Codex certification request. Elder Mast read these documents with the expression of a man who had encountered procedural obstacles before and was calculating how long each one would take to clear. The Cultural Preservation Review, he said. 60 days. 90, under the emergency track, which provides additional protections during review. Xianxia did not smile. The Guild's policy on sites under Cultural Preservation Review prohibits authorized land use changes until the review completes. This site is Salted Council Registered Wasteland, Elder Mast said. The Guild's Preservation Authority does not extend to Council-registered wasteland. The Guild's Artifact Preservation Authority extends to any site containing a continuously maintained cultivation formation of historical significance. She showed him the relevant Guild Charter clause. The Council's land classification is a surface use designation. It does not affect the Guild's authority over formation artifacts, which are classified separately under the Cultivation Artifact Registry. Elder Mast looked at the clause. He looked at it for a long time. I'll need to consult with the Council's legal division, he said. Of course, Xianxia said. He left. Wei Muchen, who had been standing at the edge of the Delta's boundary and watching through the mycorrhizal network's vibration sense, came forward when the representative's cart disappeared down the road. How long does the legal consultation buy us? He said. 3 to 4 weeks before they come back with a counterargument. She closed her notebook. Then we respond, they respond, and so on. Standard procedural extended engagement. She looked at him. You were right that we can get to 8 months if the filings hold. It depends on how aggressively the Council pursues it. And if they pursue it aggressively, then we need political support. Someone with enough standing to make the Council's legal challenge expensive for them to win. He thought about the list of people who had benefited from his work over the past months. Tan Bolin, with his medicinal garden now recovering. Old Jiang, with his botanical stasis collection reassessed and properly valued. The Guild Medical Division, with the Moonvale moss extract now a standard treatment in 3 Northern District clinics. None of them had enough standing to cost the Salted Council significant political capital. The Petal Empress, he said. Xianxia looked at him. Rohua controls continental-level territory, he said. If she filed a formal interest in the Delta, not as a purchaser, as an interested party in the Living Codex's research value, the Council can't simply run the legal challenge through without addressing her position. You'd be asking Rohua to act against the Salted Council's interests on your behalf. I'd be asking her to file a formal research interest claim. She doesn't have to act against anyone. She just has to be present in the legal record. He pressed his palms against the delta's boundary soil. She's studying my sustainable cultivar work. The Living Codex contains technique records that are directly relevant to that work. The research interest claim is accurate. She might do it, Xianxia said slowly. She's been operating differently since the cave conversation. He was careful about this. He was not certain of Rohua's motivations and did not want to claim certainty he did not have. I think she's genuinely interested in what the Living Codex contains. Then contact her. Xianxia opened her notebook. I'll prepare the standard third-party research interest filing. If she signs it, we have the protection for 8 months with high probability. He wrote to Rohua that evening from the guest compound the guild had arranged in the nearest village. She responded within 3 days with the signed filing and a single additional line. The Living Codex technique records you described. I'd like access after the preservation review completes. He sent back. Agreed. Review timeline is 90 days minimum. The Salted Council's legal division, receiving the counterfiling with Rohua's seal attached, delayed its response by 30 additional days while presumably recalculating. Chapter 45. The herb beneath a myth. He was in Zone 3 of the sunken city, working on the southern formation array's drift corrections with Elder Mossgrasp, when the idea about the merchant representatives arrived. Not his idea, Xianxia's. She descended the stairs for the first time on day 5 and spent an hour in each zone with her notebook, and when she emerged she said, I need to bring 3 people down here. He was mid-correction, both palms against the zone's soil formation, and could not immediately divert attention. When he came out, who? Merchant Guild representatives from the Regional Trade Association. 2 of them are in the capital for the quarterly exchange fair. 1 is in the northern district managing a distribution dispute. She had her guild badge in one hand and the notebook in the other. They have been opposing the preservation claim because they believe it serves guild monopoly interests. If I can show them what's actually down here, at least 2 of them will change their position. That changes the Salted Council's political calculation. 15 merchant houses opposing the drainage plus Rohua's formal interest plus the guild preservation claim is significantly more pressure than the guild alone. She paused. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm telling you my plan. He pressed his palms against the Zone 3 soil and felt the 1,000-year meridian leaf signal, stable, old, clear. In 3 weeks, he had managed to interface with enough of the southern formation arrays to improve their function by 20%. The drift correction was slow work, requiring extended sessions and costing visible aging in his hands each time. The meridian leaf, he said. The central argument, she agreed. Show them the actual plant. Explain what it does clinically. Let them understand what the drainage schedule destroys. He paused. 3 of the council-affiliated merchants will still oppose it regardless. But the independent traders, the ones who have been opposing it because of the monopoly argument, they'll understand that this isn't about the guild controlling supply. Exactly. She was already writing the contact messages. I'll arrange it for the day after tomorrow. Can you have a protocol ready for receiving visitors below without disrupting the formation maintenance? He considered this. The formation sessions were early morning. He had established this rhythm because the city's formation arrays showed the least drift variation at dawn, which he attributed to the mycorrhizal network's temperature-dependent conductivity, cycling with the external soil temperature. Afternoon visits, he said. No formation work during those sessions. Maximum 4 visitors at a time. The atmospheric zones are sensitive to elevated CO2 from human presence. For visitors, afternoon, I understand. She finished writing. I need you to talk to them. I'm not good at talking to merchants. I know. Talk to the plants anyway. They'll understand that part. He considered the observation. She was not wrong. In his experience, the most effective demonstrations of his ability were not the ones where he explained it, but the ones where he used it in front of people who needed to understand what they were seeing. Like the verdant hollow sex yield increase. Like Tan Bolin's medicinal garden. Let the plants show what they needed. Let the results demonstrate the principle. Afternoon visits, he said. I'll be there. The merchant representatives arrived on day 7 of his time at the Delta. 3 people who had the specific wariness of individuals who had been told they were going to see something significant and had decided in advance to be skeptical. He took them down the archway stairs without preamble. Zone 1's coastal marsh species, Zone 2's alpine plants. He watched their skepticism encounter things they had no category for, living plants that their own botanical training told them should not exist, in conditions that should be impossible to maintain underground. Zone 3. He pressed his palms against the meridian leaf's root system in front of them and showed them, as clearly as he could show anyone what he was doing, the reception. Not what he received. He could not transmit his internal experience to them. But the methodology, the stillness, the genuine waiting, the response that arrived, and that he then translated. The 1,000-year meridian leaf, he said. It produces a compound that no current cultivation technique can synthesize. The Guild Medical Division has been attempting to isolate the compound from preserved plant fragments for 20 years. The fragments are dead. Dead plant material produces nothing. He pressed his hands flat. This plant is alive. It will produce a harvestable quantity in approximately 3 years. I need to establish a cultivation arrangement with Elder Mossgrasp first. When it produces, the compound becomes available to any physician who needs it. No monopoly. No guild control. Available. The merchants looked at the plant. The middle one, a woman from the Northern Distribution Networks, the one Xianyuli had flagged as most likely to be persuadable, crouched down and looked at the plant from close range. It's actually alive, she said. Yes. It's been alive down here for 2,000 years. The city's formation arrays have maintained it. He paused. If the drainage schedule proceeds, the formation arrays fail within months. The plant dies. The compound becomes inaccessible again indefinitely. The woman stood. She looked at her 2 colleagues. She said, I'm changing my position on the preservation filing. One of the other 2 agreed within the hour. The third maintained objection but reduced it from active opposition to abstention, which was, Xianyuli explained later, still a significant shift in the Merchant Association's position. Wei Muchen went back to the formation corrections. Elder Mossgrasp was waiting in the southern zone, his roots embedded in the formation substrate, patient as stone. The Guild Research Senior Fellow, he said. Xianyuli. She conducts herself as someone who has thought about the problem from multiple angles. He pressed his hand against the formation wall. The garden hearth had people like that. Not many. The ability to think about the problem from outside the problem is rare. Wei Muchen considered how to respond to this and decided the honest response was, she's better at that than I am. Yes, Elder Mossgrasp said. You have the resonance. She has the judgment. Both are necessary. He began the next formation correction. The Garden Hearth's founder said the same thing about his partnership. His ability to hear was extraordinary. His wife's ability to strategize was the reason the school survived its first 100 years. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the southern formation and returned to work. He filed the observation about judgment and strategy in the part of his mind where things he needed to think about later went to wait, and focused on the formation arrays, which required precision and would not benefit from distraction. The 1,000-year meridian leaf transmitted above him, steady and old. The mycorrhizal network ran under everything. 8 months. He had 8 months, and the filings were holding, and the merchants were shifting, and the formation arrays were correcting. He thought, probably going to need all 8. Chapter 46. The herb that cannot be moved on day 14 below the delta. Wei Muchen found the problem he had been avoiding thinking about. The 1,000-year meridian leaf was not transplantable. He had known this intellectually since reading Zhao Wuqing's notes. He had confirmed it by resonance on day 3. The plant's root system was integrated with the sunken city's mycorrhizal network at a depth and complexity that made extraction without the network catastrophically destabilizing. You could not take the plant from the city. You could only protect the city around it. The problem was the Guild's preservation proposal, which he had been careful to read in its full draft form the night Xianyuli produced it. The proposal protected the site as a cultural formation artifact. Cultural formation artifact protection was robust for physical structures. The drainage prohibition was real and legally enforceable. What it did not provide, under current Guild charter, was protection against surface-level land use changes that did not directly affect the underground formation's structural integrity. The Salted Council's legal response, when it arrived on day 17, contained exactly this argument. Elder Mass delivered it personally, which meant it was serious. The underground formation is protected, he said, in the guest compound's common room, laying the response document on the table. The Brackwell Delta's surface drainage is not a modification of the underground structure. It will, admittedly, affect the water table above the formation. The Council's engineers have prepared a survey. He placed a second document on the table, demonstrating that the below-ground water pressure changes resulting from drainage are within the margins that the formation's existing infrastructure can sustain. Xianyuli read the survey. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the table's wood and found the thin connection to the compound garden, and through it, to the delta's mycorrhizal network. He felt the sunken city's atmospheric system's response to the surface-level water changes the Council's drainage plan would produce. The formation arrays were old. They had maintained the city through considerable natural variation over 2,000 years. The question was not whether they could sustain some variation. It was whether the specific, sustained, high-magnitude change that artificial drainage would produce fell within their design parameters. He pressed harder. The mycorrhizal network contained the formation array's original design specifications. encoded in the chemical memory of the fungal threads that had been interfacing with the arrays for 2,000 years. He followed those threads for 12 minutes, receiving the design parameters in compressed botanical encoding, and then came out of the session and looked at the council's engineer survey. Their margin calculation is wrong, he said. Elder Mast looked at him. The formation's water pressure management system was designed for natural variation within a range of plus or minus 18% of baseline water table pressure. The council's drainage plan produces a sustained 43% reduction. He set down the survey. The arrays will compensate successfully for the first 3 to 4 months. After that, they'll begin failing in sequence, starting with the atmospheric zones and ending with the mycorrhizal interface layer. That's not what the council's engineers. The council's engineers don't have access to the formation's original design specifications, Wei Muchen said. Those specifications are encoded in the mycorrhizal network below the city. I read them this morning. Elder Mast looked at Xianxia. His testimony that he can read biological engineering specifications from a 2,000-year-old fungal network is supported by the same ability that identified the Moonvale moss reconstruction protocol, the Starlace root ecosystem requirements, and 3 separate soil contamination sources that Guild-certified engineers had not identified, she said. She already had a document ready. His methodological documentation is filed with the Guild as part of his senior research fellowship certification. The legal pause that followed lasted for seconds. We'll need to review, Elder Mast said. Of course, Xianxia said. He left. She closed her notebook and looked at Wei Muchen. That was good. The meridian leaf, he said. I know. The whole argument depends on the formation failing. If their engineers can produce counter-evidence that the formation holds, they can't. Their engineers don't have the design specifications, and there is no other way to get the design specifications except through botanical resonance, which they don't have access to. She paused. But we should expect them to try anyway. They'll hire a formation expert to examine the structure directly. That expert will produce a report based on what can be observed without resonance. How long does that take? 30 days for a proper structural survey. Add 30 days for the report. 60 days total. That's inside the 8-month window. Yes. She looked at her notebook. We need the 60 days plus the remaining preservation review period to hold. After that, the council's drainage authorization expires, and they have to refile. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the table. The mycorrhizal network ran under the compound garden under his hands, connecting to the delta's network, connecting to the sunken city's formations, connecting to the 1,000-year meridian leaf's root system in Zone 3. He could feel the meridian leaf's signal even here. Not clearly, not the way he felt it standing in Zone 3 with his palms flat against the soil. More like an awareness of something very large, at a distance. The way you feel a mountain's presence before you can see it. He needed that plant to be alive in 8 months. He also needed the frost-lung blossom colony at the Ashbel Peaks to survive, and the high-density cultivar project to produce 40 specimens, and the Ember Lily's volcanic ecosystem to be identifiable in the northeast, and the Living Codex's technique records to be decoded, and Tan Bolin's springs to be returned before the 8-month collateral period expired. He made a list. This was unlike his register, which was observations. This was operational, what needed to happen, in what order, by when. He had never made an operational list before. He had always been reactive to what the plants indicated next. This was the first time the scope of the problem required him to think at multiple locations simultaneously. He studied the list for a long time. Then he made a second list. What he could do from the delta, what required his physical presence elsewhere, what could be delegated. Su Dao could manage the Ashbel Peaks high-density cultivar monitoring. The soil community was established, the system was running, and Su Dao's developing sensitivity was adequate for checking stability. He could not add new plants without Wei Muchen's resonance guidance, but he could maintain the existing 12. Xianxia could manage the legal filings. She had demonstrated she understood the arguments better than he did and moved faster in political environments. Lien Feather was in the capital, managing the personal collection documentation, but could be reached for the Eastern Collector Network. He needed to be here, with Elder Mossgrasp, correcting the Southern Formation arrays. That was the work nobody else could do. He sent Su Dao back to the Ashbel Peaks the next day. He stayed below ground. Chapter 47. The man with root legs working with Elder Mossgrasp was unlike working with anyone Wei Muchen had encountered. The Elder had been alive for 800 years. This produced a specific quality of patience that was not passive. He was entirely capable of urgency when the situation required it. But that came from a deep relationship with long timescales. He spoke about events from 5 centuries ago with the same casual specificity that most people used for last week. He referred to techniques the garden hearth had developed as a practitioner, not a historian. because he had practiced them himself. What he could not do was demonstrate them in full. His root legs limited his mobility. His extended resonance had been narrowing over the past century as his body's connection to the root network became more the connection of a plant and less the connection of a human-plant hybrid, which was, he explained without apparent distress, what happened when you stayed merged with a root system for several centuries. The interface evolved toward the plant end. The formation corrections you've been doing, the elder said on day 20. Your method is close to the original garden hearth technique, but you're developing it independently. I didn't have the technique records, Wei Muchen said. He was pressed against the southern zone's formation wall, in the middle of a correction sequence that required sustained concentration. No, the living codex is encoded in Zone 7. The elder was maintaining a northern connection to the same formation from his fixed position. It requires forest sovereign rank or above to read. You're approaching that threshold. I'm at ancient roots now. Forest sovereign was. He came out of the correction sequence momentarily. How many ranks between ancient roots and forest sovereign? The elder looked at him. Ancient roots is 2 ranks above forest sovereign, he said. Wei Muchen considered this. The rank names in my system are different from the garden hearths, he said. What is your rank system? He listed them. Root listener through World Botanica. The elder was quiet for a moment. Forest sovereign in your system would be the rank where you can interface with continental scale formations. I achieved that at the Brackwell Delta's formation array. Yes, that is 3 ranks above where I expected you to be. The elder looked at his hands, Wei Muchen's hands, the aged appearance. The cost has been accelerated. Yes, because you've been advancing faster than the ability's aging cost expects. The elder pressed his root legs deeper. The Garden Hearth's founder advanced slowly, 1 rank per decade. His hands aged 3 years per rank. You are faster, Wei Muchen said. The situation demanded it. The elder said, not as a criticism but as an observation. You've been in crisis situations that required advancement before the natural pace would have produced it. He looked at the formation wall. The cost is not fixed. It's tied to the pace. Is there a way to slow the cost? There was a garden hearth meditation practice for pacing. I can teach it to you. The elder looked at Wei Muchen's hands, at the joints, the skin. You are 20 years old. Yes. Your hands appear to be 60. More like 65. If the cost continues at this pace. He did not finish the sentence, which was the elder's equivalent of a long pause. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the formation wall and continued the correction. Teach me the pacing practice, he said. Tonight, after the formation session. Good. He pressed harder into the correction sequence. And teach me to read the living codex. I want to know what the garden hearth knew. The elder looked at him. The living codex contains everything the garden hearth discovered in 3,000 years of practice, he said. Reading it in full would take, I know. Start with the formation correction techniques. Then the ecosystem seeding methods. Everything else can follow in order of current relevance. The elder was quiet for a long moment. You're planning for a longer timescale than the 8 months, he said. I'm planning for as long as it takes. Wei Muchen came out of the correction session and opened his register. The Brackwell Delta needs protection. The Ashbel Peaks needs the cultivar project completed. The Graymere Heights needs to be located and assessed. The stone pillars in the fossil record suggest they still exist. The continental pattern has multiple nodes. I'm going to need to address all of them. You cannot do all of that alone. I know. He wrote the living codex sessions in his schedule. But I can know all of it, and what I know, I can teach. The elder looked at Su Dao's now empty space in the corner where the boy had spent the past 2 weeks at his practice. The young one, he said. His sensitivity is developing. Faster than I expected. Some people are oriented correctly from birth, but have never encountered an environment where the orientation was named and supported. The elder shifted his root position. The garden hearth's new students often developed quickly in the first year. The bottleneck was never natural ability. It was always orientation. Wei Muchen thought about this. He thought about Shou Lianping, who had asked to be taught, and then received the answer about orientation that he had given honestly. He thought about the week of asking only questions he had set as a prerequisite. He thought about Tan Bolan's medicinal garden disciples, who were arriving at the Ashbel Peaks compound in 3 weeks as part of their training rotation. He wrote in his register, Garden hearth orientation is teachable. The bottleneck has always been the suppression. Without the suppression, the orientation is natural. He added, consider establishing a public training program. Consider the timing carefully. He returned to the formation corrections. The southern arrays were responding. The drift was reversing. Given another 3 weeks of daily correction, the southern zone would be functioning within original design parameters for the first time in 100 years. He pressed his palms flat and stayed with the work. Chapter 48. The lure of the light show he had been in the sunken city for 18 days when he understood that the defensive strategy was failing. Not legally. The filings were holding. The council's response was delayed. The structural argument about the formation arrays was producing the expected effect of requiring their engineering team to commission a counter-survey. The procedural strategy was working. The political strategy was not. The Salted Council was running a narrative through the regional merchant networks, not through official channels, which would be easier to counter, but through informal conversations between merchants at the quarterly exchange fair, through suggestions made at guild dinners, through carefully worded statements in industry letters that never made specific claims. The narrative was, the guild's preservation claim is a power grab. Wei Muchen's work is producing medicines the guild will control. The Brackwell Delta's protection serves institutional interests, not public ones. It was the same narrative that had worked to delay the Greywood protection. It would work again, given enough time, because the counter-narrative required people to trust something they had not seen, to value something they had not experienced. Xin Yuli reported this on day 18 with the specific precision she used when delivering bad news. Accurate, complete, without editorializing. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the guest compound floor and thought. The Greywood had had no public visibility. The Brackwell Delta did. The bioluminescent spore phenomenon, the aurora-like display that Elder Mossgrasp had mentioned the city's formations could produce. But producing it would require activating a formation array that had been sealed for 800 years, which required both his resonance interface and the Elder's formation knowledge simultaneously. The spore display, he said. Xin Yuli looked up from her notebook. Elder Mossgrasp mentioned it. A bioluminescent aurora that can be seen from 50 miles. He was thinking through the formation array requirements. If we activate it, people will come. Not merchants, people. Travelers, scholars, collectors. The kind of public visibility that makes political interference costly. The formation activation, she said. Elder Mossgrasp can guide me through it. It's one of the city's original atmospheric formation arrays, the one that was designed to demonstrate the city's existence to sympathetic parties in its original era. The Garden Hearth used it as a signal. You'd be signaling the same thing. I'd be creating public visibility for something that is currently abstract to everyone who isn't standing in front of it. He pressed his palms flat. The merchant networks are running a narrative about a guild power grab. A visible, beautiful, undeniable botanical phenomenon is a counter-narrative that doesn't require anyone to trust an institution. Xin Yuli was quiet. The timing, she said. Evening. The formation produces maximum effect at dusk. The bioluminescent frequency interacts with the remaining daylight in a specific way that amplifies the visual effect. He had received this from the formation's own design record in the mycorrhizal archive. We do it 3 evenings in a row, which is the formation's standard activation cycle before it enters a 12-hour rest period. And the political impact? Unknown. He was honest about this. It might attract attention that's difficult to manage. It might attract the wrong kind of attention. The Salted Council might move faster if the Delta becomes publicly famous. Yes, she thought. Do it, she said. The legal situation gives us enough buffer that even an accelerated council response has to go through the review process. Public visibility makes the review process more politically expensive for them to shortcut. He went back down the stairs. He and Elder Mossgrasp spent 6 hours on the formation activation, the Elder guiding him through the Garden Hearth's formation interface technique. Wei Muchen providing the resonance interface that the formation required to accept new instructions. The formation's design was elegant and deeply strange. It used the mycorrhizal network as both instruction medium and power source, drawing on the biological energy of the city's entire ecosystem to produce the spore emission at the surface. At dusk on the 18th day, the Brackwell Delta erupted in light. It rose from the surface in spiraling columns. Not smoke, not fire, but living spores from the bioluminescent fungi, released in coordinated sequence by the formation below, each spore transmitting blue-white light that intensified as it rose and cooled in the evening air. The columns rose 300 meters before dispersing into a wide aerial aurora, the spores still glowing as they distributed on the Delta's wind currents. Within 20 minutes, people on the road 4 miles away had stopped their carts to look. Wei Muchen stood at the archway entrance and watched the sky above the Brackwell Delta. He pressed his palms against the archway stone and felt the formation running below him. The mycorrhizal network energized by the activation, the fungi producing their light as part of a biological process that the formation was amplifying into something visible from 50 miles away. The Garden Hearth had built this, not as a weapon or a defensive mechanism, as a demonstration, as a way of saying, look at what we're protecting, look at what is here, Come and see for yourself what you might be losing. He stayed at the entrance until full dark, when the aurora gradually dimmed as the spore concentration dispersed. By morning, scholars were on the road. By the third evening, there were 300 people camped at the delta's boundary, watching. The Salted Council's legal review, Xianxia reported, had received 14 independent observer registration requests that it was now legally obligated to process before proceeding. Chapter 49. What Su Dao discovered. The message from Su Dao arrived on day 22 via guild courier, short and specific. Third high-density specimen germinated. 12 specimen soil community established and stable. Checking new volunteer plant locations for additional signals. There's something in the north cave adjacent to the main fossil chamber. I've been feeling it for 3 days. It's not urgency, but it's consistent. Wei Muchen read this twice. Something in the north cave adjacent to the fossil chamber. A consistent, non-urgent signal that Su Dao had been receiving for 3 days without it resolving into anything he could name. He pressed his palms against the compound floor and tried to extend his reception toward the Ashbel Peaks. At forest sovereign rank, his range for the mycorrhizal network was approximately 200 kilometers under good conditions. The Ashbel Peaks were 130 kilometers north. Possible, on a clear day. He received a faint thread from the peaks network, insufficient for detail. He wrote back, "Stay with it. Don't approach the cave directly if the signal intensifies without resolution. Note the direction and quality each day and report." Then he sent a second message to Lien Feather. "The Jiang collection, the oldest jar, the one with the unknown species. Can you get provenance documentation from the family for its northern acquisition source? Specifically where in the north?" He was thinking about the fossil chamber's north-adjacent cave. He was thinking about what the mycorrhizal network's deep archive had been trying to tell him since his third week at the Ashbel Peaks, the record he had not yet had time to fully decode. The section that connected to the pre-cultivation area ecology. He was thinking about the Graymere Heights, the stone pillars, the botanical archive that the fossil record's deeper layers kept pointing toward. The fact that the name had been deliberately struck from the official maps 1,500 years ago. He added to his operational list, Graymere Heights, priority after Brackwell Delta. That evening, during the formation meditation practice, Elder Mossgrasp was teaching him a technique for extending resonance reception while reducing the aging cost. He asked the elder directly. The Graymere Heights. The elder, seated in his root-embedded position, opened his eyes. "You've heard of them," he said. "The fossil record's deep archive references them. Alongside the sunken city, they appear to be the second major garden hearth site." He pressed his palms flat against the meditation floor. Smooth stone, poor reception, but the technique did not require external signal. "The archive record is incomplete. Like someone removed data." "Someone did," Elder Mossgrasp said. "The garden hearth's destroyer. After the school was destroyed, the coalition that did it removed every public record of the heights. Not the site. They couldn't remove the site. But the maps, the name, the historical references." He pressed his roots deeper. "The heights contain the garden hearth's original headquarters. And the stone pillars." "What are the stone pillars?" The elder looked at him. "The stone pillars are the living codex in physical form," he said. "What's in Zone 7 is a compressed and coded version. The pillars are the original, the full record, uncompressed, written in a botanical encoding that someone with forest sovereign rank or above can read directly through physical contact." Wei Muchen felt the implication arrive in his chest with the weight of something significant. "The complete record," he said. "Complete as of 2,000 years ago. Everything the garden hearth discovered and recorded before it was destroyed." The elder paused. "And the apothecary sovereign sect has been mining the Graymere Heights for decades." Wei Muchen opened his register. He wrote, "Graymere Heights. Stone pillars. The complete record. Under active extraction by Zhong Wui." He underlined the last line twice and then added, "Promote to highest priority after Brackwell Delta preservation is secured." He returned to the meditation practice. His hands, in the paced breathing technique Elder Mossgrasp had taught him, ached less than they usually did after a formation session. The pacing worked. He noted this and added it to his schedule as a daily practice. The Brackwell Delta's bioluminescent aurora ran for its third and final evening above them. In the morning, the formation entered its rest cycle. The scholarly observers began filing their independent reports. The Salted Council's legal review had now received 22 observer registration requests and was running behind its own published timeline. He wrote to Su Dao, "Be ready to travel to a new location. The Graymere Heights. I'll explain when I return." Chapter 50. Forest Sovereign. He advanced to Forest Sovereign rank in the Sunken City's Zone 5. Zone 5 was an underground riparian ecosystem, a freshwater system maintained by the formation array's water circulation infrastructure, feeding species that required flowing water and the specific mineral gradient of a fast-moving river with a limestone substrate. He had been working to stabilize the zone's flow regulation for 5 days, which required the most complex formation interface he had attempted. 3 separate formation arrays operating in coordination, each requiring different resonance frequency adjustments, each affecting the other's output. He was midway through the 3rd array's adjustment when he felt the threshold. He had experienced advancement before. The sequential clarifications, the new frequency unlocking, the world becoming legible at a new level. But this was different in quality from any of the previous advancements. Not clearer in the way of seeing more detail, but wider in the way of seeing from a higher elevation. Not a new instrument in the same orchestra, a new floor to stand on. He was connected to the continental root network. He could feel it, not as the canopy speaker ranges limit, not as the mycorrhizal network's reach through local terrain, but as a simultaneous perception of the entire interconnected root and fungal system running under the continent's surface. Every major forest, every mycorrhizal hub, every place where the biological network was dense enough to transmit. The Brackwell Delta under his hands. The Ashbel Peaks cave system, 130 kilometers north, and Su Dao's developing sensitivity as a distinct signal in the network. The ruined graywood, still in dormancy, its deep roots maintaining their long, slow weight. The Graymere Heights, 200 kilometers northwest, and within them, stone pillars transmitting the faintest possible signal, compressed botanical information pressed into geological encoding that he could now just barely detect at this range. And northeast of the Graymere Heights, at the edge of the continental network's resolution, a signal that was not plant, not mycorrhizal, but both and more. Ancient, patient, enormous. He came out of the advancement session on his knees. His hands had aged another decade in a single session. They appeared, now, to be the hands of a man past 70. The joint movement was still functional. He could still receive and transmit. But the visual gap between his face and his hands had widened to the point where people who saw him for the first time tended to do the same thing. Look at his hands. Look at his face. Look at his hands again. Elder Mossgrasp was there. The elder had been watching the advancement from his fixed position. He could not move closer, but he could observe. His expression was difficult to read, which was not unusual, but the quality of his stillness was different from its usual background character. Forest Sovereign, the elder said. Yes. You advanced in 28 days from ancient roots. In the Garden Hearth's records, the fastest advancement between those ranks was 3 years. Wei Muchen pressed his hands together. The ache was severe. He would need to stay out of the formation sessions for at least 2 days, which was time he did not have, which he was going to take anyway, because the alternative was permanent damage. The pacing meditation, he said, will help going forward. It cannot retroactively change the cost of what just occurred. The elder pressed his root extension against the floor. Wei Muchen. Yes. I have been maintaining this city for 800 years. A long pause. I am glad you found it. I am glad the ability did not die with me. Wei Muchen looked at him. He pressed his palms against the Zone 5 floor and felt the continental network, all of it, the vast quiet map of the living world below the surface. He felt the Brackwell Delta's abundant life. He felt the Ashbel Peak's patience. He felt the Graywood's dormant weight. He felt, at the edge of perception, the signal he had been hearing as a background presence since arriving in the Delta, the ancient, vast signal from the northeast, which was now, at Forest Sovereign rank, clear enough to have a direction. Not just northeast. He pulled out his register and wrote a location. I need to find something, he said. I know, Elder Mossgrasp said. You've been feeling it since you arrived. What is it? The elder was quiet for a long time. The primordial garden, he said. Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat and received the signal. Vast, patient, ancient, deliberately directional. Calling, not urgency. Command. He looked at his 70-year-old hands on a 20-year-old face. He had 8 months of preservation filings to manage, 18 weeks of cultivar targets to meet, stone pillars being destroyed at the Graymere Heights, and a continental pattern to complete. And beyond all of that, something calling him from the northeast that the elder had named with the same reverence he used for nothing else. He wrote in his register, Primordial Garden, northeast, after Graymere Heights. He returned to the formation corrections. He had recovered enough to begin the next session, and the southern arrays were 90% stabilized, and the 1,000-year meridian leaf was alive, and the continental root network was transmitting under his hands. He stayed in the work. Chapter 51. The Merchants Who Changed Their Minds. The merchant representatives who came down into the sunken city on day 30 changed their positions faster than he expected, and more completely than Shun Yuli had predicted. He had assumed the demonstration would require careful management, time in each zone, explanation at each point, the methodical work of building understanding from evidence. Instead, 3 of the 5 representatives changed their position within 20 minutes of entering Zone 1, and the remaining 2 changed within the hour. The 5th took until Zone 3. What changed them was not the rarity. Rarity was an abstraction. Experienced collectors and merchants had encountered enough claims of rare and extinct and irreplaceable to develop appropriate skepticism. What changed them was the biological evidence. Living plants transmitting life in a location where no living plants should have been. Things they had last seen in dried and dead form in academic collections, growing here with the quiet certainty of things that had always been alive and simply needed the right conditions. The representative from the Northern District, the woman who had changed first at the initial demonstration, stood in Zone 3 with the 1,000-year meridian leaf 2 meters from her and said, "The guild isn't controlling this." "No," Wei Muchen said. "This is maintained by..." She looked at the formation arrays. "By something that was built 2,000 years ago. By the garden hearth." "Yes. And if the delta is drained, the formation fails over 3 to 5 years, beginning with the atmospheric zones. The species die in sequence as their specific environmental requirements become unmet." He pressed his palms against the nearby root cluster. "Starting with the coastal marsh species in Zone 1, which require the most precisely maintained water chemistry. Ending with the meridian leaf, which is the most robust, but also the most dependent on the complete ecosystem because its mycorrhizal requirements span multiple zones." The woman looked at the meridian leaf. "The guild will control distribution of whatever it produces," she said. It was not an accusation. It was a question. "No," he said. "The preservation claim doesn't give the guild ownership of the city's botanical resources. It gives the city protection from external interference. Distribution rights are a separate question that I intend to answer with the same policy I've applied to everything else I've cultivated. Fair price, open access, no exclusivity." She looked at him. "Who enforces that?" she said. "After you're gone." He had not expected this question. He thought about it for a moment with genuine attention. "The Garden Hearth School," he said. "Which doesn't exist yet, but will." It was the first time he had said it that plainly. The first time the operational list's vague entry about a training program had become something concrete. She nodded once, with the specific quality of someone who has received an answer they needed to hear and can now make a decision. Outside, by the time they had completed the tour and returned to the Delta surface, the woman had sent a message to the Regional Merchant Association's secretary withdrawing her organization's opposition to the preservation claim and registering a formal support position. 3 other associations followed within 2 days. The Salted Council's narrative, running through the merchant networks as an informal current, found itself swimming against an increasing countercurrent of people who had been down the stairs and had their own impressions. It did not stop the council's legal challenge, but it changed the political environment around it. Chapter 52. Rohua's representative returns on day 34. A representative from Rohua's cultivation corps arrived at the Delta with a message and a question. The message was straightforward. Rohua's 11-month suspension of old-growth absorption was holding. The corps was managing on reserves. The question was the cultivar project's timeline, which was, how was it progressing, and was Wei Muchen's attention to the Delta affecting it? He wrote back honestly. The cultivar project had 12 stable specimens at the Ashbel Peaks, maintained by Su Dao, with the soil community expanding naturally from its established base. He had not been physically present for 22 days, which had not significantly affected progress because the ecological system was self-maintaining within the parameters he had established. He expected to return within 2 weeks. The representative added, at the end of the formal exchange, a personal observation from Rohua. She had read Xin Yuli's preliminary documentation of the Living Codex. She wanted to know whether the technique records it contained included anything relevant to her corps' cultivation practice as it was currently evolving, the practice of growing life force plants rather than absorbing them directly. He considered this for a full day before responding. The Living Codex did contain relevant material. Zone 7's encoded record, which he had been decoding in segments with Elder Mossgrasp's guidance, included several techniques for cultivating high-energy botanical systems, techniques that predated the extraction era and that he had been independently redeveloping from first principles. Seeing the original versions of these techniques had been, in some sessions, the experience of recognizing that a road he had built by intuition had already been paved, centuries before, by someone who knew where they were going. He wrote back to Rohua's representative. Yes, there is relevant material. After the preservation review completes and the living codex is formally documented and registered, I will provide access for research purposes consistent with the terms of the original filing. He added, the sustainable cultivar work at the Ashbel Peaks contains practical applications of several living codex techniques. If your core is developing a practice around growing rather than absorbing, I would suggest Su Dao can demonstrate the current work directly. He has been maintaining the site for 3 weeks and understands the system. He hesitated over this for a moment, then sent it. 2 days later, 3 of Rohua's core members arrived at the Ashbel Peaks. Su Dao's message that evening contained no editorial commentary, which Wei Muchen had learned meant he was doing his best to appear unbothered while being significantly bothered. The second message, an hour later, they're asking good questions. One of them can feel the soil chemistry variations. She doesn't call it anything, but she definitely feels it. He wrote back, teach her what you know. Don't worry about what to call it. A third message, at dawn the next day, she stayed up with the northeast slope specimens all night. She says the plants are different from anything she's worked with. She means the quality of the signal, but she doesn't have the language yet. Wei Muchen held this message for a moment. An absorber's disciple, learning to receive from living plants. He wrote in his register, Rohua's core member, developing reception without previous training, without suppression. Confirms Elder Mossgrass's assessment. The orientation is natural. The suppression is the variable. He added, consider whether the Garden Hearth School needs a track for people coming from extraction cultivation practices. Orientation recalibration rather than orientation from scratch. Different challenge, different methods. He returned to the Living Codex decoding. Chapter 53. The light that couldn't be ignored. The bioluminescent aurora's second activation, run on days 30 and 31, produced effects that extended beyond what Wei Muchen had planned for. By the third activation, the crowd at the Delta's boundary had grown to several hundred. By the morning after, the crowd had become a camp, with scholars, collectors, and ordinary travelers who had heard the second-hand accounts and come to verify them. The Salted Council's legal review received, in the week following the third activation, 37 independent observer registrations, each of which legally required processing before the review could proceed. This was good news and complicated news simultaneously. The good news was political cover. A delta that had become a de facto public spectacle was significantly harder to drain than a delta that existed only in administrative registries and legal documents. The complicated news was that public spectacle attracted people whose interests were not aligned with preservation. Artifact collectors, sect cultivators looking for unusual botanical specimens to harvest, merchants who wanted to establish commercial relationships with whatever the delta produced, and, most problematically, journalists from the regional cultivation news network who had the specific capacity to represent the situation in ways that he could not control. He came up from the sunken city on the morning of day 35 to find Xin Yuli managing, simultaneously, for separate conversations, a journalist's interview request, a formal guild inquiry about whether the emergency cultural preservation filing created precedent for similar sites, 2 merchants wanting commercial access agreements, an elder mass legal team presenting a counter-survey of the underground structure. She was doing all of this with a composure that Wei Muchen, watching from the archway entrance, found genuinely impressive. She noticed him and made a small gesture that meant, handle the journalist. He walked over. The journalist was young. He looked barely older than Su Dao, and was conducting himself with the specific confidence of someone who understood that he had access to something significant and was going to make the most of it regardless of how cooperative the participants were. The botanical resonance ability, he said immediately. Can you demonstrate it? Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the nearest delta plant, a flowering sedge that had been transmitting a low-level urgency about its drainage for the past day. He received, clearly and immediately, the sedge's specific need. The water level at its root zone had dropped 2 centimeters, slightly below its preferred range, because of the crowd's foot traffic compressing the soil at the boundary. He crouched down without explaining what he was doing, adjusted 3 stones at the boundary to redirect a small surface flow, and felt the sedge's signal shift from urgency to baseline within the next minute. He stood. That's it, the journalist said. The sedge's root zone water level had dropped. I redirected a surface flow to correct it. He pressed his palms against the sedge again. It's not dramatic to watch. The results are the demonstration. The journalist wrote something. The delta's formation arrays, you claim they're 2,000 years old. They are 2,000 years old, and still operational. The mycorrhizal network they're embedded in has been maintained by Elder Mossgrass for the past 800 years. Yes. The man with the root legs. Elder Mossgrass. Yes. The journalist looked at the archway. He's been down there for 800 years. He merged with the root system over time. It's a known possible development for long-term botanical resonance practitioners who spend extended periods in direct contact with a root network. He paused. It was not a choice exactly. It was a consequence of the length of time required. The journalist wrote more. If the delta is preserved, he said, who controls it? It's a guild-protected preserve with Elder Mossgrasp as the registered custodian. He's been the custodian for 800 years. The guild registration formalizes an existing arrangement. And after Elder Mossgrasp is a question the Garden Hearth School will need to answer. He said it flatly, as a fact rather than a program, because at this point it was enough of a fact to state. The journalist's pen stopped. The Garden Hearth School, he said. Is that a cultivation school based on Garden Hearth principles? It doesn't currently exist. It will. He pressed his palms flat against the sedge again. The signal had stabilized. The Living Codex in Zone 7 of the Sunken City contains the complete curriculum. It's currently being documented and will be published through the Guild's research network when the documentation is complete. He walked back to the archway. He had not planned to announce any of this. He had just answered the question. He filed the observation that the announced things were real whether or not he had planned to announce them, and went back to the formation arrays. Xianxia caught him at the archway entrance. The Garden Hearth School, she said. I said it. To a journalist. Yes. She looked at her notebook for a moment. Then, the documentation timeline for the Living Codex. 6 months to produce a publication quality record. Longer for the full curriculum. I'll draft a formal program announcement for the Guild Research Registry. If it's registered, it has institutional standing that makes it harder to interfere with. She was already writing. He descended the stairs. Chapter 54. What Su Dao found in himself. The message arrived on day 37 of Wei Muchen's time at the Delta, written in Su Dao's precise, spare handwriting on Guild Standard courier paper, the North Cave. I went in. The signal I've been feeling for 3 weeks. It's a formation array, older than the Ashbel Peaks cave fossils. It's in the back wall, built into the granite. I didn't touch it, but I can feel it responding to me being in the room with it. There's something inside the formation. Not dormant, not urgency, more like waiting to be asked a question. I'm writing you before I do anything else. Wei Muchen read this 3 times. He thought about the North Cave formation for the rest of the day while finishing the Southern Zone's array stabilization, which was now complete. All 6 formation arrays at the Brackwell Delta running within original design parameters for the first time in a century. He thought about Su Dao's signal description, the quality of something that was waiting to be asked a question, which was different from what he had received from any formation he had worked with. He thought about the oldest mycorrhizal archive records at the Ashbel Peaks, the ones he had not fully decoded because they connected to a layer of the fossil record that was deeper than what his rank at the time could access clearly. At 4's sovereign rank, he could now access those layers. He wrote back, "Don't go back into the North Cave without me. I'll be there in 4 days. Wait," he added, "you did the right thing by writing first." Then he went to find Elder Mossgrasp. "The Ashbel Peaks North Cave," he said. "There's a formation there." The Elder was in his root position at the Zone 4 formation interface. He looked up. "The Garden Hearth's signal stone," he said. Wei Muchen waited. Each major Garden Hearth site had a signal stone, a formation array designed to call the next botanical resonance cultivator when a site needed protection or attention. The Elder pressed his roots deeper. "The Sunken City's signal stone called you. The Ashbel Peaks signal stone," he paused, "has apparently responded to your disciple. Su Dao isn't forest sovereign rank. The signal stones don't require a specific rank. They require the correct orientation." The Elder looked at his root legs. The Garden Hearth's philosophy was not that only advanced cultivators could contribute. It was that anyone with the correct orientation could participate, at whatever level their ability allowed. He paused. "Your disciple's orientation is evidently correct enough that the signal stone recognized him." Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the Zone 4 substrate and received the city's general signal. All zones, all species, the formation arrays running correctly, the meridian leaf in Zone 3 transmitting its ancient slow pulse. He thought about Su Dao, 17, not originally a cultivator, had spent his childhood farming a valley that was destroyed, had developed plant sensitivity that Wei Muchen had called the fastest developing case he had seen, which now he suspected was not because Su Dao was exceptional in ability, but because the suppression that usually prevented reception had never been applied to him. The Ashbel Peaks signal stone had recognized him. He went back to his message and added, "When I arrive, we'll approach the North Cave together. What you felt might be connected to what we found at the Brackwell Delta. This is larger than either of us expected." He sent the courier. Then he thought about what Elder Mossgrasp had said. The Garden Hearth's philosophy was not that only advanced cultivators could contribute. He thought about the Greywood, about the 12 families of Su Dao's valley, with their generations of farming work, about Tan Bolan's medicinal garden disciples arriving at the Ashbel Peaks, about the absorption corps member who had spent a night with the high-density specimens and felt something she could not name. He pressed his palms flat and received the Continental Route Network. The Continental Network had nodes. The nodes were his reconstruction sites. But the network also had threads that were not his. Older threads, established over centuries by forests and mycorrhizal systems and river corridors that had maintained their ecological integrity without any human assistance. Those threads connected the nodes to the broader living world. He was not building a network. He was reconnecting to one that had always been there. He wrote in his register, with the specific quality of someone noting something they should have seen earlier. The suppression is not just cultural. The Salted Council maintains it institutionally. But beneath the suppression, the orientation is natural. Human beings have always been able to hear plants. They have been systematically taught not to listen. He added, the Garden Hearth School's first curriculum task is not teaching the ability. It is removing the teaching that prevents it. He sat with this for a long time. Then he went back to the formation arrays, because the South Zone was complete, but the East Zone's atmospheric regulation still needed 3 days of correction, and the work was the work regardless of the implications. Chapter 55. The Frame Up came on day 40. He had expected something like it. The Salted Council had been losing ground steadily. The legal challenge was slower than they had projected. The merchant network narrative was being countered by direct testimony from people who had been below the delta. When institutional pressure through legal and political channels is insufficient, the next tool in the toolkit is scandal. The specimens were found in his camp. Not his camp. He was living in the guild guest compound 2 kilometers from the delta boundary. But a camp that the Salted Council's investigation team, which arrived with 2 council enforcement officers and 1 guild compliance representative, described as the informal research station associated with Wei Muchen's Delta operations. The station was a tent structure that Su Dao had set up during his early days at the Delta before returning to the Ashbel Peaks. It contained equipment, sample jars, Wei Muchen's secondary register copies, and several soil samples taken for documentation purposes. It now also, apparently, contained 3 rare plants from the Sunken City's Zone 2 collection, the high-altitude alpine species, each in their own stasis jar, which the Council's investigators claimed to have found while conducting a safety inspection. The guild compliance representative, a man Wei Muchen did not know, was the first to approach him. The alpine specimens, he said, are yours. Wei Muchen looked at him. No, he said. They were found at your research station. I am aware of what was found at my research station. I am telling you those specimens are not mine. The compliance representative's expression was carefully neutral. You have authorized access to the Sunken City's botanical collection, which includes the alpine specimens. Authorized research access, not harvesting access. I have not removed any botanical material from the Sunken City since my arrival. He pressed his palms against the ground, the compound soil, connecting through the plant network to the Delta's mycorrhizal record. The mycorrhizal network below the city records all disturbances to the botanical collection. I can read that record. You're the only one who claims the ability to read that record, the compliance representative said. I'm the only one whose ability to read that record has been verified by guild certification and is documented in my research fellowship record, Wei Muchen said. The specimens were planted in my station. By whom is a secondary question. The primary question is whether I removed them, and the mycorrhizal record answers that. The compliance representative looked at the council enforcement officers. Xianxia arrived. She arrived with her notebook open and 3 documents already in hand. Wei Muchen's official Delta access record, documenting every session he had conducted in the city and every piece of material he had handled. The mycorrhizal network reading she had asked him to conduct and document 3 days ago as a standard research protocol, which included the baseline botanical inventory of all 12 zones, and the Guild's standard evidentiary procedure for disputed artifact claims, which required that any claims against a registered senior research fellow be reviewed by the Guild's own investigators before council enforcement could proceed. The compliance representative read the procedure document. Then he said something to the enforcement officers in a voice that Wei Muchen did not catch. The enforcement officers withdrew. The compliance representative left without another word. Xianxia watched them go. The mycorrhizal inventory document, she said. I asked you to do it 3 days ago. You asked me to do it as standard protocol. I asked you to do it because I had received intelligence that the council was considering a planted evidence approach. She closed her notebook. I didn't tell you because I wanted the inventory to be a genuine research document, not something that looked prepared for a specific legal contingency. He looked at her. You anticipated this. I anticipated something like this. The specific form was uncertain. She put the notebook away. The council's legal challenge is stalling. Their narrative campaign has lost momentum. Planted evidence followed by a guild compliance intervention was the next logical tool. She paused. It won't be the last tool. What's next? She was quiet for a moment. The arrested cultivator approach. They'll find a way to bring charges against you that require your physical presence at a council-affiliated legal venue, which takes you away from the Delta. Standard procedure for removing a problematic researcher from a protected site. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the compound floor. The continental route network ran under his hands. He felt the Ashbel Peaks, where Su Dao was waiting at the North Cave. He felt the Graymere Heights, where stone pillars were being quarried. He felt the signal from the northeast, still calling, still patient. 2 more weeks, he said. The preservation review has to complete within 60 days of filing. 40 days from now. If I can maintain my physical presence at the Delta through the review completion, the drainage authorization can't proceed without a full refiling. And a full refiling takes another 60 days minimum, which is after the high-density cultivar timeline with Rohua. He was mapping the critical path. After the cultivar timeline, the Springs collateral is released. After the Springs are released, Ten Bolin's territory position stabilizes. After that, the Graymere Heights, she said. The stone pillars are being destroyed. Every week I'm not there. More of the complete record is lost. I know. She looked at him. I can manage the Delta preservation through the review completion. The filing is in order, the supporting documentation is solid, the observer registrations are processing. I don't need you physically present for the review to complete. He looked at her. You're telling me to leave. I'm telling you that you can leave, and that the work here will continue without you, because you have built enough support and documentation that it doesn't require your constant presence. She paused. And I'm telling you that the Graymere Heights need you more than the Delta does right now. He thought about this. He thought about how much of the past 2 months had been spent fighting the same set of threats from the same institutional source, using the same procedural tools in an ongoing defensive action that was working but was not advancing anything beyond the Delta's immediate survival. He thought about the stone pillars. I'll leave in 3 days, he said. I need to complete the East Zone atmospheric corrections first. 3 days, she agreed. She opened her notebook and started writing. He went back down the stairs. Chapter 56. The defense Xin Yuli won. He was 2 days away from the Delta, traveling north toward the Ashbel Peaks, when Xin Yuli sent word that the charges had been filed. Not the arrested cultivator approach she had predicted, something more specific. The Salted Council's legal division, working with an allied merchant house, had filed a formal claim that several guild archived botanical samples cataloged under Wei Muchen's research registration were, in fact, legally owned commercial inventory of the merchant house's collection, which had been acquired through legitimate artifact trading and illegally appropriated by Wei Muchen through his access to the Jiang family collection. It was, he had to admit, a more sophisticated move than the planted specimens. The legal claim named specific jar numbers from old Jiang's collection, jars that Wei Muchen had assessed during his visit to the eastern capital, and alleged that his assessment had been not a research exercise, but a triage operation to identify valuable inventory for appropriation. The council's allies in the guild provided supporting testimony from the compliance representative who had been present at the planted specimen investigation. Xin Yuli's courier arrived at his overnight camp with the filing documents and her initial response. She had, he noted, already done 5 things before contacting him. She had secured old Zhang's personal testimony confirming that Wei Muchen had been invited to the assessment and had performed it under agreed terms. She had obtained the original assessment contract that Lien Feather had prepared and had Wei Muchen sign on the day of the visit. She had retrieved the guild's formal research registration records showing that none of the assessed jars had been removed from the Jiang family's possession. She had subpoenaed the courier records of the alleged merchant house to demonstrate that no transfer of the jars in question had occurred within the merchant house's documented inventory timeline, and she had filed a counterclaim against the Salted Council's allied parties for malicious legal action. He wrote back, I don't understand how you had the subpoena ready. She wrote back, I had it prepared 12 days ago. I've been waiting to see which direction the council would move. He sat with this for a moment. He wrote back, what do you need me to do? She wrote back, nothing. I have this. Go to the Ashbel Peaks. The Graymere Heights are losing pillars every day you're not there. The case was resolved in his absence, within 11 days, with the council's filing dismissed on procedural grounds. The alleged merchant house had no standing in the guild's artifact jurisdiction, and the counterclaim proceeding through the guild's standard timeline. The compliance representative who had provided supporting testimony was placed under ethics review. Shen Yuli's message after the dismissal contained exactly one line. Moving to the next one. Stay focused on the heights. He read this at the Ashbel Peaks, standing at the North Cave entrance with Su Dao, and felt what he recognized as the specific version of relief that arrived when you realized that someone was better at part of the problem than you were, and that this was good. He added to his register, judgment is not the same as resonance. Both are necessary. Chapter 57. The extinctions he could not prevent. He came back to the Ashbel Peaks and found 2 species dead. He had known it was possible. He had known the formation session delays and the Graymere Heights prioritization meant the Starlace Root Cave's drainage maintenance had been interrupted for the past week. Su Dao had been managing the cave environment, but did not have the resonance precision to maintain the mineral gradient chemistry without guidance. The 2 species were not in the cave. They were surface-side volunteers, a variant of the highland reed and a companion fungus that had been establishing in the northeast slope soil community alongside the high-density cultivar specimens. They had needed a specific moisture cycle at weekly intervals, and the cycle had been missed twice during his absence. He received their absence through the mycorrhizal network before he reached the slope. The signal that had been there, low-level, present, consistent, was simply not there. Not the void quality of Rohua's old-growth absorption. Something quieter. The specific silence of something that had been growing and had stopped. He pressed both palms flat against the slope for 30 minutes. He was not performing grief for Su Dao's benefit. He was making himself stay with the signal's absence in the same way he had made himself stay with the old-growth stand's void. Not because staying made it better, but because understanding what you had lost required acknowledging it precisely rather than moving past it. The highland reed could be re-established. The mycorrhizal network retained its chemical signature. It would take longer than the first establishment. The network's preparation for that specific species had partially reset with the species loss. The companion fungus was more problematic. It was specifically paired with the highland reed, and without the reed as a host, the fungus could not persist. They would need to be re-established together. He added both species to his reconstruction list and assigned them to the 3rd tier, viable but not urgent, dependent on first re-establishing the Starlace Root Cave's drainage corrections. Then he sat with Su Dao at the slope's edge. I missed the moisture cycles, Su Dao said. I know. I didn't realize they were critical. I thought they weren't obviously critical. The species were establishing and the community was stable. He pressed his palms flat. If you had known, you would have managed it. You didn't know. I should have asked. Yes. He did not soften this. Before I left, I should have given you a more complete maintenance protocol. I didn't. That's my error, not yours. Su Dao was quiet. Then, the 2 species. Can they come back? Yes. More slowly. He looked at the northeast slope's surviving specimens. The 12 high-density cultivar plants, healthy and stable. The soil community running correctly. 12 plants. The 6-week schedule called for him to have 30 by now. He was behind, and the spring's collateral with Rohua ran on an 18-week timeline from the day the collateral was signed, which was now 11 weeks behind him. He had 7 weeks. He pressed his palms flat and thought through the problem with the methodical quality he had been developing over the past year. Not starting from what he had expected to achieve, but from what was currently true and what could change from this starting point. The 12 plants were stable. The soil community was expanding naturally. He received this from the mycorrhizal network, the fungal threads extending daily into new soil volume, preparing for additional plants. Not at the rate he had planned, but not static. He could accelerate the community's expansion by providing specific mineral supplements at the right locations. He could add 6 new plants within 2 weeks if the community expansion held the correct pace. 22 plants by the 7-week mark was achievable. 22 was not 42. But it was enough to demonstrate the system's scaling potential, which was what Rohua needed to see for the 11-month extension to justify a further extension of the collateral. He was negotiating for a different kind of deadline, not the hard threshold of 42 plants, but a trajectory. He wrote to Rohua that evening. He described the current state honestly: 12 plants stable, system expanding, 2 species losses from maintenance gaps, re-establishment planned, 22 plants achievable by the original timeline. He included the mycorrhizal network's growth rate data, which was factual and not presented optimistically. He concluded, the system is not at the planned scale at the planned date. The trajectory is accurate and the system is functioning correctly. I am requesting a 60-day extension of the collateral timeline in exchange for providing the mycorrhizal growth rate data as ongoing evidence of system progress. Rohua's response arrived in 3 days. It contained 2 lines. I received your report. I'll give you 30 days. He took 30 days, because 30 days was what he had. Chapter 58. The formation claimed the Salted Council's third move against the Brackwell Delta arrived while Wei Muchen was at the Ashbel Peaks, and it was the most legally sophisticated of the three. They did not challenge the preservation claim directly. They did not plant evidence. They filed a formation registration claim, asserting that the sunken city's ancient formation arrays were an unregistered cultivation artifact under the council's territorial jurisdiction and that Elder Mossgrasp's presence in the city constituted a legal occupation of council property. If accepted, the claim would do two things: transfer the formation arrays from the Guild's Preservation Authority to the council's property registry, which had different legal standards for access and modification, and establish Elder Mossgrasp's 800-year occupation as a legal trespass, which would give the council grounds to compel his removal. Elder Mossgrasp could not be removed without dying. His root system was merged with the city's network at a depth that made physical extraction equivalent to deliberate killing. The council knew this. The legal argument was not intended to actually remove him. It was intended to create a legal basis for overriding the Guild's Preservation Authority over the formation arrays. Wei Muchen read the filing at the Ashbel Peaks and thought about it for half a day. The core of the council's argument was formation registration law. Any cultivation formation of historical significance that was not registered in the Guild's artifact registry before the current registration system's establishment was classified as council property. The sunken city's formations had not been registered before the current system, because the sunken city had been sunk and inaccessible for 2,000 years. The counter-argument was two-pronged. First, the formation was not unregistered. It was registered in the Garden Hearth's original cultivation records, which were encoded in the Living Codex in Zone 7, a Guild-filed research artifact. The Living Codex's registration predated the current Guild system by 2,000 years, but the Guild's charter recognized pre-system registrations as valid where the registering organization's successor institution could be identified. The Garden Hearth School, announced by Wei Muchen to a journalist 12 days ago and registered with the Guild's research program registry by Shun Yuli 2 days after that, was the Garden Hearth's successor institution. He wrote this argument to Shun Yuli in a single document and sent it. She responded within hours. Good. The second prong? He thought about the second prong. The second prong was political, not legal. The council's formation registration claim required the Guild Council to accept the council's jurisdiction over formation artifacts, which was a new precedent that would affect not just the Brackwell Delta, but every Guild-managed historical site. Several Guild Council members had their own sites under management that they did not want subject to Council Formation Registration Authority. He did not have direct access to the Guild Council, but he knew someone who did. He wrote to Rohua. The Salted Council is attempting to establish precedent that their Formation Registration Authority overrides Guild Artifact Preservation Authority. You have 3 historical botanical formations on your territory that you manage under Guild oversight. This precedent would affect your territorial authority over those formations. She responded in 2 days. I've sent a formal objection to the Guild Council on jurisdictional grounds. 8 other cultivation territory holders have joined the objection. The Council's claim will not proceed through the Guild without addressing the territorial holder's position. The Council's third legal challenge stalled. Wei Muchen sent a copy of the exchange to Shun Yuli with one line. When you're ready, add the territorial holder's formal objections to the preservation record. She wrote back, already done. He went to the North Cave to meet Su Dao and the Signal Stone. Chapter 59. The favor cache he called in 12 favors in 4 days. He had never called in favors before. In the Greywood, he had been building relationships that had eventually produced favors offered rather than requested. At the Ashbel Peaks, Tin Bolin had operated on debt exchange that Wei Muchen had understood without pursuing. In the eastern capital, Old Jiang had offered something that was closer to gratitude than transaction. He had been receiving these investments for a year without drawing from them, partly because he had not needed to and partly because he was uncomfortable with the political mechanics of calling in favors, which he understood intellectually but found personally awkward in the way that someone who is good at listening finds explicit negotiation awkward. Now he needed 30-day political cover from 15 different directions simultaneously, and awkwardness was not useful. He contacted Old Jiang first, because the Jiang family's relationship with the Salted Council's third tier made their formal objection to the formation registration claim valuable both politically and evidentially. Old Jiang filed the objection within 6 hours of receiving Wei Muchen's request and included, unprompted, a formal statement of support for the Garden Hearth School's establishment and the Living Codex's publication. He also provided, unprompted, a personal funding commitment to the school's first-year operating costs, which Wei Muchen had not asked for, and which Wei Muchen spent an hour deciding whether to accept. He accepted it because refusing it would have been more about his own discomfort with being helped than about whether the school needed the resources. Grand alchemist Fei Rong, who had been an observer at the Brackwell Delta's second bioluminescent activation and had filed an independent research interest claim, provided, upon request, a formal statement to the Guild Council supporting the Living Codex's publication as necessary for advancing continental medicinal practice. Fei Rong had influence with the Alchemist League, which had influence with the Guild Council's Pharmaceutical Policy Division, which was not the division handling the preservation claim, but was the division that 2 of the 3 blocking council members cared about most. Shen Yuli's guild branch head, who had been watching the Brackwell Delta situation with increasing attention since the journalist article, filed an internal escalation to the guild's full council that framed the formation registration challenge as an institutional threat to the guild's preservation charter. This moved the matter from routine legal review to full council consideration, which required a higher evidentiary standard for the council's claim and produced a 30-day automatic pause on all council legal actions related to the site. 14 other contacts, smaller, each producing a specific piece of the political wall. Wei Muchen sent the last message on the 4th night at the Ashbel Peaks, and then spent an hour pressing his palms against the northeast slope, checking the cultivar system. 17 plants. 5 added since his return. Stable and expanding. Su Dao was asleep in the guest compound. He had been working the past 4 days with the focused intensity he always showed when the work had clear immediate stakes. Wei Muchen sat alone on the slope in the dark and pressed his hands against the mycorrhizal network. He received the continental signal, the nodes, the threads, the vast quiet network. The Brackwell Delta, with its formation arrays running correctly. The Ashbel Peaks cave fossil record. The dormant Greywood. The Graymere Heights, where stone pillars were still transmitting faintly, and where, every day, the faint signal of an existing pillar disappeared as Zhong's mining operation advanced. He needed to get there. He wrote in his register, 2 weeks, 17 cultivar plants, North Cave investigation, then the Heights. The Brackwell Delta Preservation Review would complete in 28 days. By then, Shen Yuli's political wall would either hold or not, and either way the 40-day timeline would be over and the council would have to refile. 2 years of work if they refiled. 2 years was enough time for the Garden Hearth School to establish institutional standing. It was a feasible path. He had never had a feasible path before. He had always been working against timelines that were shorter than what the problem required. He pressed his hands flat. The network ran under him, patient and vast. Chapter 60. The first preserve. The Brackwell Delta became the first guild-protected botanical preserve on day 58 of the Emergency Cultural Preservation Review. Wei Muchen received this news at the Ashbel Peaks by courier. He was in the North Cave with Su Dao at the time, having spent 6 of the previous 8 days there. He read the courier's document twice and then handed it to Su Dao. The preservation is secured, he said. Su Dao read the document. His face did the same thing it did when the frostlung blossom germinated, the wider expression, the one that needed more room than he usually gave it. Elder Mossgrasp is the custodian, he said. Formally, yes. He's been the custodian for 800 years. The document formalizes it. And the meridian leaf. Protected as part of the preserve. I can harvest from it in approximately 2.5 years, when the colony is established enough to sustain it. He pressed his palms against the North Cave stone wall. The Living Codex documentation is ongoing. Shen Yuli will continue that work as part of the research fellowship. I'll return quarterly to assist with the formation maintenance and the codex interpretation. Su Dao folded the document carefully. He had been in the North Cave for 8 days because the signal stone had been communicating with him, slowly, in fragments, the way Wei Muchen had received the ironwood tree signal in the Greywood's early days. Not urgency, direction, something pointing him toward the deeper sections of the cave's fossil record. Wei Muchen had spent those 8 days learning to receive from the signal stone simultaneously with Su Dao, which had produced an interesting experience. The stone transmitted differently to each of them. To Wei Muchen, it transmitted at forest sovereign frequency, information-dense, multi-layered, the full depth of what the stone contained. To Su Dao, it transmitted at the orientation threshold, not information, but invitation. Come further. What does it want from me? Su Dao had asked on day 3. I don't know, Wei Muchen had said honestly. The signal stones were designed to recognize the correct orientation. They apparently recognize yours. What comes next, I don't know. On day 8, the signal stone produced something that neither of them had expected. It transmitted a name. Not Wei Muchen's name, Su Dao's name. In botanical encoding that Su Dao could not yet read, but that Wei Muchen decoded. A name, encoded in the stone's 2,000-year record, placed there by the garden hearth's last cultivators before the school was destroyed. He sat with this for a long time before saying anything. Su Dao was waiting. The signal stones contain records of every resonance cultivator who has interacted with a garden hearth site, he said finally. Historical records. Everyone who ever touched these sites, going back 2,000 years. And your name is in the record. Su Dao looked at the stone. I've never been to a garden hearth site before this, he said. I know. Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat against the cave floor. The most straightforward explanation is that the garden hearth anticipated you. That someone, 2,000 years ago, encoded your name because the mycorrhizal network's forward projection capacity, which I've been learning about in the Living Codex, includes something like prediction, a capacity to model where the ecological network needs to develop based on current state. Su Dao was very still. They predicted me, he said. Not you specifically. They predicted that someone with your orientation would be needed here at approximately this time, based on the state of the continental ecosystem. He paused. The name in the record is the garden hearth's encoding for future needed. The name wasn't placed there for you to find. It was placed there to indicate that someone with your specific combination of characteristics would need to be present for this site to fulfill its purpose. Su Dao sat on the cave floor. Wei Muchen sat beside him. They were quiet for a while. The Brackwell Delta, Su Dao said eventually. Preserved, Wei Muchen confirmed. The 1,000-year meridian leaf. Alive. Protected. Will produce in 2.5 years. The frostlung blossom. 6 seedlings, growing. The springs are protected. Su Dao looked at the cave's ceiling, stone, fossil embedded, ancient. What's next, he said. Wei Muchen pulled out his register. He had a list. A long list. The Graymere Heights, he said. The stone pillars. The complete garden hearth record before Zhong Wui's operation destroys more of it. He pressed the ceramic shard. He had been carrying both pieces since the day the old herbalist pressed the larger piece into his hand, against his palm. The shard's signal was stronger now, as it had been getting stronger since the Brackwell Delta work. And then, he paused, feeling the direction the shard pointed. Northeast. Su Dao looked at him. The primordial garden, he said. Yes. The shard transmitted in both their hands. He had not realized Su Dao was also pressing his palm against it until he felt the signal's quality change, the way two people holding opposite ends of a rope changes the rope's tension. Su Dao had felt it too. We're going to need more people, Su Dao said. Yes, Wei Muchen agreed. Above the cave, the Ashbel peaks transmitted their patient, fossil-deep signal. Below the delta, the 1,000-year meridian leaf sent its slow, ancient pulse through the mycorrhizal network. The world was listening. He had been listening back for a year now. He looked at his hands, 70-year-old joints on a 21-year-old face, and pressed them against the cave floor and received the continental network's full signal, all of it, vast and patient and very much alive. He began planning the route to the Graymere Heights. Chapter 61. The struck named the name Graymere Heights appeared on exactly 0 current maps. Wei Muchen had confirmed this with the Guild's cartography division. A formal request, responded to with professional courtesy, and the information that no such named range appeared in any survey conducted within the past 300 years. The range itself was present in every map, labeled only as Northern Mineral Extraction Territory, Category 4 Jurisdiction. The name had been removed. The place had not been removed with it, because mountains are more difficult to disappear than their names. Shen Yuli had found the historical reference 3 days before he left the Ashbel Peaks, in a suppressed administrative record from 1,500 years ago, a land transfer document reassigning the Graymere Heights from the Garden Hearth's registered territory to the predecessor organization of the Salted Council. The transfer had been signed by 7 administrators. Below the transfer text, someone had written, in a different hand, name to be removed from all official records. Cultural association constitutes ongoing risk of re-establishment. The explicit instruction, written by someone who understood exactly what they were doing. He read this document once, wrote in his register. The erasure was intentional and specific, and moved on, because outrage about 1,500-year-old decisions was not an efficient use of attention. The Graymere Heights were visible from 4 days' travel out, not in the way that notable landmarks were visible, but in the way that Wei Muchen perceived them through the continental route network. The mycorrhizal signal from the region was complex and dense in a way that indicated long ecological continuity, and within that density, a different quality, compressed, information dense. The stone pillars transmitting through the rock and soil in the specific way that botanical encoding worked at geological timescales. And cut through all of it, the specific absent signal of pillars that were no longer transmitting. He counted as he traveled. On day 1 of the approach, 72 pillars transmitting. On day 2, 70. On day 3, 67. 3 pillars destroyed in 3 days of continued mining. Su Dao, riding beside him, was doing his own tracking. His range was not the continental scale Wei Muchen operated at, but the Ashbel Peaks had significantly expanded what he could receive, and the Graymere Heights signal was strong enough to reach him at 2 days' distance. 67. Su Dao said on day 3's evening. Yes. How many were there originally? The mycorrhizal archive record suggests something over 200. Zhao Wuqing's notes mention the pillars, but don't give a count. He pressed his palms against the night camp's soil. We're arriving at approximately a third of the original. Su Dao was quiet. If they're quarrying at this rate, he said, at the current rate, the remaining pillars will be gone within 2 years. Less, if the operation expands. He pressed harder. The complete record of the Garden Hearth's 3,000 years of practice, encoded in stone, being taken apart for building material by a sect that doesn't know what it's destroying. Zhong Wui doesn't know what they are. Zhong Wui doesn't care what they are. His operation is mining rare minerals. The pillars are in the way. He pressed his palms flat. There are cultivators in his operation who probably feel something unusual when they work near the pillars, a quality to the stone, a texture to the air nearby. But nothing in apothecary sovereign sect training gives them a framework for what they're feeling, so they ignore it. They reached the Graymere Heights on day 4. The mineral extraction operation was larger than Wei Muchen had expected from the mycorrhizal network's description. Not a small harvesting crew. A full industrial-scale operation, with formation-powered digging equipment, processing stations for mineral separation, transport infrastructure running down the mountain's accessible face, and housing for what appeared to be several hundred workers. The pillars were scattered across the height's upper plateau, or had been. 40-odd positions showed recent quarry marks. The remaining 67 pillars stood in clusters, some half-buried in the accumulated debris of the mining operation, some cracked by the vibration of nearby extraction work, all transmitting with the faint, compressed signal of something that had been standing for 2,000 years and was still doing what it was built to do. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the nearest pillar. The signal arrived in layers, the way the fossil record at the Ashbel Peaks had arrived in layers, but denser, not encoded by fossilization but by deliberate compression, botanical language pressed into stone at a cellular level by cultivators who had understood that stone lasted longer than organic matter and had adapted their encoding accordingly. He received the first layer in 7 minutes. It contained the Garden Hearth's foundational theory of botanical resonance, not the technique, but the philosophical framework, the understanding of what the natural world was and how it communicated and why listening was more powerful than projecting. He came out of the session to find Su Dao standing between him and an approaching mining overseer. He's conducting research, Su Dao said. Guild authorization. The overseer was not hostile, just the specific combination of suspicious and routine that characterized someone whose job was to move visitors away from active work sites. Active extraction zone, the overseer said. Visitors need prior, Guild Senior Research Fellowship authorization, filed under the Emergency Cultural Artifact Protocol, Su Dao said. He had the document ready. He had prepared it. Wei Muchen understood, while Wei Muchen was in the resonance session. The overseer looked at the document. Wei Muchen stood up. The pillars, he said. I need to know who authorized their extraction. They're geological formations. They don't require. They are registered botanical artifact formations under the Guild's cultural preservation category. He held up the ceramic shard, both pieces combined in his palm. The shard's signal resonated with the pillars the way 2 strings of the same note resonated when one was struck. They contain encoded cultivation records that predate every current cultivation institution. Their extraction is destroying an irreplaceable historical archive. The overseer's expression shifted from routine to uncertain. He had not expected this argument. He had been managing a standard research site situation, visitors, authorization, move them along. He was not prepared for a credentialed senior research fellow making a historical preservation claim about the rocks he was paid to extract. I'll need to contact the operation director, he said. Please do, Wei Muchen said. I'll be reading this pillar. He pressed his palms back against the stone. Chapter 62. The operation that didn't care. The operation director was Zhong Wui's deputy, a man named Factor Shun, no relation to Shun Yuli, who arrived from the processing station with the composed manner of someone who had managed regulatory challenges before and found them tedious rather than threatening. He received Wei Muchen's preservation claim documentation with professional attention. He read it thoroughly. He handed it back. The Graymere Heights mineral extraction license was granted under the Category 4 jurisdictional framework, he said. Category 4 extraction sites are not subject to Guild Cultural Preservation Review. The extraction license supersedes the preservation claim. Wei Muchen had anticipated this. The Category 4 exemption applies to geological formations, he said. The stone pillars are not geological formations. They are manufactured artifacts, cut stone, processed and shaped by human hands, encoded with cultivation techniques. The extraction license covers geological formations. It does not cover manufactured artifacts. Factor Shun looked at the pillars. Those are naturally occurring mineral columns, he said. No. Wei Muchen pressed his palm against the nearest pillar's surface. The surface mineralogy is natural. They were carved from native stone and have been standing long enough to develop natural weathering patterns. The internal structure is not natural. If you core sample any of these pillars, you will find a crystalline interior that has a biological origin. The encoding is botanical in mechanism, which means the crystal structure formed through biological template processes, not geological ones. Factor Shun looked at the pillar. He looked at it for a moment in the way that someone looks at something when they are deciding whether the argument they are hearing requires addressing or can simply be managed by administrative means. I'll consult with our legal division, he said. Please do, Wei Muchen said. Factor Shun left. Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat and spent the next 4 hours reading every pillar in the nearest cluster. Su Dao stood nearby with the documentation materials, writing catalog numbers as Wei Muchen called them out between sessions. The operations workers gave them a wide berth. Not because of the preservation claim. Most of them had not been told about it, but because of the specific quality of Wei Muchen crouched over a stone column with both hands flat against it for extended periods, occasionally saying things to himself that sounded like they were addressed to the stone. He read 7 pillars before the light failed. The technique records were extraordinary. Not just the botanical resonance cultivation methods, though those were present in a completeness that went far beyond the Living Codex's compressed version. The pillars also contained ecological engineering at a scale he had not previously understood the garden hearth to have practiced. Techniques for imprinting complete ecosystem blueprints into soil and atmospheric formations. Techniques for establishing mycorrhizal relay networks across hundreds of kilometers. Techniques for working with plant species at the genetic level through resonance-guided development rather than selective breeding. The garden hearth had been doing, 2,000 years ago, what he had been independently rediscovering, but at continental scale. He came out of the final session of the evening and found Su Dao sitting on a rock with his notebook full of catalog entries and a specific expression. 42 techniques in 7 pillars, Su Dao said. I wasn't counting. I was. He looked at the remaining pillars, 67 of them, distributed across the plateau. If 7 pillars contain 42 techniques, the density varies by pillar. Some contain single extended records, some contain multiple shorter ones. He pressed his palms together. The ache was pronounced after 7 extended sessions. But the total record, across all surviving pillars, is significantly larger than the Living Codex. The Codex is a summary. The pillars are the original source. Su Dao looked at the operations housing units, lit in the evening. They destroyed a third of the source, he said. Yes. And the legal consultation is going to take longer than the rate at which they're extracting. He had known this when they arrived. He had hoped the preservation claim would produce an immediate extraction pause, but Factor Shin's response had made clear it would not. I need a different approach for the pillars. The legal route is too slow. What's the non-legal route? He pressed his palms against the ground and felt the mycorrhizal network under the Graymere Heights. The network here was damaged. The extraction operation had disrupted significant sections of it. But the threads that ran between the pillar locations were intact, maintained by the pillar's own biological encoding sustaining a minimal biological activity in the rock and soil around them. The pillars were maintaining each other. And through that maintenance network, they were maintaining the mycorrhizal system. The mycorrhizal system was the reason the Graymere Heights still had any plant cover at all despite the extraction damage. The network was sustaining what it could from the pillar's encoded record of what the heights were supposed to support. If he could establish an ecosystem seeding imprint using the pillar record's blueprint as a template, not the incomplete ecosystem he could receive at forest sovereign rank, but the complete design in the pillars themselves, the heights mycorrhizal network would begin actively restoring the botanical cover. Restored botanical cover would make the upper plateau unsuitable for extraction equipment within months, because the root systems and fungal networks would destabilize the substrate that the equipment's anchoring required. This was not destroying anything. It was restoring the natural state of the terrain. He wrote in his register, ecosystem seeding using pillar records as direct template. Requires decoding all remaining pillars first. Requires 2 to 3 weeks. Extraction will continue during that period, risk of additional pillar losses. He added, the acceleration of pillar losses during the decoding period is a cost. Compare against cost of legal route, which produces no pillar losses but also produces no ecosystem restoration and will be contested and delayed indefinitely by Zhong Wui's legal team. He made the decision. He told Su Dao, I'm going to read every pillar as fast as I can. The sessions will be extended, probably 6 to 8 hours each day. My hands are going to age during this. The cost is real. Su Dao looked at his hands. What do I do, he said. Document every technique I receive. Catalog the pillar content. File emergency preservation notices through the guild for each individual pillar as we read it. Individual notices get individual review timelines, which creates a procedural thicket that may slow the extraction on specific pillars even if it doesn't halt the operation. That's 67 individual filings. Yes, that'll take a long time. Start with the pillars closest to the active extraction phase. Those are the ones at most immediate risk. He pressed his palms flat. I'll be doing the sessions in the same priority order. We'll read and file in parallel. Su Dao opened his notebook. Okay, he said. They worked through the night. Chapter 63. What the memory said the 7th day at the Greymere Heights was the day Wei Muchen received something from the pillars that he had not known to expect. He was deep in a session on the 43rd pillar, a tall column, partially buried by extraction debris, which contained what appeared to be the garden hearth's complete records on ecosystem memory and mycorrhizal archive function, when the pillar's signal changed character. Not a new information layer. Something else. The quality of the transmission shifted from compressed record to something he had only felt before from living plants, awareness of the receiver. The pillar's encoding was responding to him specifically, not transmitting uniformly as an information source, but orienting toward his reception frequency. He stayed very still. The signal that followed was not a technique record. It was a memory, not a summary or an encoded description of a memory, an actual experiential record. The way the mycorrhizal network's oldest archives contained chemical impressions of past ecosystems that were visceral rather than descriptive. This was a first-person memory, compressed into botanical encoding, from someone who had stood at this pillar 2,000 years ago and pressed their own hands against it. He received it over 4 hours. The person who had encoded it, the Garden Hearth's last senior cultivator before the school's destruction, had been standing at this pillar on the day the coalition sects arrived. He had known they were coming. The mycorrhizal network had transmitted their approach for 3 days. He had used those 3 days to finish encoding the pillar records, the last of a 20-year project to move everything the Garden Hearth knew from organic cultivation media into stone. The last memory was not of the attack. It was of the moment before, standing with his palms against this pillar, receiving its completed signal, and understanding that the record was whole. All of it was encoded. The Garden Hearth's knowledge would not be lost. He had then walked down from the heights, sealed the Brackwell Delta City, activated the mycorrhizal guidance network, and waited. The memory ended there. Wei Muchen came out of the session on his knees, which he had not done since the early Greywood days. Not from the power of the signal. He had much better control now. From the weight of it. He had been working toward the Garden Hearth for a year and a half. He had been finding pieces, reconstructing context, building his understanding of what it had been. This was the first time he had received it as a direct experience from someone who had been inside it. Su Dao was crouched beside him before he was fully oriented. You were in there for 4 hours, he said. I know. What happened? The pillar contains a personal memory from the last senior Garden Hearth cultivator. He pressed his hands together. The aging cost from this session was significant. His hands had advanced another several years. He would need the pacing meditation for the rest of the day. He encoded the complete record in the pillars deliberately. He chose these columns specifically because stone lasts longer than organic matter. He knew the school was going to be destroyed. He built a library that could survive the destruction. Su Dao looked at the pillar. For someone to find later, he said. Yes. Wei Muchen stood. The guidance network. The signal stones. The ceramic shards. The Delta City. All of it was designed to guide the next botanical resonance cultivator to these pillars, to decode the record, and to use it to rebuild. He looked at his hands. He couldn't know when. He designed it to last long enough. Su Dao was quiet for a moment. Do you think he knew about the mycorrhizal prediction? He said. About the names encoded in the signal stones. He built the signal stones. Yes, I think he knew. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the Greymere Heights mycorrhizal network. The damage from the extraction operation was visible in the signal, gaps, compressed threads, areas of reduced conductivity where the rock had been disturbed. He designed the whole system, 2,000 years ago. Not because he knew who specifically would come, Because he trusted that the mycorrhizal network's prediction capacity would identify who needed to come. The network predicted Su Dao, Su Dao said. The network predicted someone with your orientation, Wei Muchen said. Which is not quite the same thing, but practically, close enough. Close enough. He looked at the remaining pillars. I need to tell you what I received in that session. All of it. The technique records, the ecosystem engineering methods, the memory at the end. He pulled out his register. And then we need to read the rest of these before the extraction team gets to them. How many sessions left? He counted the unread pillars. 24. How long? At current pace, 3 more weeks. At accelerated pace, he pressed his palms together, noting the ache. I can push to 2 sessions per day for short periods. Maybe 2.5 weeks. And the pillar losses during that time. 3 more pillars, at current extraction rate. Su Dao wrote this down. The ecosystem seeding, he said. When you activate it, after all remaining pillars are read, the blueprint I imprint will be more accurate with the full record. He pressed his palms flat against the heights soil. 3 more weeks, then the seeding. Then the heights will begin restoring themselves. He opened his register and began transcribing the 43rd pillar's contents. Above them, the Gramier heights were still. The mycorrhizal network ran under the damaged terrain, compressed and working, maintaining what it could. The pillars stood in their clusters, transmitting. Chapter 64. Zhong Wui's return. Zhong Wui arrived at the Gramier heights on day 9, and he came without the calculation he had used in every previous encounter. He did not come with Factor Shen's measured administrative manner. He did not come with enforcers or legal documentation or the political maneuvering that had characterized every previous move. He came with his personal cultivation guard, 6 cultivators, and an expression that Wei Muchen, reading it from across the plateau, recognized as the specific quality of a man who has been losing ground for months and has decided that the time for management is over. Wei Muchen was at Pillar 49 when the approach reached him through the mycorrhizal network. He came out of the session and stood. Su Dao was already on his feet, the guild authorization documents in hand. Don't, Wei Muchen said. Su Dao looked at him. The documents are valid. He knows they're valid. This isn't a legal encounter. He pressed his palms against the pillar's base for a moment. Not a session, just contact, the way he pressed his palms against the ironwood tree's root as a habit of grounding. Step back. Zhong Wui covered the remaining distance without speaking. He stopped 3 meters from Wei Muchen and looked at him with the flat attention that Wei Muchen remembered from the assessment at the Verdant Hollow sect 18 months ago. The same assessment quality, a different calculation running behind it. You've been at the pillars for 9 days, Zhong said. Yes. The preservation filings. Individual notices on 49 pillars. Each pillar constitutes a distinct artifact, which requires individual filing under the guild's preservation protocol. He did not elaborate. Zhong already knew this. He had clearly received a legal briefing in the past day. You're encoding their content, Zhong said. I'm documenting the cultural and historical significance of each artifact, as required by the preservation filing. Zhong looked at the pillar Wei Muchen had been against. The previous owner of my information source tells me you can read the pillars through physical contact, he said. That the stones contain something you can receive. Wei Muchen did not confirm or deny this. He waited. The mineral deposit under this plateau, Zhong said. The rare earth formation. It's the largest confirmed concentration of spirit earth mineral in the continental map. My sect's pill forging operation requires it. He paused. The preservation claim is going to cost me significant resources to contest, and the individual artifact filings are going to slow the extraction pace to the point of being uneconomical. You know this. Yes. So I'm offering you a genuine exchange. Not the offer I made in the Grey Wood. Access in exchange for your cooperation. A different offer. He looked at the pillars. I'll cease extraction on the upper plateau where the pillars are located. The mineral deposit's main concentration is in the lower strata, which the pillar preservation zone doesn't cover. I lose 20% of the yield I projected, but the core operation remains viable. Wei Muchen looked at him. And in exchange, he said, you ceased the individual preservation filings on lower strata extraction. The filings are creating regulatory interference across the entire operation, not just the pillar zone. He paused. And you acknowledge, publicly and on guild record, that the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's Gramier Heights operation has been a good faith extraction within the terms of its license. This was, Wei Muchen thought, considerably more sophisticated than anything Zhong had offered before. The man was losing on the legal front and had decided to negotiate from what leverage remained rather than continue losing. The offer was also genuinely not bad. Upper plateau pillar protection in exchange for lower strata extraction continuation. The pillars were on the upper plateau. The pillar content was what mattered. The lower strata minerals were relevant to the ecosystem's seeding's timeline. The seeding would be less effective in the lower strata sections if the mineral density was disrupted, but not catastrophically so. He pressed his palms against the soil at his feet. The mycorrhizal network under the heights transmitted the current state. 67 pillars transmitting, lower strata mycothreads significantly disrupted by extraction, upper plateau mycothreads intact. If the upper plateau extraction stopped, the pillar protection was real. The pillar record would be preserved. He could read the remaining 24 pillars without racing the extraction timeline. The public acknowledgement of good faith was the problematic part. It was not accurate. The apothecary sovereign sect's operation had not been good faith. They had been destroying 2,000-year-old artifact records as industrial waste. But Zhong was not asking Wei Muchen to say it had been deliberate. He was asking for the minimum statement that would allow him to reframe the operations record for the guild investigation that was ongoing. Wei Muchen looked at Zhong. The upper plateau extraction stops tomorrow, he said. Written commitment, filed with the guild as part of the individual artifact agreements. Acceptable. The public statement says, the apothecary sovereign sect has agreed to cease extraction in the artifact preservation zone in response to guild documentation of the pillar's cultural significance. I will not characterize the prior extraction as good faith. Zhong's expression tightened slightly. That characterization creates legal vulnerability for previous extraction activities, he said. Yes, Wei Muchen said. The previous extraction destroyed cultural artifacts. That is the accurate characterization. A silence. The investigation, Zhong said, is ongoing. What I say publicly will be accurate, not maximally damaging. I'm not interested in using this as an opportunity for retaliation. I'm interested in protecting the remaining pillars. He pressed his palms together. You stop the upper plateau extraction. I document the arrangement accurately. The individual lower strata filings go through standard review timeline, not emergency timeline. That's the exchange. Zhong looked at him for a long moment. Done, he said. He left with his guard. Wei Muchen pressed his palms back against pillar 49. The signal arrived, compressed, detailed, still there. He received it. Chapter 65. The inventory of a civilization reading the remaining 24 pillars took 12 days. Not 3 weeks, as he had projected, because the agreement with Zhong eliminated the extraction pressure and allowed him to approach each session at the correct pace rather than the emergency pace. He slept adequately. He performed the pacing meditation twice daily, which was producing measurable results. His hands aging was slower than in any previous period of intensive resonance work. The joint ache was present, but manageable rather than severe. Su Dao worked in parallel, filing the individual preservation notices through the guild's standard review process and building the pillar content catalog from Wei Muchen's transcribed sessions. By the end of day 12, the catalog contained 67 pillars read, 847 individual technique records documented, 23 complete ecosystem blueprints encoded in botanical format, 14 personal memory records from garden hearth cultivators across a 3,000-year period. For engineering specifications for continental scale formation arrays, 1 personal memory from the last senior cultivator, including a complete description of the guidance system he had designed. The total document, transcribed into guild standard manuscript format, was several thousand pages. Su Dao produced an index that night in a handwriting that had become, over the year of working together, significantly more precise than it had been when he was living alone in the river valley. Wei Muchen read the index and recognized, in the catalog structure, the scope of what the garden hearth had understood. Not just the techniques, the complete theoretical framework that produced the techniques. An understanding of the living world that began from the premise that consciousness was distributed rather than localized, that intelligence was a property of complex information processing systems rather than exclusively a property of neurologically complex animals, and that the appropriate relationship between human consciousness and botanical consciousness was collaborative rather than extractive. 3,000 years of that premise, applied systematically, had produced what was in the pillars. He pressed his palms against the last pillar, the 67th, the tallest, the one most deeply encoded, which had contained the engineering specifications for the continental scale formation arrays, and received its baseline signal. Still transmitting. Still intact. All 67, Su Dao said. Yes. What happens to them now? The preservation filings cover all 67. The upper plateau extraction is stopped. The pillars will stand here for as long as the stone holds. He pressed both palms flat, which, given that they've been standing for 2,000 years already, is probably adequate. The ecosystem seeding, Su Dao said. He had been thinking about this since the agreement with Zhong. The seeding was still necessary. not to drive out the extraction operation, which was now confined to the lower strata by agreement, but to begin the Graymere Heights botanical recovery. The Heights mycorrhizal network had been significantly damaged by the extraction operation. Without restoration, the network would continue declining, and eventually the pillar preservation zone soil stability would be affected by the network's absence. The seeding needed the complete blueprint from the pillars. He had the complete blueprint now. Tomorrow, he said. We start the seeding tomorrow. He had performed ecosystem seeding before, at the Greywood, at the Ashbell Peak's northeast slope, at smaller scales in the Brackwell Delta. But he had always been working from partial blueprints, from what the mycorrhizal network could tell him about what had been there and what should be there. The pillar record contained a complete blueprint. The original ecosystem map, preserved by the garden hearth for exactly this use. He spent that night in the pacing meditation, preparing for a larger seeding than he had ever attempted. The continental root network ran under his palms, transmitting. The Heights damaged network was present within it, reduced, compressed, waiting. He had the blueprint. He had the rank. He had, for the first time in a year and a half of working, something close to adequate time. He stayed in the meditation until the night was almost over, receiving the blueprint's details, memorizing the spatial relationships that the seeding would need to express, preparing the resonance transmission that would imprint the pattern into the Heights soil. Su Dao, asleep across the camp, turned over and pressed his palm against the ground in his sleep. He did this sometimes, Wei Muchen had noticed, the developing sensitivity expressing itself even in unconsciousness, reaching toward the network as a reflex. The network, under both their hands, transmitted its slow and patient signal. Tomorrow, the Heights would begin coming back. Chapter 66. The pillar that broke him. The session lasted 6 hours, and when he came out of it, he could not speak for the remainder of the day. This was not the paralysis of overload. He had experienced that in the Greywood, the collapse under too many simultaneous signals. This was different. He was functional, could walk, could hear, could make decisions. He simply found that words required a passage through the part of himself that was currently occupied by what he had received, and the words did not have enough room. The pillar had contained a memory, not a technique record or an ecosystem blueprint. A memory from a garden hearth cultivator who had lived 1,200 years ago, midway through the school's history, a period that the pillar catalog called the Second Age of Growth, when the garden hearth had been at its largest and most publicly active. The memory was a day's work. A cultivator, her name encoded in botanical script, which he had decoded but would not repeat, because it felt like an over-familiarity with someone who had been dead for more than a millennium, had spent an ordinary working day in the garden hearth's upper plateau facility, consulting with 7 different cultivators on 7 different projects. The memory contained all 7 conversations, the specific texture of the plateau's morning air, the taste of the tea she had drunk at midday, the sound of the wind through the pillar cluster that had been here for centuries before her and would remain for centuries after. She had been laughing 3 times in the 7 conversations, at something specific, once at a seedling that kept transmitting an impression she could only describe as indignant, once at a junior cultivator's misidentification of a mycorrhizal signal, once at herself. The last part of the memory was her pressing her palm against this specific pillar at the end of the day's work and receiving the record of everything the pillar contained, the accumulated knowledge of the generations before her, and feeling she had encoded gratitude. Not for the knowledge, for the continuity, for the fact that the people who had come before had thought to preserve what they knew rather than assume it would be remembered. He had received this sitting on the cold rock of the Graymere Heights upper plateau, in the middle of a week of intense session work, with his hands aged past what they had been even yesterday, and the memory had arrived in him the way a remembered smell arrives, not processed through analysis but present in full, immediate, the whole texture of someone's ordinary afternoon 1,200 years ago. He came out of the session, and Su Dao looked at him and said nothing. He was grateful for that. He walked to the edge of the plateau and sat with the view of the lower heights, the extraction operation below, the damaged terrain where the mycorrhizal network was thin and compressed, the intact pillar cluster behind him still transmitting. He had been building toward the garden hearth for a year and a half. He had been thinking of it as a project, as a historical source, as a body of knowledge to recover. He had not been thinking of it as a place where a specific person had laughed at an indignant seedling while drinking tea that had a flavor she remembered precisely enough to encode it. He pressed his palms against the rock. Below, the mycorrhizal network transmitted. Above, the sky was the specific gray of altitude and winter approaching. He wrote, eventually, a single line in his register. The garden hearth was not a philosophy. It was ordinary days. He returned to the pillar catalog the next morning. Shen Yuli's message arrived while he was in the first session of the new day. The Graymere Heights location had been identified by the journalist who had covered the Brackwell Delta story. There would be a publication. The article would name the location, describe the pillar archive, and mention the apothecary sovereign sex extraction history. He wrote back, "Don't try to stop it. The publication is accurate and the public attention is useful." She wrote back, "I know. I just wanted you to see it before anyone else sends it to you as an emergency." He went back to the pillar. Chapter 67. The evidence that mattered. The guild investigation into Zhong Wui's extraction operation at the Graymere Heights moved from preliminary to formal status on the morning after the journalist's article published. Wei Muchen knew about the escalation 3 hours before the official notification arrived, because the guild's investigation officer who had been assigned to the case sent Shen Yuli a draft of the formal notice for review before filing. Standard procedure when the named party was a senior research fellow, and Shen Yuli had sent it to Wei Muchen immediately. He read the draft while Su Dao was beginning the morning's first pillar catalog entry. The formal investigation covered 12 years of extraction records, during which the apothecary sovereign sex Graymere Heights operation had destroyed approximately 40 stone pillars and an unknown number of associated botanical artifacts in the surrounding terrain. The legal charge was destruction of registered cultural artifacts under the Guild's Artifact Preservation Charter, the same charter that covered the Brackwell Delta's formation arrays. The draft listed Wei Muchen as a key evidence witness, which meant he would need to provide formal documentation of what he had received from the pillars. He wrote back to Shen Yuli, "I'll prepare a formal evidence declaration. The pillar catalog Su Dao has been building is the primary document. It contains the content record for each of the 67 pillars I read, with session dates and duration. Then, the 40 destroyed pillars. What can we recover about their content?" She wrote back, "The mycorrhizal network archive?" He thought about this. The mycorrhizal network in the Graymere Heights had been in contact with the pillars for 2,000 years. The pillar's botanical encoding would have left chemical traces in the network's threads, not the full content, not the layered detail he received through direct contact, but residue. The equivalent of a library's card catalog after the books were removed, not the content, but the structure of what had been there. He spent the next 3 days in the most extended mycorrhizal archive access session he had attempted at the Heights. Not reading pillars, reading the network's memory of the 40 destroyed pillars, recovering, from the chemical residue in the threads, the structural outlines of what the destroyed columns had contained. He recovered enough to produce section headings. Not technique records, not complete memories, but evidence that the destroyed pillars had contained specific categories of information. The mycorrhizal record showed the biological interaction patterns between the pillar encoding and the network, which were characteristic of the content type, like identifying a book subject from the way a reader's biochemistry responded to it. He filed the declaration. The investigation officer received it and sent back a formal acknowledgement that included the specific legal phrase, "Evidence admitted as expert testimony under the Guild's Botanical Resonance Certification Protocol." It was the first time, Wei Muchen noted, that his ability had been formally admitted as legal evidence in a Guild proceeding. He added this to his register without further comment and continued the pillar sessions. Zhong Wui's legal team, receiving notification of the formal investigation and the evidence declaration, filed an immediate procedural challenge to the mycorrhizal archive evidence on the grounds that evidence derived from botanical resonance interpretation was subjective and could not be independently verified. Shen Yuli's response, filed within 6 hours. The Guild's Botanical Resonance Certification Protocol specifically established that certified practitioners' resonance evidence is admissible under the same standards as expert witness scientific testimony. The protocol was established 300 years ago and had been used in 17 prior Guild proceedings. She attached citations to all 17. The procedural challenge was denied. Zhong Wui's legal team filed a second challenge. The mycorrhizal archive evidence constituted speculation about destroyed artifacts' contents, not documentation of existing artifacts' contents, which fell outside the Preservation Charter's evidence standards. Shen Yuli's response. The mycorrhizal archive evidence demonstrates that the destroyed pillars contain culturally significant botanical records. Demonstrating that destroyed cultural artifacts contain significant content is directly relevant to assessing the impact of their destruction. She attached the investigation officer's formal evidence admission as precedent for the standard. The second challenge was also denied. The formal investigation proceeded. Su Dao, writing the catalog entries with the efficiency he had developed over 3 weeks of daily work, said, "They're running out of challenges." "They have more," Wei Muchen said. "They have political allies on the Guild Council. The investigation will slow when it reaches the council level. But it's moving. It's moving. He pressed his palms against Pillar 58. Which is the correct direction? He stayed in the session until the afternoon light changed. Chapter 68. The guild that wasn't pure. The investigation slowed at the council level exactly as Wei Muchen had expected. 3 guild council members, 2 of whom had direct financial relationships with apothecary sovereign sect-affiliated organizations, and one of whom held a seat on the board of one of Zhong Wui's legal partners, filed procedural objections to the investigation's evidence standards that required 3 weeks of council committee review before the investigation could proceed. This was not illegal. It was the ordinary operation of institutional conflict of interest. Xin Yuli documented it precisely, because documenting it was both accurate and, eventually, useful. Wei Muchen received her report while finishing the last week of pillar sessions and wrote back. Who appointed the 3 council members? She wrote back. 2 are appointed positions, serving terms that end in 8 months. 1 is a permanent seat. The permanent seat holder has been on the council for 40 years. He thought about this. He wrote, I'm not trying to remove anyone from the council. I'm trying to slow the slowdown. Is there a mechanism within the guild's charter that allows the investigation to bypass council review on evidence standards? She wrote back, yes. Emergency Cultural Preservation Track, which we used for the Brackwell Delta, bypasses standard council review for sites under active threat. The Graymere Heights pillars are protected by individual preservation notices, but the operation against Zhong Wui is a separate enforcement action. To invoke the bypass, the enforcement action needs to be reclassified as an emergency protection measure rather than a standard investigation. He wrote, what does that require? She wrote, evidence that the pillar archive faces ongoing acute destruction risk even with the current extraction agreement. The agreement stops upper plateau extraction. The pillars are currently stable. The emergency reclassification would require demonstrating that the agreement is insufficient protection. He thought about this for a day. The agreement was with Zhong Wui personally, who was now facing a formal investigation. If the investigation produced significant legal consequences, Zhong's control over the operation could transfer to other parties who were not bound by the agreement's terms. The agreement was with a person, not with the land. If the operation's ownership changed, in receivership, in sale, in organizational restructuring, the upper plateau extraction could resume. He wrote, the investigation creates instability in the operation's ownership. If Zhong Wui's legal position deteriorates significantly, the operation could be sold or restructured. New owners aren't bound by the extraction agreement I made with Zhong directly. The pillar archive faces ongoing acute risk from potential ownership transfer. The response, 40 minutes later. That argument is legally sound, and I've confirmed it with 2 guild barristers. Filing the reclassification request today. The reclassification was granted in 4 days, bypassing the council committee review. The formal investigation resumed. Zhong Wui's 3 council allies filed a formal complaint about the reclassification. Xin Yuli's response to the formal complaint was 9 pages of guild charter precedent. The complaint process required a full council vote to proceed, which the 3 council members could not control unilaterally. The complaint failed. Wei Muchen received this news on the day he completed the final pillar session at the Graymere Heights, the 67th pillar, which contained the engineering specifications he had read before, but also, in its deepest layer, something he had not found in any other pillar. A message, not a memory, not a technique record. A direct address, in the first person, to whoever would be reading this pillar when the system was ready for them. It said, in botanical encoding that he translated slowly and with the care of someone who understood they were reading something that had been waiting 2,000 years to be read. You found them all. The record is complete. The network knows the pattern. When you are ready, come northeast. He came out of the session and pressed his palms flat against the heights soil. The primordial garden's signal was clear now, not the faint background awareness he had been carrying since the Brackwell Delta, but a direct, deliberate transmission aimed at him specifically. He wrote in his register, the Graymere Heights work is complete. Pillar record documented. Ecosystem seeding initiated. Investigation proceeding. Move northeast. He looked at his hands. They appeared to be the hands of a man past 80 years old. The joints were pronounced and stiff in the mornings. The fine line cracking on his palms had deepened. Function was intact. The pacing meditation was slowing the progression. But the accumulation of the past year and a half was visible in a way that no amount of pacing could undo. He thought about the garden hearth cultivator's memory, the ordinary afternoon, the laughter, the tea. He pressed his hands flat against the soil one last time and received the network signal. The Heights ecosystem seeding was active. the mycorrhizal threads beginning the slow expansion that would take years to fully express, but was already measurably underway. He stood. Northeast, he said. Su Dao, who had been closing the pillar catalog with the final entries, looked up. How far? The continental network puts it approximately 300 kilometers northeast of here, above the cloud line. He pressed the ceramic shards in his palm. The signal from the combined fragments was the strongest it had ever been. Not pointing, exactly, but radiating. Full signal. Arrived. I've been feeling it since the Brackwell Delta. It's been getting clearer every time I advance. What is it? The source of everything, he said. The guidance network. The signal stones. The ceramic shards. All of it originated there. He pulled out his register and looked at the list. But first, the cultivar project. Rohua's 30-day extension is running. Su Dao closed the catalog. I've been managing the northeast slope, he said. I know. How many plants? 26, as of 3 days ago. He did not look particularly pleased about 26. I've been adding as fast as the soil community can accept them. 26 out of 42. 13 days remaining on the extension. Can we get to 35? Wei Muchen said. If you're back in 3 days and the soil community is ready. I'll be back in 3 days. He rolled up the register. Then we addressed the extension, and then northeast. Su Dao stood. Good, he said. He said it with the specific quality of someone who had been managing a complicated situation in good faith for weeks and is ready to not be managing it alone anymore. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the ground one final time. The pillar cluster above them transmitted. The ecosystem seeding ran below. The investigation moved forward. He left for the Ashbel Peaks. Chapter 69. What the alchemist understood. Grand alchemist Fei Rong was at the Ashbel Peaks when Wei Muchen arrived. He had not come because of the cultivar project. He did not know about the cultivar project, or the Rohua arrangement, or the 30-day extension. He had come because of the pillar catalog's preliminary publication in the Guild's research registry, which Shun Yuli had filed as soon as the first 40 pillar records were documented enough to present. He was sitting in the guest compound's garden with a printed copy of the catalog index, reading it with the focused attention of someone who has just encountered information that requires reassessing what they thought they knew. Wei Muchen arrived, pressed his palms against the garden's soil to check the northeast slope's condition, and sat down across from Fei Rong. The 42 techniques in sections 7 through 12 of the index, Fei Rong said without preamble. The ones about cultivating high-energy botanical compounds through resonance-guided development. Yes. These were in the Garden Hearth's standard curriculum. From what I can determine, yes. They were foundational techniques, not advanced ones. He received from the garden's soil the northeast slopes condition, 26 plants stable, soil community expanding, the conditions for 3 more plants already prepared. The cultivation methods that the alchemist community currently uses for high-energy herbs were developed after the Garden Hearth's destruction, without access to this foundational framework, which is why they produced significantly lower yields. Fei Rong looked at the index. He was a man who had spent his career optimizing processes without knowing that the optimization ceiling he kept reaching was not a fundamental limit, but a consequence of missing foundational knowledge. Wei Muchen watched him work through this realization with the contained intensity of a professional encountering something that invalidates decades of assumption. The sustainable cultivar work you're doing for Rohua, Fei Rong said, is based on techniques from the pillar record, yes. I've been producing 12-grade life force condensates using current methods. Your one specimen demonstration produced 16 times density. He looked up. The pillar record methods would produce significantly higher density, with proper soil community support. I'm still characterizing the ceiling. He pressed his palms flat on the garden table. The alchemist community has been optimizing within a constrained framework for 2,000 years. The original framework had capabilities that were lost with the Garden Hearth. Fei Rong looked at his hands, at the index, then at Wei Muchen's hands. The Garden Hearth School, he said. You announced it to a journalist. I registered it with the guild. I want to contribute. This was the directness Wei Muchen had not expected. Contribute how? Resources. Teaching expertise. The Alchemist League has 10,000 members with decades of accumulated knowledge about botanical compounds and their applications. The Garden Hearth curriculum will need practitioners who can connect the resonance techniques to the applied chemistry. He paused. My people know the applications. You know the techniques. The curriculum needs both. Wei Muchen thought about this. He had been thinking of the Garden Hearth School as a cultivation school in the traditional sense, teaching the botanical resonance orientation, removing the suppression that prevented people from receiving, building the ability through direct practice with living ecosystems. He had not thought of it as requiring applied chemistry expertise, because he had not thought of the school's students necessarily proceeding from orientation to application. But that was what the Garden Hearth's original curriculum had included. The pillar records contained both the resonance techniques and the applied botanical engineering. The living codex in Zone 7 contained both. The Garden Hearth had trained both. The curriculum design is still in early stages, he said. I know. I'm not asking to control it. Fei Rong set down the index. I'm asking to be part of it. The Alchemist League has been trying to do for 20 years what you apparently did in 18 months. We would like to know how. Wei Muchen looked at him. He had, over the past year and a half, been somewhat suspicious of Grand Alchemist Fei Rong. The man had initially offered to mediate between him and Zhong Wui in a way that would have legitimized Zhong's illegal extraction. He had subsequently been useful, his support in the Brackwell Delta situation genuine and timely. But the initial mediation offer had shown the direction his default orientation ran, toward pragmatic accommodation with existing power structures rather than challenge. The alchemist community's current practice, Wei Muchen said. The harvesting protocols, the cultivation methods, they're built on the assumption that plants are resources to be optimized, not partners in a dialogue. Yes, Fei Rong said. Changing that assumption changes everything downstream. The sourcing practices, the yield expectations, the entire relationship between the profession and the botanical world it works with. I know. He was quiet for a moment. I've been watching you work for a year. I've read everything Xin Yuli has published from the research fellowship. I'm not asking to join the school so I can continue what I'm doing with better techniques. He paused. I'm asking because I think what I've been doing is wrong, and I want to learn to do it correctly. Wei Muchen pressed his palms against the table's wood and felt the thin connection to the garden's root network. He thought about the garden hearth cultivator in the memory, laughing at a seedling. Ordinary days. 7 conversations, all of which had involved someone who was trying to understand something correctly. You'll take a curriculum position if the school establishes a pharmaceutical applications track, he said. Yes. And the League will stop opposing the Brackwell Delta's preservation status. Already done, Fei Rong said. I withdrew the League's objection 3 weeks ago. Wei Muchen had not known this. He filed the information and the slight adjustment it required to his assessment of Fei Rong's current motivations. The school's formal establishment timeline is still uncertain, he said. The Graymere Heights documentation is complete, the Living Codex is being documented at the Brackwell Delta, and the Pillar Catalog is in initial publication. The curriculum development hasn't started. I'll wait, Fei Rong said. I'm not going anywhere. Wei Muchen went to check the northeast slope. Chapter 70. The technique in the deepest pillar. The ecosystem seeding at continental scale was a technique from the deepest layer of the 67th pillar. He had received it during the pillar sessions and had understood it conceptually, but had not practiced it. The scale it operated at required forest sovereign rank at minimum, and he had only been at that rank since the Brackwell Delta. He had been planning to attempt it at the Graymere Heights as part of the restoration work, but the arrangement with Zhong Wui and the pillar documentation focus had pushed the attempt to after the Heights work. He was now at the Ashbel Peak's northeast slope, looking at 26 high-density cultivar plants in their established soil community. 8 days. The technique operated at a scale that was too large for him to feel in real time. He could not receive the feedback the way he received feedback from a plant he was directly resonating with. He transmitted and trusted. He came out of the activation 3 hours later. His hands had aged 2 years. The pacing meditation had slowed the rate but not stopped it. Extended continental network interface was still costly. He pressed them together and felt the ache and accepted it, and pressed his palms back against the northeast slope. 6 new plants were in the process of establishing. The soil community had expanded into all 6 positions simultaneously, not in the hours he had been in the session, but in the minutes after the transmission propagated. The mycorrhizal network's response had been faster than local seeding ever was, because it was not starting from scratch. It was receiving a blueprint into a network that already knew how to process it. He would have 36 plants in 8 days. He stood and walked to where Su Dao was sitting with the catalog. 36, he said. Su Dao looked up. By the deadline, Wei Muchen said. Su Dao sat back. The ecosystem seeding technique, he said. He had watched the 3-hour session from a distance, had seen Wei Muchen motionless with both palms flat, had felt, he reported afterward, a change in the network's quality that he described as, like when you hear a very large sound that you feel more than hear. The continental scale version. Yes. And it worked. The blueprint propagated. The network accepted it. He pressed his palms flat one more time. I need to go further with this. The Graymere Heights seeding I initiated separately will be supported by the continental transmission. The full pillar blueprint has propagated into the network's records. Every reconstruction site I've established now has access to the complete design pattern. Su Dao looked at the slope. They're all connected, he said. Not a question. They've always been connected. The mycorrhizal network runs under all of them. I've been establishing nodes. The continental seeding connected all the nodes to the same blueprint. The primordial garden, Su Dao said, is the source of the blueprint. He pressed his palms together. The garden sent the ceramic shards to guide resonance cultivators to the reconstruction sites. The reconstruction sites feed back into the continental network. The network is the blueprint. The primordial garden is what the blueprint is trying to restore. Su Dao looked northeast. We're going there, he said. Yes, Wei Muchen said. After the extension resolves. He went to write Rohua the 36 plant report and the trajectory projection for the remaining 6. The continental network ran under his hands as he wrote, vast and patient, transmitting. Chapter 71. The heights come back. The Graymere Heights began visibly recovering on a morning that Su Dao described later as the most surprising thing he had witnessed in 18 months of working with Wei Muchen. Wei Muchen himself was at the northeast slope. He had been managing the final additions to the high-density cultivar colony, bringing the total to 38 plants with 6 days left before Rohua's extension deadline, when the continental network transmission's secondary effects arrived at the Heights ecosystem seeding. He felt it through his palms at 50 kilometers distance. A sudden acceleration in the seeding's propagation, the blueprint spreading through the mycorrhizal threads at a pace that local-scale seeding did not produce. The Continental Techniques blueprint had embedded in the network's deep archive, and the full pillar record was now available to every mycorrhizal thread in the Heights, which meant the seeding had access to guidance that Wei Muchen's own working knowledge had not fully contained. Su Dao, who had been present at the Heights for the ecosystem seeding's initiation before they moved to the Ashbel Peaks, had left 2 of the Thornwall sect disciples there to monitor. Their message arrived within hours. Plants were emerging from soil that had appeared barren for decades. Not many. The visible recovery was early, a scattering of first-growth pioneers in the seeding's most prepared zones. But visible, real, unmistakable to anyone who had been watching the same terrain for weeks without change. They photographed it, Su Dao said, holding up the message with its attached sketch. The disciples. They drew it. Wei Muchen looked at the sketch. For small stems emerging from rocky soil below the pillar cluster, precisely in the location where the seeding's first-wave blueprint called for the highest priority pioneer species to establish. He pressed his palms against the ground and received the Heights through the continental network. The seeding was self-propagating now, using the pillar blueprint as its guide, the mycorrhizal network extending and correcting as it expanded. He would not need to return for at least 2 months. The system was running. The witnesses in the mining operation, he said. What about them? Factorshen's workers. Some of them were already uneasy about what they were extracting, the quality of the stone, the way the pillar zones felt different from the rest of the terrain. He pressed his palms flat. They're going to see the recovery, and they're going to tell people. Su Dao thought about this. Is that bad? No. It's the most effective counter-narrative possible. Zhong Wui's legal team is arguing that the pillar extraction was ordinary mineral extraction. The workers who extracted the pillars watching the same terrain produce living plants from soil they helped disturb is not something legal arguments can explain away. He wrote to Shun Yuli. The Heights recovery is visible to witnesses in the extraction operation. Request that the investigation team interview Factorshen's workforce before the operation's next scheduled rotation change. Worker testimony about what they observed during the extraction period and what they observed now. She wrote back within the hour, already scheduled. The investigation team interviewed 6 workers yesterday. 2 of them independently described unusual experiences near the pillar zones, what they called a feeling of weight when working adjacent to the columns, and disruption to their cultivation sensing ability when the columns were broken. Not superstition. They described it as similar to the sensation of working near an active formation array. He sat with this. Extraction workers who had felt the pillars without having any framework for what they were feeling, who had described the experience in terms that a cultivation practitioner would recognize: formation array signature, pressure against cultivation sensing. They had not been wrong. They had been feeling exactly what was there. He wrote, Father testimony as corroborating evidence for the pillar content documentation. The workers' sensory reports are consistent with the biological encoding mechanism described in the preservation filing. He went back to the cultivar plants. 38 of them, stable and growing. Their specific leaf texture and stem coloration different from the standard life force herbs that the alchemist community worked with, denser in aspect, richer in the surface chemical layer that he could read through resonance as the beginning of high-density biological energy production. Rohua's extension expired in 6 days. He had 38 plants. The soil community would support 4 more within the week. He would send the report at 38 and note that 42 was achievable within the month. He pressed his palms flat and felt the continental network, the heights recovering, the Brackwell Delta stable, the Ashbel Peaks frost-lung blossom colony at 12 seedlings and expanding, the Greywood waiting. All the nodes, all connected. He recognized, doing what the garden hearth cultivator in the pillar memory had been doing 1,200 years ago. Ordinary work, day by day, connected to something much larger than the individual days could show. He stayed with this thought for a moment, and then went back to the final colony additions. Chapter 72. The betrayal he didn't see. He found out about Tan Bolan's cooperation with Zhong Wui on the 4th day before Rohua's extension expired. He found out because Shun Yuli sent him a copy of a communication log that the investigation team had subpoenaed from the Apothecary Sovereign Sect's records, a series of messages between Tan Bolan and a Zhong Wui deputy over a 3-week period that overlapped with Wei Muchen's early weeks at the Greymere Heights. The messages documented Tan Bolan providing advance information about Wei Muchen's planned movements between the Ashbel Peaks and the Greymere Heights, about the Pillar Catalog's documentation progress, and about the specific legal arguments Wei Muchen had shared with him regarding the individual preservation filing strategy. 3 weeks of advance intelligence delivered to an operation that was actively racing to extract as much as possible before the preservation claims took legal effect. He read the messages twice with the specific quality of attention he used when receiving information he did not want to receive, not turning away from it, but not processing it faster than it warranted. The messages were clear. The timeline was clear. 3 weeks, during which Tan Bolan had been receiving updates from Wei Muchen in good faith and forwarding them. He looked at the dates. Zhong Wui had arrived at the Greymere Heights on day 9 of Wei Muchen's presence there and offered the agreement. Upper Plateau extraction cease in exchange for Wei Muchen's modified public statement. The agreement had come 9 days after Tan Bolan's first communication log entry. Zhong had known, from Tan Bolan's information, exactly when Wei Muchen was at the Heights, how many pillars he had read, what the legal strategy was, and what the documentation pace was. The agreement had been a strategic retreat based on full intelligence about Wei Muchen's position, not a genuine concession, an informed calculation that the preservation claim was going to hold regardless, and that the extraction agreement was the best available outcome for the lower stratum mineral yield. Zhong Wui had negotiated from a position of complete information. Wei Muchen had negotiated from a position of not knowing this. He pressed his palms against the slope and stayed with this for a while. The appropriate response, he thought, was the one he had developed as a habit. Document the humiliation in botanical terms, and then systematically remove the other party's access to resources he controlled, without direct confrontation. Tan Bolan's access to resources he controlled, the medicinal garden remediation information, the Thornwall sect's formal relationship with the Guild research program, the disciple rotation at the Ashbel Peaks. All of these had been provided by Wei Muchen under the assumption of good faith. He wrote to Tan Bolan directly, not to the sect, to the man. A single message. It said, "I've received the investigation's communication log. I don't need an explanation of what happened or why. I need to know whether it's happened before and whether it's continuing." Tan Bolan's response arrived within 3 hours, which was faster than any previous message had arrived. It said, "It hasn't continued. It started when Zhong Wui acquired dead instruments held against the Thornwall sect through 2 proxy purchases I didn't identify until it was too late. He threatened enforcement of the dead instruments if I didn't cooperate. I should have told you. I was protecting my sect. I understand that doesn't change what I did. Wei Muchen read this." He wrote back, "I paid the dead instruments off the last time this happened. I didn't realize they could be reacquired." Tan Bolan wrote, "I didn't know they were reacquired until the threat arrived. I should have been monitoring." Wei Muchen pressed his palms flat and felt the northeast slopes cultivar plants and the mycorrhizal network extending into the new positions and the overall trajectory that he had been building for a year and a half. He wrote, "Send me the debt instrument documentation. I'll address it the same way as before. After that, if Zhong Wui's position deteriorates to the point where the dead instruments are transferred to other parties, which the investigation outcome may produce, make sure I know immediately." Tan Bolan wrote, "Understood." Wei Muchen wrote, "If this happens a 3rd time and you cooperate without telling me, I can't continue working with you. I want you to understand that clearly." Tan Bolan wrote, "I understand." He sent the debt instrument documentation to Shun Yuli with a request to handle the purchase using Guild emergency research funds that Fei Rong's Alchemist League contribution had recently made available. She confirmed receipt and said, "Done." And I'm flagging Tan Bolan's name in the Guild research program's active cooperation register as a secondary party with conflict of interest disclosure requirements going forward. He accepted this arrangement. Then he went back to the cultivar slope. The 38th plant was, by the mycorrhizal network signal, performing correctly. The 39th position was established and ready. He added the plant with 2 hours of careful soil preparation and resonance guidance, and pressed his palms flat afterward to confirm the integration. 39 plants. He did not feel satisfaction about this exactly, because the background knowledge of the Tan Bolin situation made the counting feel different from how it had felt this morning. But the plants were real, and the numbers were real, and the work was what the work was. He stayed at the slope until dark. Chapter 73. The cost of divided attention. Rohua's message arrived 4 days before the extension expired. It was not the expected request for a status update. It said, the Eastern Continental Forest Zone. I need to know your position. He pressed his palms flat and felt the Eastern Zone through the Continental Network. What he found made him stop. The Eastern Continental Forest Zone was a region he had been monitoring since his first days at the Continental Network Range, a large old-growth area that connected several of his reconstruction nodes through its mycorrhizal threads, and that had been, as of his last check 3 weeks ago, intact and stable. It was no longer intact. The absorption signal was coming through the network with a specific distress quality he associated with Rohua's technique at scale, not Pale Dusk's targeted drain, but the full capacity absorption that she used when she was not limiting herself. The Eastern Forest Zone was being drained. He felt the nodes that connected through it. The Brackwell Delta's mycorrhizal threads ran through the Eastern Zone's edge. The Height's newly initiated seeding connected to threads that the Eastern Zone had been carrying. The Primordial Garden's signal, the source of everything, reached him partly through pathways that ran through the Eastern Zone's network. If the Eastern Zone was substantially drained, his reconstruction works connections would degrade. He wrote to Rohua, the Eastern Zone is being absorbed. Is this your operation? She wrote back, yes. The 11-month suspension period has 6 weeks remaining. The core requires cultivation energy that the reserve can no longer fully supply. I've authorized limited absorption in the Eastern Zone while the cultivar system completes. He pressed his palms harder against the ground. She had said she would hold the remaining stands for 11 months. 6 weeks was inside that period. He wrote, the Eastern Zone's mycorrhizal threads connect to the Brackwell Delta's preservation network and to the Primordial Garden's signal pathway. Absorbing the Eastern Zone damages connections that take decades to rebuild. She wrote, I know. I'm asking your position, not justifying mine. He sat with this. The cultivar system had 39 plants. 4 days to the extension deadline. The Eastern Zone's absorption was ongoing. If he went to the Eastern Zone now, the cultivar system lost his presence for 4 days minimum, and the 39th and 40th plant's final integration would be delayed. If he stayed at the Ashbel Peaks, the Eastern Zone would be absorbed further. He could not protect both with his physical presence. He pressed his palms flat and thought about the decision the way he thought about all the decisions that required choosing between things that both mattered. The cultivar system would survive 4 days without him. Su Dao could manage the monitoring, and the soil community was established enough that new additions were safe without direct guidance at this stage. The Eastern Zone's mycorrhizal connections, once broken, would take decades to rebuild. He wrote to Su Dao, I need 4 days. The final 2 plants. Add them only if the soil community's expansion signal is clear and consistent when you check tomorrow morning. Don't add them if there's any uncertainty. Su Dao wrote back, understood. He wrote to Rohua, I'm coming to the Eastern Zone. I need 3 hours before I leave. She wrote back, the absorption is at the zone's western section. The mycorrhizal threads to your preservation sites run through the eastern section. I've kept the eastern section intact. He sat with this for a moment. She had, even in authorizing the absorption, kept the eastern section, the section that connected to his work, intact. He wrote, that distinction matters. Thank you. She wrote back a single word, come. He spent 3 hours on the pacing meditation, because the session he was about to face at the Eastern Zone would require continental network operation at the full range of his current ability. Then he left the Ashbel Peaks. Behind him, the northeast slope held 39 plants, stable and growing. The continental network ran under his feet as he traveled, transmitting. Chapter 74. The reassignment. He didn't understand Shin Yuli's reassignment arrived while Wei Muchen was in transit between the Ashbel Peaks and the Eastern Continental Forest Zone. The message was formal. The Apothecary Guild's headquarters division was exercising its authority to reassign senior research fellow Shin Yuli from the Botanical Resonance Research Program to the Guild's Central Archival Division, effective in 14 days. The reassignment was described as a standard rotation consistent with the terms of the Senior Research Fellowship Agreement. He read this message while sitting in a cart on the road east and felt something that took him a moment to name, because he had not been paying adequate attention to this particular situation for several months. He had been assuming she would always be nearby. He had noticed this assumption when she had been reassigned once before, at the Graymere Heights early period, and had recognized it then as an assumption and had not examined it further, because there had been other things to examine. The current reassignment was not the same as the earlier one. The earlier one had been a temporary political move by Zhong Wui's allies. This was a formal headquarters exercise of standard fellowship terms. He wrote to her, "Is this the same mechanism as before? Political pressure?" She wrote back, "Not directly. The headquarters division has the authority to invoke rotation terms regardless of political pressure, and the terms are in the standard fellowship agreement. But two of the division heads who approved the rotation are among the 3 guild council members who have been creating friction for the investigation. The rotation was proposed 12 days ago and approved in 4, faster than standard." He pressed his palms against the cart's wooden footboard. He wrote, "What happens to the Brackwell Delta work?" She wrote, "The preservation filing is complete. The emergency cultural preservation status holds without my active management. Elder Mossgrasp has custodian authority. The living codex documentation continues under an archive team that doesn't require field presence from a senior research fellow." He wrote, "And the Garden Hearth School's guild registration?" She wrote, "Filed and registered. It doesn't require my active involvement to maintain. The school exists on paper. Building it is your work." He pressed his palms harder. She was telling him that the work was covered. She was managing his likely concern about the work rather than addressing the fact that she was being removed from the field. He wrote, "What are you going to do?" She wrote, "Go to headquarters. Do the archival work. It's not what I want to be doing, but refusing the rotation creates grounds for fellowship termination, which serves Zhong's allies better than compliance." He thought about this. Then he wrote, "When the fellowship term ends, when does it end?" She wrote, 11 months. He wrote, "Will you come back?" A pause that was longer than the transit time of a message. She wrote, "That depends on what there is to come back to." He read this 4 times. He had not been paying adequate attention to this situation. He was aware of this. He was also in a cart going east to address an urgent situation at the Eastern Forest Zone, and there was not a good time to examine the thing he had not been examining, and the message did not require an immediate response because she had already made her decision and it was the correct one. He wrote, "There will be something to come back to. I'm building it." She wrote back, "I know you are." He wrote, "That's not what I meant." A longer pause. She wrote, "I know that too. 11 months. He put away the messaging materials. The cart moved east through the afternoon. He pressed his palms against the wooden footboard and felt the continental network running under the road. The eastern forest zone's distress signal visible in the network's texture. The western section's absorption affecting the mycorrhizal thread conductivity in ways that propagated outward through the network. He would address the eastern zone. He would return to the Ashbel Peaks. He would complete the cultivar colony. He would go northeast. 11 months was a timeline. He had learned to work with timelines. He pressed his palms flat and received the network signal and continued east. Chapter 75. Ancient Roots. The advancement came in the eastern continental forest zone, in the middle of the most sustained resonance session he had ever attempted. He had been at the zone's boundary for 36 hours. Not in a single session. He had broken it into segments. The pacing meditation between each, the continental network interface maintained at reduced intensity during rest periods, because releasing it entirely and re-establishing it was more costly than sustained low-level connection. What he was doing was unusual in a way that the Garden Hearth's pillar records had described, but that he had not previously needed to attempt. An active resonance intervention in a living ecosystem that was simultaneously being drained by another practitioner. Rohua was absorbing the western section. He was resonating with the eastern section's mycorrhizal network, maintaining the thread conductivity that connected his preservation sites to the deeper continental signal. They were working in opposite directions through the same forest. The skill required was not power. It was precision, maintaining his signal in the eastern section's threads without the signal crossing into the western section, where it would interact with Rohua's absorption in ways he could not predict. The advancement arrived on hour 31. It was not a clear advancement the way previous ones had been. Not a door opening, not a frequency unlocking. More like a room he had been in becoming suddenly larger in all directions. The Ancient Roots rank, which he had achieved technically at the Graymere Heights, had been operating at the lower threshold. The 36-hour Eastern Zone session had driven the ability to its full expression at this rank. What he received was the forest's historical memory at a depth he had not accessed before. Not decades, not centuries, but the geological scale record of the forest's presence in this location, the mycorrhizal network's accumulation of 10,000 years of ecological interaction encoded in the chemical memory of the deepest fungal threads. He did not lose himself in it. He had better control now than at any previous advancement. He received it clearly and systematically. The forest's original state before human cultivation had begun altering the continent's ecology. The pre-extraction era ecosystem preserved in biological memory the way the Gramier Heights fossils had preserved physical memory, not the fossil's absence, not the memory of what used to be, but the fungal network's living chemical record of what it had participated in. This was what the primordial garden was trying to restore, not a single lost ecosystem. The original continental ecology, the whole network, in its pre-cultivation era state, recoverable from the biological memory encoded in every deep fungal thread across the continent. He had been reading pieces of the blueprint. This was the blueprint itself, living in the network below his hands. He came out of the session at hour 33 with his hands aged 3 years, and the continental network signal at a clarity that was categorically different from anything he had held before. Ancient roots rank. Full expression. He pressed his palms flat against the eastern zone's boundary soil. The western section's absorption was ongoing. The mycorrhizal threads he had been maintaining in the eastern section were intact. The Brackwell Delta's connection held. The primordial garden signal came through at full strength for the first time, not background awareness, but direct transmission. Come northeast. He stood. He needed to go back to the Ashbel Peaks for the cultivar extension. He needed to manage the fallout of Shun Yuli's reassignment. He needed to update the Garden Hearth School's guild registration with Fei Rong's contribution. He also needed to tell Rohua what he had just understood about the pre-cultivation blueprint, because it changed the framing of everything they had been negotiating about. He would do all of it, in order, at the correct pace. But the primordial garden was northeast, and it was calling with a clarity that made every previous signal seem like the edge of a sound rather than the sound itself. 11 months. A timeline. He pressed his palms one last time against the eastern zone's soil, receiving the old deep network and its 10,000-year memory, and committed it to his own biological memory in the way forest sovereign rank made possible, not transcribed in a register but embedded in his resonance itself, carried in the living network of his own biological system. He stood. He began walking back west, toward the Ashbel Peaks. The continental network accompanied him, as it always did now. Chapter 76. The delta that defended itself. He was 2 days from the Ashbel Peaks when Elder Mossgrasp activated the Brackwell Delta's ancient defensive formations for the first time in 800 years. The activation arrived through the continental network as a sudden amplification, the Delta's formation array signal tripling in intensity, the mycorrhizal threads in the surrounding region transmitting with heightened urgency that resolved, when he followed it, into the specific pattern of the defensive perimeter array engaging. He stopped on the road. The event that had triggered the activation. Mercenary cultivators, hired through a proxy that the investigation team was later able to trace back to the Salted Council's associated land holdings, had attempted to accidentally disrupt the Delta's water sources under the guise of upstream agricultural development. They had been authorized as a drainage survey team by a council-affiliated landowner whose upstream territory controlled the primary water source for the Delta's surface hydrology. The survey team had brought formation-cutting equipment. They were in the process of rerouting a stream channel when Elder Mossgrasp's root network, which extended under the entire delta and into the surrounding terrain, detected the disruption and activated the perimeter. The perimeter did not attack. It enclosed. The survey team found themselves inside a root maze that had not existed 10 minutes before, and that sealed behind them as they moved. The roots did not injure anyone. They simply made progress impossible in every direction. When the team attempted to use their formation-cutting equipment to remove the root barriers, the cuts closed faster than the equipment could produce them, because the root network was actively rerouting its growth in real time. Elder Mossgrasp guided all 12 mercenaries out personally over the following 6 hours. This took the Elder significantly more energy than it would have taken in his full capacity. He was 800 years old. His root connection to the network was more plant than human, and extended active root manipulation at the perimeter scale required sustaining a degree of biological output that his current state could not maintain indefinitely. Wei Muchen received all of this through the continental network in compressed real time, and then received, faintly but clearly, Elder Mossgrasp's own signal through the mycorrhizal threads, exhausted but stable. The Elder was in the deepest section of the city, his roots fully embedded in the network, recovering. He also received a second thing. A message from Shun Yuli, sent from guild headquarters where she had arrived 2 days ago, containing the investigation team's preliminary identification of the proxy organization that had hired the survey team. She had been at headquarters for 2 days and had already begun using her archive access to trace the proxy's ownership structure. He wrote to her, You're not supposed to be working on this. She wrote back, I'm an archivist. I accessed archive records. That's my job. He pressed his palms flat on the road's edge and received the delta through the continental network, the formation settling back into standby after the incident. The root network retracting from its perimeter configuration, Elder Moss grasps signal slowly stabilizing. He wrote to Shun Yuli. The perimeter activation was the first time in 800 years. It worked correctly. Elder Moss grasp is exhausted but intact. She wrote back, I know. I was monitoring through the guild's preservation status feed. She then sent 3 more lines, which were the proxy organization's ownership chain, fully traced, ending at a Salted Council Landholding Trust. He added this to the investigation documentation and sent it to the investigation officer directly. The officer responded within hours. This constitutes evidence of council-directed interference with a guild-protected preserve. The investigation's scope has been expanded. He wrote to Shun Yuli. The scope expansion is good. She wrote back, the council will know I traced this. The rotation terms may be extended. He wrote, let me know if they are. She wrote, I'll manage it. He stood up from the road's edge and continued west. 1 day to the Ashbel Peaks. The cultivar deadline in 3 days. The spring's collateral to resolve. He pressed his palms flat at intervals along the road, receiving the network's condition reports from each of his reconstruction sites. Everything was progressing. Nothing was collapsing. The Salted Council was escalating, which meant the pressure was working, which was uncomfortable but correct. He continued walking. Chapter 77. The alchemist trade Grand Alchemist Fei Rong came to the Ashbel Peaks on the day Wei Muchen returned from the Eastern Zone. Fei Rong was not alone this time. He had brought 4 senior Alchemist League members, each of whom represented a different regional specialty within the League, and each of whom had received a preliminary copy of the Pillar Catalog's published sections and had questions that Fei Rong had clearly been managing for 2 days. Wei Muchen met them in the guest compound's garden. He pressed his palms against the garden soil, the first contact in several days, the reception returning with the familiar specificity of a place he knew, and felt the northeast slope's signal through the compound's root network. 39 plants, stable, the 40th position ready. He addressed the League members' questions efficiently, because there were a specific number of things he had to accomplish in the next 3 days, and the available time was finite. The alchemist questions were good ones. They were the questions of practitioners who understood their field deeply and were encountering, for the first time, the theoretical basis that their field had been missing for 2,000 years. How did the Pillar Record's high-density compound synthesis method interact with the standard condensation protocol the League used? Did the botanical resonance orientation requirement apply to the applied chemistry stage or only the cultivation stage? Could the continental seeding technique be used to prepare cultivation land at commercial scale? And if so, what preparation timeline was required? He answered each question with the precision of someone who had been working with these concepts for 1.5 years and had the Pillar Record's documentation to draw from. The Garden Hearth's applied chemistry methods were documented in Pillar sections 20 through 28, cross-referenced with the ecosystem blueprint sections in sections 40 through 52. He knew where the answers were even when he did not have the specific answer immediately available. Fei Rong said, at the midpoint of the session, the pharmaceutical applications track you mentioned for the school. How do you envision the entry point for practitioners who come from the alchemist tradition? The entry point is the orientation assessment, Wei Muchen said. Not a gate, a baseline. We need to understand where someone is starting from before we can teach them where to go. He pressed his palms flat. Someone trained in the alchemist tradition has significant applied knowledge and a framework built on extraction. The curriculum track doesn't ask them to abandon what they know. It asks them to examine the premise it was built on, and to consider what the same knowledge looks like when the premise is replaced. Fei Rong was quiet for a moment. That's asking people to be wrong about something they've spent their career building, he said. Yes. Wei Muchen looked at him directly. The curriculum will lose people at that stage. Not everyone who comes to the school will be willing to examine the premise. That's expected. And the ones who aren't willing don't need to be in the school. They can continue practicing as they do. The school isn't for everyone. It's for the people who want the original foundation. He paused. Some of those will be alchemists. Some will be farmers. Some will be people like Su Dao who grew up in a valley and never had the suppression applied to them. The 4 League members exchanged glances. The one who had been quietest, a woman who had been introduced as the Southern region's botanical sourcing specialist, said, the sourcing protocols. For the cultivar system, can the continental seeding technique support regional-scale cultivation preparation, not just individual sites? Yes, he said. The technique imprints a blueprint through the mycorrhizal network. The network's range is continental. The practical limitation is the specificity of the blueprint. A high-density cultivar site requires a site-specific soil community designed before the seeding can anchor correctly. That design requires someone with botanical resonance orientation to develop, at least until the Garden Hearth School's curriculum produces practitioners who can do it independently. How long does that take? The curriculum? I don't know yet. The school hasn't produced any graduates. He was honest about this. The Greywood's timeline was months from no sensitivity to basic reception. Su Dao's timeline has been 18 months from basic sensitivity to continental range detection. But both of those are exceptional cases. The curriculum hasn't been tested at scale. So we don't know. We don't know. He pressed his palms flat. What we know is that the pillar record contains 3,000 years of documented practice. The approach that produced the record works. The timeline for producing practitioners who can implement it at regional scale is the next thing to figure out. Fei Rong made the arrangement on behalf of the League within 2 hours. The terms were similar to what he had proposed in their first meeting. Resource contribution, teaching expertise from the League's senior members in the pharmaceutical applications track, no exclusivity over the school's outputs, fair pricing on all cultivated products. Fei Rong added one term that Wei Muchen had not anticipated. The League would provide a permanent legal counsel resource to the Garden Hearth School's administration because, Fei Rong said, with the specificity of someone who had been watching Wei Muchen operate for a year, the school's founder was going to need that more than almost anything else. Wei Muchen signed the arrangement. Then he went to check on the 40th Cultivar Plants edition. Chapter 78. Wuzhong Wui lost. The formal investigation completed its evidentiary phase and transferred to the Guild Council's adjudication panel on the same day that Wei Muchen added the 40th cultivar plant to the northeast slope. He did not hear about the investigation phase completion until Shun Yuli's message arrived from headquarters. He was at the slope, both palms against the 40th plant's root zone, monitoring the soil community's integration, when Su Dao brought him the message. He read it while maintaining the resonance session, which was becoming possible to do. The dual tracking, holding a reception open while processing information through conscious thought, as a result of the extended practice over the past year and a half. The adjudication panel included 3 members who were affiliated with interests opposed to the investigation. It also included 4 members who were not. The panel's standard majority rule required 5 of 7 votes for a finding. The current composition suggested 3 against, for potentially 4. A narrow majority that could shift if the 3 found a procedural argument compelling enough to shift one of the 4. He wrote to Shun Yuli, the panel composition. She wrote back, I know. I've been watching the appointments. The 3 opposing members were appointed in the past 2 weeks, which is faster than the standard panel formation timeline. Someone applied pressure. He wrote, what do you need? She wrote back, nothing from you at this point. The evidence record is complete. The panel will evaluate it. What would help is if there were external voices advocating for the investigation's importance that are not the guild. He thought about this. Rohua had filed a formal research interest claim in the Brackwell Delta case and had filed the jurisdictional objection that blocked the formation registration challenge. She had standing with the guild through those filings. He wrote to Rohua, the Graymere Heights Investigation Adjudication Panel is convening. The panel composition suggests pressure to produce a minimal finding. A statement of support for the investigation's findings from a party with your continental standing would be significant. She responded in a day. What statement? He wrote, that the destruction of the Pillar Archive, which contained techniques directly relevant to the sustainable cultivation methods